TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with two speeds: feast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding: gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein. And they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at TheFeed.com.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
Welcome back to the Hardrock 2025 live stream. I'm Chris Warden, joined by Andy Jones-Wilkins. This is brought to you by Altra and the Feed. You can see the Skycam on the left. That is URAY 8 on the right. I do want to give some information here that people have been asking about, and I want to read the statement directly from Hardrock, and we're trying to enlighten everybody. This is the Hardrock statement. We are deeply saddened to share that a beloved member of our Hardrock 100-mile endurance run family has passed away during this year's event. Our heart is with their family, friends, and fellow runners as we grieve this tremendous loss. We are committed to caring for runners, crews, volunteers, and all members of our community through the event's duration and beyond. On Friday, July 11, 2019, there was a fatality during the Hardrock 100 near Little Giant Basin west of Silverton, Colorado in San Juan County. On Friday, July 11, 2025, the San Juan County Sheriff's Office and Silverton Medical Rescue Team received a search and rescue call about an unknown medical reason at Little Giant Basin near Gold Lake. The 60-year-old female patient was pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. in San Juan County. San Juan County, Colorado Coroner's Office has identified the 60-year-old female as Elaine Stipula of Michigan as pronounced deceased by 10:27 a.m. Until more information will be available at the conclusion of this year's run to be determined at a time on Sunday. Until then, please direct all communication to Deanne Gallegos, Public Information Officer for the Office of Emergency Management, San Juan County. It's unfortunate that we had a runner pass away this year, and we are refraining from any further information until a time as designated by the race and the county. But our condolences to the family and friends of Elaine Stipula. I just wanted to pass that along. The Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and the Feed. The Skycam is on the left, searching out runners, and we'll be keeping an eye on those. These are the final few runners that are actually making it to URAY 8 on the right. As we mentioned, we believe that is Tina Uri, 7-time Hardrock finisher in the chair on the right-hand side of your screen. We can pull up the runners that have yet to hit URAY, and they have until 9 a.m. today to get there. And those runners that we are awaiting hitting URAY 8 are Salvatore Febo of Australia, Anne Anenga of Newbury Park, California, Lori Nakauchi of Lakewood, Colorado, Junko Kazukawa of Denver, Colorado, Liko Earl of Boulder, Colorado, Patrick O'Neill of Crested Butte, Colorado, and Cal Mitchell of of Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. So we have just 7 runners that we are hoping to see hit URAY here in the next 2 hours exactly, as it is 7 a.m. local time. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins hanging with you. We have had our next 2 runners hit Putnam, AJW, And they hit it fairly close to one another. Zach Miller and Katie Scheid. Zach Miller hit it at 6:47. Katie Scheid at 6:51. I will plug those numbers in regarding Katie's splits to see how far off she is or ahead of Courtney DeWalter's 2023 course record.
Chris, I wanted to jump in here while we're awaiting those numbers, and I just had a chance to go down below and have a few minutes with race director Dale Garland. I think everybody knows he's been the race director since the start of the race, and is an incredible person. I know there's a little bit of conversation on the chat about the fatality that took place here at the race yesterday morning. So let me once again read the statement. You can also find. Oh, you did. I'm sorry. I was away. So I just want to make sure that you all know that Dale plans and the race committee plans to talk a little bit more, provide a little bit more detail following the award ceremony tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I was away, so
no problem. That's why we're a team.
Yep.
Of course, we are going to be here for the next 23 hours or 22 hours and 59 minutes.
This is Simone again, Floridian, veteran of incredible ultras and doing the Triple Crown of 200s this year.
So I have the numbers of where Katie hit Putnam. So Katie was 10 minutes ahead of Courtney's course record pace, departing at 24:51. Courtney departed at 25:01.
So 10 minutes.
10 minutes is the gap there. And I find it interesting that when Courtney ran the race this direction in 2023, rather, she was in and out. And Katie took a few minutes, about 3.5 minutes at Putnam. So hopefully just gearing up for that final push.
Zach Miller just a few minutes ahead of her.
Yeah, 6:47.
Took 5 minutes there.
So your next two finishers we would expect are going to be F1 and M5. Of course, there are a handful of runners who have hit Cam Traverse that are en route to Putnam. They're a little bit further back. They were about 35 minutes back at Cam Traverse, and that would be Kyle Curtin, Brian Coolmo, Jeff Rome, and then Menon Bohard has actually hit Cam Traverse as of 6:34 this morning.
She's moving very well.
Absolutely.
That Chapman to Cam split is solid for Menon. Again, the course between Putnam and the finish line. Putnam is located in a little gulch, the aid station, and they begin the descent. It's kind of a long, straight descent. They're still above tree line. It's very rocky. It's very rocky, especially the first 2 or 3 miles down that descent until they get under tree line, and then once they get under tree line, it smooths out a bit, and they make the final bit of that descent to the creek crossing at South Mineral. So as we saw for the first 4 runners, they were between about an hour and 15 minutes from Putnam to the finish. So just extrapolating that a bit for Katie and Zach, we could anticipate their finishes somewhere, about 8:05, 8:10 local time. So 26 plus hours on the clock.
So now we've got a triple threat.
I love this.
We've got Uray on top, and Governor on the bottom left, and Telluride on the bottom right. So looking actually at the splits from Putnam to the finish, David Ayala ran it in 56 minutes. And
fastest one so far.
Yeah. Ludo ran it in an hour 3. Matthew Blanchard ran it in an hour 13. and Herman Grenier ran it in an hour 13 as well. So, and let me pull up what Courtney's split was. Courtney ran it in an hour 13. So
you have 26, 14, 12.
That's the magic number.
14, 12 is the number we're looking at. So for Katie, she could do it in about an hour and 27 minutes.
So as long as she holds true to what the front of the pack usually does from Putnam to the finish, Katie Scheid should have a very good shot at breaking the record. As long as things stay together, we did catch her in a bit of a moment of vulnerability out there yesterday. She was having some struggles at some of the aid stations.
Yeah, we saw her having what looked like a stomach issue, maybe even vomiting a few meters out of the Governor aid station before the big climb up to Kroger's.
I have to admit, I was really concerned because it seemed like she had to have maybe, I don't know, like 4 or 5 false starts between Governor and the 100 meters out of Governor. She was stopping roughly every 20 to 50 feet to recompose herself. So
we're looking at the top screen at Simone from Florida. At the Uray aid station.
Simone Valentin Austin,
thank you. On the left bottom, we see Governor Basin aid station. Looks like a runner in there with the red pack, a runner and pacer. And on the right,
Telluride.
The day breaks in Telluride, mile 72. So they run from Governor, there on the left, to Telluride, there on the right. And we are also, as Chris has mentioned a couple of times, keeping our eyes on the 9 a.m. hour at Uray. That is the cutoff, still a couple hours away from that. There's no cutoff at Engineer, but we have 5 runners in Uray right now, and 7 more en route. 7 more en route to Uray, including Cal Mitchell, as Chris mentioned. Really going to have to put the hammer down from Ottawa, Ontario. He's really going to have to put the hammer down to make that 9 a.m. slot. Patrick O'Neill, Laiko Earl, Junko Kuzukawa, and Laura Nakauchi are making their way, as is Anne Ungenja and Salvador Febo from Australia. Looks like John Clark is in the aid station as well. Haven't got a bib number 17 from Colorado Springs, Colorado, 60 years old. So Governor, the aid station in the lower right, has a cutoff 12:30 today. Telluride at 4 o'clock in the afternoon Saturday. There is no cutoff at Kroger's. That would be brutal.
Yeah, there's the extraction process at Kroger's would be pretty rough.
All right, so we've still got Tina Uray. I might not be pronouncing that correctly, Chris. Apologies. Tina Uri, Mount Shasta, California.
I knew a Vicky Uri, so I think that might be a valiant effort.
So this is a really good example of I think an experienced vet. Really kind of collecting herself for basically the second day of the race. Many experienced vets will really consider it a 2-day race. The first day to get to Ouray, and the second day to get from Ouray to Silverton. Taking their time, bundled up in clothes, looks like eating some food, doing some stuff with their phone. No hurry, no urgency. A good lesson for the 99% of us out there who do not rush through aid stations, filling bottles and just taking in the experience and also making sure the experience is as good. And similar, on the right, you see this drone footage of these two runners in the Ouray area stopping at this bridge, looking down this canyon. It's like, why not? Let's take a look. Take it all in. This is Hardrock, possibly the only time you're going to run this race. Taking a look down this canyon like, whoa, that's a deep canyon there.
So Tina actually is the most mature female runner in the race this year.
Nicely put.
At 65 years young.
The most highly seasoned.
Well, I mean, as a 7-time finisher, I think that definitely fits the bill as well. We do have a handful of 60-plus runners out there. Of course, the 60-plus runners have a clause in the rules that they can actually bring pacers from the start. I don't know how many people took them up on it, but I have seen it happen in the past.
Yeah, I know Betsy Kalmayer did it in the past.
That's right. Corinne Chalvoy was pacing her.
I think I mean, it's great that you have that option. I think other races could learn from that, actually. All right, on the right are the two runners who had stopped to take a look at over the canyon there. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $20 donation to Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Really appreciate that. And Adam McKenney, Japanese athlete Iso Mora, you paced him at Twin Lakes, and he wanted to talk about American movies before puking. That's good. That's good.
Does that mean you talked about bad movies to kind of induce it, or did you talk about good movies?
So on your left is the camera at Ouray, and on your right the drone footage as these two runners, I believe, are leaving Ouray, making their way to Camp Bird Road.
So I know that one of the things people like to ask is who are the oldest and the youngest runners in this race. I do have that information. The oldest female running this race with a previous finish, Tina Ouray, as we've talked about. The oldest man with a previous finish was Tommy Stockton. Tommy, unfortunately, did end up having his day draw to a close sooner than expected. The youngest male is Brian Coolmo, who is near the front of the field at 32. And the youngest woman is Katarina Hartmuth at 29. So,
by the way, not to interrupt, but Simone Valentine Austin from Naples, Florida, after collecting herself in the aid station, has just left Ouray.
Nice. And a little bit further, I do believe I have the oldest first-timer attempting this race. In the women's side was Junko Kazukawa at 61. The oldest first-timer male is Cal Mitchell at 64.
And both of those are en route to. Both of those gentlemen are en route to Ouray now.
Junko is the woman.
Oh, Junko's a woman. I'm sorry.
And the youngest first-time female is Manon Bohard. And the youngest first-time male is Andrew Bainbridge at 32.
$134 runners currently. Well, of course, we've got 4 finishers, so 130 runners on the course. Including a handful in Ouray right now. A happy runner or pacer.
It's kind of got a pacer bounce to their step as of right now.
Bounce, but
if you're hitting Ouray at this time, then you're probably if you got bounce in your step, you're a pacer.
This might be the runner right here. We'll try to catch a bib number. Great camera work here. Thank you. And looks like the bib number's on the back.
Bib 185, perhaps?
186.
186.
Laura Nakauchi. Work your magic, Chris.
Lori Nakauchi of Lakewood, Colorado. This is her first Hardrock. 55 years young. In her lead up to this, she's run a few solid races. She ran Leona Divide in April, Mount Mitchell in March. She ran ATY at the end of last year, the 72-hour, placed on the podium. With
a local favorite at around New Year's down in Arizona.
Yeah, it looks like she makes her way down for across the years most years. I'd be curious to see what her lifetime mileage is there. She's probably one of those 1,000-miler, 2,000-milers down there. But looks like her most recent qualifier was Bighorn in 2023.
Pacing herself very well, by the way. She left Engineer at 4:17, so a good 3 hours down to here. Going to collect herself, I assume, like we just saw Simone do.
And as the clock moves forward, we are collecting more of the individuals that needed to get to Ouray, so that is a good sign.
Oh, Laura pointing out that Laurie just got off the wait list a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Well, all of those races that I mentioned were basically, she was already of the mindset that she was going to be running Hardrock this year.
Yeah. You can see there in the foreground on the left screen and the right, that's Tina Ouray. As we've talked about, 65 years old, collecting herself, getting ready to make the trip up Camp Bird Road.
We are awaiting 6 individuals to make their way to Ouray between now and, what did we say, 8:30 this morning?
Nine's the cutoff.
Oh, 9.
Yep.
That's right. So I don't want to short them half an hour, but Salvatore Febo and Anenga, Junko Kazukawa, Liko Earl, Patrick O'Neill, and Cal Mitchell are those individuals we are awaiting hitting Ouray this morning. I feel pretty good about the first 5. Cal is going to be in a fight.
Cal is going to be in a battle.
So,
I mean, the nice thing is he's got daylight now.
Yep.
So that harrowing journey towards the end of Bear Creek, he'll be able to do in daylight. But nonetheless, he's got it's a big lift to do what he. We've just seen Laurie, for example, do a real good split there in 3 hours, and Cal's going to have to go faster than that.
Thanks to the Feed Skycam for giving us this shot on the right
great.
of the next runner, hopefully hitting Ouray Aid. So hopefully that is one of our 6.
And to set the stage here, folks, here in the Silverton Gym, Chris and I are sitting in the weight room. It's been transformed into a studio. Behind us are a few of the recent finishers, a lot of the crews and pacers, and a delicious breakfast being prepared by the crew here. You can smell the bacon wafting up here.
Yeah.
And of course, Dale Garland is out front greeting every single finisher, as he will do all day long and all night until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're just barely over halfway through our coverage, by the way. We'll be here till a little bit past 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, that scent wafting through is definitely a vibe, and as I think that everybody behind the boards here can attest, it's definitely it's here for. I mean, you know it's there.
Again, here's the split camera. These two runners are coming into Uray aid station. They were the ones we saw a few minutes ago, looking over the bridge, longingly at that deep slot canyon. And then on the left, we've got a couple of runners, three runners in the aid, at least three runners in the Uray aid station.
And also, as we're watching to see which runners can make the cutoff at Uray, we are also paying close attention to our women's race leader, Katie Scheid, who we are expecting here in Silverton, completing her race in not too far into the future here.
Oh, I mean, if she's got, again, we're keeping our eye on the course record. Got to be in here under an hour from now. I suspect she would be.
The magic number is 26:14, so 8:14 a.m. She has roughly 53 minutes to get to the finish line in order to set a new counterclockwise course record. Katie was 10 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter's 2023 mark at Putnam, the final aid station, and moving fairly well. There had been a bit of push and pull. Katie did give up a significant amount of time after leaving Telluride, taking that lead of hers from 40 minutes to 7, but has generally stayed in the 7 to 10, 12-minute range since then, since the Chapman aid station.
And Katie and Zach Miller are very close together. We'll get an idea of how that plays out in the next little bit here.
Another runner, Betsy Nye, that we are following closely. Betsy is going for her 20th finish. That would be the most finishes of any woman in the race this year. Betsy sneaking her way closer to the top 10. She's currently in 14th. That's one of the things I love about this race. It doesn't care what your birth certificate says. Another runner that I was really excited to see their journey, Becky Bates. Becky Bates is running her Hardrock for the fourth time.
Get a bib number here, Chris, real quick. Is that 158 on the left? I think it was 158 coming into Uray.
If it is, that is Junko Kazukawa, our oldest debut woman runner out of Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, I think it was a 158. We'll go with that. And she also made good time coming in. She's under 3 hours for the descent from Engineer to Uray.
Junko going for that first Hardrock finish, moving very well. Has a very robust ultra running resume, having run Bighorn just a couple weeks ago. Ran Tour de Jaunt last year, Leadville, and Silver Rush 50. A big favorite in Leadville, I know. Yeah, has multiple finishes at Leadville, Tour de Jaunt, Bighorn. Definitely has favorites. Ran Western States in 22.
So Junko in the aid station, 61 years old. Lori Nakauchi, Lakewood, Colorado. John Clark, Tina Uray. Maybe Tina has left, but she was collecting herself, getting ready. Interesting to note, I mean, Hardrock has always been known as a race for the veterans. Older runners tend to do better here than they do at perhaps some other swifter, faster ultras. Those four, Tina, John, Lori, and Junko, are 65, 60, 55, and 61 respectively. So for those of you who are getting on in years like I am, there's hope in these four folks here in Uray right now.
Well, the guy who won the race turns 50 in 10 days.
There you go, yeah.
Of course, Ludo Pomeray, 49 years old, now a back-to-back winner at Hardrock. And lest you think he is just simply a mountain grinder, need we remind you he has multiple top 10 finishes at Western States in recent years?
That's right.
Ludo is timeless.
This is great. This is great. Got it. And we've got a new camera now here on the bottom right, the finisher, Altra finisher cam.
Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful shot. So what you're seeing in the lower right-hand corner is a shot from above Highway 550 overlooking the creek crossing at Mineral Creek. So that is about a mile and a half, 2 miles from the finish?
2. Yep,
Two? Okay.
There's the creek to the
It
left.
seems closer when you're driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, that's just right around the corner. No, you got to go past that that restaurant on 550 and up the road a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit further than I realized.
So you see the trail there to the right, goes along kind of that red hill there and drops down. Great camera shot there. We'll probably pick up Katie and Zach along there in a bit.
And we're going to be bouncing around all of these feeds all day long. We do have a handful of follow cams that are going to be keeping up with us here.
There's a quick view of the, for those we've been talking about it, the Hot Springs pools.
Yeah.
Our drone's picking up the famous Ouray Hot Springs pools there at the top of the top screen. And
So-
there we're zooming into the aid station.
So traveling into Ouray can be a bit of chaos because there is a huge parking lot right next to the aid station, but you can't park there. Right. Because that's reserved for the Ouray Hot Springs customers. So I might know somebody who actually takes his son to the Ouray Hot Springs and goes and hangs out there and heads over to the aid station every so often. But yeah, that big parking lot to the above left of the Altra tents is for the Hot Springs customers. But Ouray does have plenty of street parking. You just might have to park a ways away. But it is a downhill walk to the park. It's just when you
right.
when you leave, it might be a bit of an uphill. So because things get vertical in a hurry there, as you can see off to the sides.
Okay, on the left, Tina, on the left screen, the right of the left screen, Tina Ouray looks like she's starting to rally and get ready for her journey up to Governor. And Junko on the left in the pink jacket, salmon-colored jacket, also getting ready. We also think Lori is still in the tent there in one of those Ultra tents behind. And John Clark. So 4 runners all in the same general vicinity, probably be leaving in a bit together. We're getting word that Zach Miller may have just crossed Mineral Creek. That's unofficial, but we've got that word from folks out on the course.
Yeah, so if Zach has crossed Mineral Creek, I would assume that Katie Scheid will be right behind him.
Mm-hmm. Which really means if she just keeps moving, she will take down Courtney's course record for this direction. Kind of been an interesting battle. I don't know if we'd call it a battle.
Katie is at the river.
Katie's at the river
At
as
Mineral
well.
Creek.
Okay. 2 miles to go. And Katie Scheid has crossed the river, or at the river. And really, she just needs to keep moving. She's got 44 minutes before the record. And I think if she just keeps moving, she's got it. You might recall last year at Western States, just missed Courtney's incredible record of 15:29 with a 15:46. This time it looks like she'll be right around.
Awesome.
She'll be right around the 26-hour range. On the bottom left, zooming into John Clark with that hat. One of the 4 runners that's in Ouray right now. Hour and a half ahead of the cutoff. Plenty of time. And he is heading out.
And I just was notified that we do have 2 follow cams ready and rested to follow both Katie and Zach in. So I am super stoked about that.
That is great. That is great. I know folks are eager to see some footage from the trail. We'll have those follow cams out there.
I hope they're rested and ready for.
That'll be fun to see. Again, it's about 2 miles, and we'll talk you through it. But crossing the creek, they make their way up the embankment. Yep,
No.
That's correct. In the bottom, we are looking at about 8 a.m. local time, more or less, for Katie's finish. Manon Bahard, yes, is through KT, the second to last aid station.
Yeah, Manon is. I wouldn't go so far as to say she's on Katie's heels, but
She is still in the overall top 10, sitting in 10th place.
that is right. And is so by a wide margin. Got about 25 minutes on Gabe Joy's as of Camp Traverse. So we
Received confirmation that the follow cams are fully caffeinated, so we don't need to worry.
Perfect.
Good to hear. Thank you, Jonathan.
Shout out to both of them for taking on this duty, this responsibility. I've done a bit of follow filming in my day, but not in a while.
This is a fun section to follow cam. You're kind of running back and forth. There's a trail section just leaving the river. It then makes its way onto a little bit wider. That trail section's about a mile. Makes it another runner into Uray, looking relieved.
We'll identify that runner as soon as we can, and we are also still monitoring our follow cams on Zach and Katie. These runners on the left that are hitting Uray aid are doing so basically shaping themselves up for a long second day as well. These runners have until 9 a.m. to depart Uray aid. And from that point, they will have 21 hours to make it back here to Silverton. And about 43 miles to go.
Didn't catch a bib number. It could be Ann Ungena or Lyco Earl. Bib number 191 or 132. Looks like looking at her legs. And we've got a follow cam on the right.
Recognize those
Getting
birch
that
trees
dialed in.
as would that be perhaps following behind Katie Scheid's pacer? As soon as we've got clearer video of that, we will zip right back to that shot.
Back to Uray real quick. Junko on the left, Tina on the right. Getting geared up for day 2. Our production crew is working on the. Here we go. Follow cam on the right. So this is Katie Scheid with her pacer Cordis Hall on the single track on the way into town.
Still comfortably under. Well, now comfortably under course record pace. When it was 7 to 10 minutes and there were 20 miles to go, I wouldn't have called that comfortable. But with about 2 miles to go, I would feel more comfortable in saying that as long as Katie is able to maintain some semblance of forward progress, she will indeed take down the 2023 course record set by Courtney DeWalter.
And looking like, I'm sorry, correction, that's Cody Lind. I should have recognized that, not Cordis. No, Cordis was at a pacing gig with Herman earlier. Correction.
So the number that Katie has to break is 26:14, and based on the way she's moving, I think that we are going to see her around the top of the hour.
Yeah, she's moving. And 5th place overall is in the offing.
At last check, about 4 minutes ahead of our M5 Zach Miller.
By the way, Pacer Cody, a member of the illustrious Lind family. Grandfather Bob was the longtime medical director of Western States. A lot of the early medical research on trail and ultra running was done by Dr. Bob Lind, Cody's grandpa. Also fired off the starting gun at Western States for about 25 years, an honor that's now been passed on to his father, Paul, and to Cody himself. Cody, Katie is moving.
Yeah, moving very well. I see Aid Station Fireball has woken up and joined us in the chat. Shout out to Liam. I saw him sleeping in the bench or in the press chair earlier, trying to catch a few wings.
He was sleeping in the weightlifting equipment here that we have for when we take breaks.
His head gently resting upon a spin cycle seat.
He had heavy duty yesterday with the Fireball cam at high altitude at American Basin.
As we see Katie Scheid approaching the finish here, you can see, great views of Highway 550. This is the home stretch. You can see, it's going to move her from left to right on your screen, and as she makes her way around that turn, she will then be able to see the town of Silverton in view. So, Liam, out there, was that your first time doing
Zach is in
footage?
front of Katie. Okay, if you look, we've just gotten word from our production crew that Zach Miller is ahead of Katie, 100 yards. Might pick him up on this screen on the right, the camera on the right, Ultra Finish cam.
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Oh, got it. There's Zach. There's Zach on the finish cam on the right. And we've got a camera on him as well.
Love it.
So correction. So Zach Miller on the right is ahead of Katie. Okay. They're very close together.
Yeah, he's basically right around that turn from her because he's entered that Birch Grove kind of area. So, and you'll see Katie actually enter an area where she will be flanked on both sides by birch trees. So,
yep. And so they drop in a couple of minutes. There's a bit of a drop in this trail, and then it tees onto the road, the Shrine of the Mines Road, where he makes a left. Zach's keeping an eye on his watch.
And you're talking at this point about a mile and a half to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great to see these two runners really moving well. Again, that's Cody Lind behind Katie on the left. Cody's pacing Katie. Zach running pacerless. Just a bit ahead of Katie at this point. Their finishes will be quite close together.
So you can actually tell how close they were. If you were paying attention, there was a runner or there was a camera on the right-hand side that Zach had run by, and maybe 30 seconds later,
Katie
you could
ran
see
by it. Yeah,
Katie run by them. So
I think that was Claire, our commentator. Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yep.
Is she doing camera or is she just out there for a run? Oh, awesome! Shout out to Claire Farrow for. After doing a shift in the booth yesterday, deciding to go out and augment the live stream coverage. Now, that's the thing about working for Mountain Outpost is that
there's always something to
everybody grabs a gimbal when they need to. Everybody throws on a different hat that they're maybe not accustomed to. So we appreciate everybody on the team here. I've been known to throw a gimbal together and follow ever so shortly when needed, but thank goodness there are other people to do it this time around because I couldn't keep these paces. No way. Have you seen how high the elevation is here? They're running actually just above, probably about 9,500 feet, as Silverton sits about 9318.
Yep. It's amazing after 25 plus hours. First of all, that they're moving this well, and second of all, that they're this close together.
Yeah. Yeah, you're talking, I would say, less than 30 seconds. I mean, it's going to be very close at the finish here, no matter who comes out in front. I don't know if Katie is intending to reel him in. I wouldn't see why not.
Katie's going to compete to the rock.
You don't get to this level without having a certain level of dog in you to try and finish strong like this, and perhaps reel in anybody that you see. Yeah, they're moving so well, so quickly. So keep in mind, Zach just hit that kind of like right turn and then to a left. So we will see how far back that is for Katie here.
Yep, he bops. You can see the road in the distance. He's going to bop onto the Shrine of the Mines Road, and it's a section he's going to want to try to keep running. It's tempting to get to that road and just walk.
And here's that right turn. So Zach is hitting the road at 41.45. We will see when Katie hits it to get an exact deficit here.
Yeah, Katie's descending down here. What a fun sort of ending here with these 5th and 6th place runners.
So 41.45 for Zach hitting the Shrine of the Mines Road, and you can see it in Katie's view.
Wow, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds separating
30-second
F1
gap.
and M5 here. 33 seconds here. So we'll see if Katie is able to catch him. I don't know if there's enough real estate here because I can see, they're both moving pretty well up that hill.
But look at Cody jumping over to the side, getting a half a stride ahead and urging her up this hill. We got an announcement in the back. Dale has just made an announcement that if you're parked over by the basketball court where it says no parking, and then he just paused.
I couldn't see if our Katie follow cam could see Zach, but they're both up that last little bit of climb here, and then it's going to level out, and then there's going to be a drop down, short little bit of single track into the town of Silverton.
Zach is grinding. Katie is grinding. This is a lot of fun at the end of. They're at 101 plus miles at this point. The full course is 102.5 these days.
Shout out to everybody I just saw that the viewership has jumped significantly to catch Katie's finish. So thanks to everybody who's tuning in. I'm Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins, and here we are, Mountain Outpost.
Absolutely. The Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream presented by Altra and The Feed. Back again in Silverton for year 3 as our F1, Katie Scheid, and our M5, Zach Miller, are so close to the finish.
Yep. They're going to have to get some extra chairs out there by the rock because this is going to be a double finish. 2 Americans. Be the 2nd and 3rd Americans. David Ayala finished. There's Jason Koop, Katie's coach, giving a little high five to Zach. By the way, if I was an elite woman runner, I would want Koop to be my coach. She's got 2 Western States wins. 5 of the last 6 women in the podium at Western States are all Koop coached athletes. And now Hardrock winner Katie Scheid. There's Koop right there.
Zach working hard to the end here. Yeah, I don't know if Katie is necessarily trying to catch Zach, but I have a feeling that Zach doesn't want to be caught. Yeah. Like that's kind of the vibe I'm getting based on how they're moving here. But Zach, I know that some people had expectations or hopes that he would arrive in his debut Hardrock and come away with the win. Mm-hmm. It didn't happen. Zach has had a very adventurous stretch to get here. Of course, last year he was set to toe the starting line a week before the race, but an emergency appendectomy sidelined him. And what's amazing about that is that there were still rumblings in town that he wanted to run this race. And so with 48 hours left, we didn't know whether or not Zach was going to run it, even though his appendectomy scar was still stitched up.
And his training has been incredible. Dave gave a quick glance back again. There's Katie on the drone shot on the right.
So Zach actually, I know he had a recent week with 140 miles with 40,000
feet of vert. And Katie's been here a month.
Yeah. Two of the you can see how close they are
There's
right there.
There's a good view of how close they are. On the right of your screen, Zach with a camera. On the left, Katie with Cody Lind and Jason Coop and a camera. They are really close. Zach just gave a quick glance back as well. The right-hand turn on the Shrine of the Mines Trail is a few meters away for Zach. You can see it right there.
I can see in the background they caught the views of what we're seeing. We have a few seconds ahead of time. When it went over YouTube, people could see how close they are and how exciting this is.
This is an amazing finish. One of the closest top 5 finishes I've seen at Hardrock.
And Zach is about to make a hard right down onto single track. So I think that he is
There's
safe.
a descent.
Roughly about, less than half a mile to go.
Wow, he's hammering that one. Look at this. Back on the follow cam. I would agree, Chris. I think looking at him open it up right there, I think he's dropping to sub 7.
Yeah, I was going to say sub 7, 6:30
oh my
would
gosh.
be my
Zach
guess
Miller,
here.
if you remember back to Miller versus Hawks, that video from the North Face back in 2016, this guy can turn himself inside out to finish. Doesn't matter what place he's in. There he is onto the road.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I love the fact that we've got both Katie and Zach so close together. And Zach did just shoulder check there. I caught that.
He did.
He's shoulder checking.
I mean, but he is just going. Here comes this left. We've got some rumbling behind us. The gym is pretty much emptied out because everybody has gone out to the Rock to check it out.
I don't blame them. I would be out there as well. We have our obligations here on the broadcast, and I do love being this close to it. But, yeah, if I could slide over about, 200 feet behind us.
He's got it. One more look over the
shoulder checking.
Oh, man, look at Zach. He's now on the final straightaway. Katie's dropping down onto the road.
Yeah, they're about a block apart with about 3 to go. So, I mean, Zach is
This is great. He is pushing so hard. Katie's now descending that last little section of road before the left-hand turn. Zach Miller and Katie Scheid. Zach Miller, 5th place overall. Katie Scheid, 6th place overall, 1st place woman in a new course record.
Katie being the first woman to run counterclockwise in under 26 hours. Pretty amazing.
Incredible. Incredible for both of these athletes. Months of training. For Zach, waiting literally years to be here. He's making the turn. There's the finish line cam. Zach Miller going to be right around 25:49 and change. And a big smooch for the Rock. Zach Miller has done it.
Congratulations to Zach. And we know Katie is going to be coming up here real quick. We'll get eyes on her.
He's got to make sure he gets out of the way. Nice work, Zach. You can see he turned himself inside out.
We'll zip over to Katie's finish here.
Katie is coming down the way here, making the turn in a new course record time, taking about 25 minutes off of Courtney Walters' course record for the counterclockwise direction with a big smile on her face. Katie Scheid. Ha ha! What a great finish. 25:50. Goes top center. Goes top center with the smooch.
Katie, the first woman to break 26 hours at the Hardrock 100 in either direction. Actually breaking Courtney DeWalter's record of 26:14 by about 24 minutes in the counterclockwise direction, and actually under her clockwise number as well. Congratulations to Katie Scheid, as she is congratulated by race director,
And
run
goes-
director, Dale Garland.
and goes right over to Zach. Oh. By the way, two runners who live elsewhere right now, but we mustn't forget their East Coast roots. Katie Scheid, originally from Maine, and of course Zach from Pennsylvania, originally. Now living in Colorado and wherever his bus takes him, and Katie spending most of her time in France, but still proud of those Maine, New England roots.
Congratulations to the two of them. You mentioned, Zach is wherever his bus takes him. If you have ever had the opportunity to have a Zach Miller Fast Knock donut,
Oh, man, those donuts are
good
incredible.
stuff. But congratulations, Zach. But I think that Katie Scheid, this is her moment as the new course record holder of the Hardrock 100 endurance run, receiving that.
Great run, too. I mean, we saw, as Skylar and Corinne were doing in the overnight, there was a little bit of closing of that time. She had about a 20-minute cushion down to about a 7-minute cushion, and then burst it back up and ended up taking the record down by about 25 minutes. There's Cody Lynn, by the way, to the right with the white hat on.
Cody had his work cut out
He
for him.
certainly did.
He got a workout.
did.
And
As did Claire. Claire has just come back
Claire,
into the studio.
grab a mic real quick. Come
as
sit.
our follow cam. She just followed in.
Claire Farrow was out there on the follow cam. She's still got the rig on her back, and she is here in studio with us. So what was that like, Claire?
I just got dropped. And that was the one thing I wanted to not happen. I can keep up with her a mile left of a 100-mile race. Absolutely not. I thought she was going to catch Zach on the uphill.
It was really close there, and I think that Katie seemed like very deliberate, but then Zach maybe I think when he was heading down that hill, his hair was on fire at that point.
But he
Katie
always turns
still,
it on at the end.
I mean, Katie, I would assume you're the one with the watch on. What was it, about a 6:45 pace that you were going?
It was fast. I mean, it's like a downhill was fast, but the uphill she was just cruising. And then when we ran into Coop, he was thrilled, yelling, "You're doing amazing." I think she said Cody had his splits memorized. Hit them to a T. I think
Right
she just
on.
absolutely nailed it. She seemed super upbeat, super peppy. I was like, God, I want to be that good at mile 1, much less mile 99.
Did you hear any conversation from Katie as she was coming up to the finish? Was there any chatter between her and Cody, or was it?
They were just excited. She just really crushed that. Yeah.
That's awesome. And you're getting your miles in this morning, being a part of that.
Yep. Yeah, I wanted to get some miles in, and this is a fun way to do it. I just don't want to get dropped again. Hopefully.
Well, you got to go back out there and chase
Oh,
some
yeah.
more runners in,
Well,
right?
and hopefully they're going to start being a little bit slower, so I have a better chance of keeping up as the race goes on.
My guess is that as they come around that curve and into that Birch Grove is probably where they pick up the pace a little bit, because once they can actually see and hear the sounds of Silverton, they're probably
I think, especially once you hit the dirt road, I think that was where everyone's kind of like, oh, shoot, we're almost done.
And that's with a climb coming on that dirt road. I mean, and that's an 8-9% grade, coming out of that single track. So
It'll punch you right in the nuts. You get off that trail and you're like, oh, crap.
But Claire, thanks for helping document this moment.
Yeah.
That was a pretty exciting thing to be a part of. The two of them, basically one after the other, because we actually saw you with Zach, and then as he was going by in the background, and then all of a sudden, 30 seconds later,
I know,
wait a
that's
minute.
Yeah, they were
that's
so
how we got the
close.
timing of the split, because I was like, oh, that's Claire out there. And
Yeah.
we're they're 30 seconds apart.
Yeah, if anyone is ever looking for a really fun way to get involved with the race, I think they're always looking for people to do runner cams, and it's absolutely so much fun. So highly recommend.
Absolutely. Come on out to Silverton. Even if you're not running the race, you can still run the race, in a manner of speaking. Thank you, Claire
And after
Farrow.
you run back and forth for a few more hours, you can come back here and do a little more commentating.
Exactly. You get a little bit active, and you just sit down for a while. It's great.
Awesome. Thank
Thanks
you
a
so
lot.
much,
Yeah.
Claire.
We'll see you soon.
As
All
you
right.
can see, Katie Scheid in the lower center part of your screen, taking it all in. I'm sure that she is so glad to be done, having broken 26 hours, the first woman in Hardrock history to do so at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. These moments being brought to you on the live stream thanks to our sponsors, Altra and The Feed, on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
Officially, they were right about 1 minute apart. Well, unofficially, we've got 7:49:22 a.m. for Zach, 7:50:23 a.m. for Katie. 6 runners are now in the house. 3 more through Putnam. That's Jeff Rome, Brian Coolmo, and Kyle Curtin. In that order are all through Putnam. As we've seen, that's been about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. By the way, both Katie and Zach did it in right about an hour. Katie in Zach in 1:02 and Katie in 59 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much to our cameras who were able to have us catch both runners as they ran in. I think that we got a lot of effort. We literally had 2 cameras on Katie at that point. And as you can see, Zach Miller talking to 2018 Hardrock champion, Jeff Browning, decompressing. We did see Herman Grenier has maybe woken up from a brief slumber after finishing his race just a little while ago to greet Katie. But congratulations to all of our finishers so far. We have 6 of them, and we are hopefully waiting for about 125 or so more.
We're about an hour away, a little more than an hour away from the Ouray cutoff. That's 9 a.m. We've been keeping our eye on runners coming in and out of Ouray, the aid station, right about 57, 58 miles.
And we are also, to keep tabs on our women's race, let's see where we're at with our F2, which at last check was Manon Bohard, who was still also in the overall top 10. Has not yet hit Putnam, but hit Cam Traverse at 6:34 this morning. Most runners have taken about an hour and 50 minutes to get from Cam Traverse to Putnam. So we will be following her race as she attempts to complete her loop around the San Juans. Katarina Harmut, our current F3, has last left Chapman at about 5:28 this morning. We would expect perhaps that the journey from Chapman to Cam Traverse is a bit of a rough one. That's going to take well over 2.5 hours. So we will see. But that is your current F1, 2, 3. Further down the field, F4 is Amber Weibel. F5, Stephanie Case. F6, Husway Frail. F7 is now Eliza LaPierre. F8, Becky Bates. F9, Dandelion Deluvio Scott. And rounding out our F10 right now, Maria Submersion. So we will be following the women's race here as well. I'm actually concerned because a name that was earlier in the top 10 that we had been following did not pop up. Hillary Yang.
Hillary Yang?
Yeah.
Saw her back around 17th.
Yeah. Hillary's still moving. Hillary has made it through Ouray, left Ouray at 5:10 this morning, but I'm looking to see if there were any aid stations where she took an extended period of time. Nothing more than, well, I guess she did take about 28 minutes at Ouray before departing, but still moving.
Wooden Sailor, yes, get pumped to run Vermont in 7 days. Vermont 100 goes off outside of Woodstock at 4 a.m. next Saturday. A classic ultra marathon, one of the old school 100-milers in the United States. So for those of you who are watching the Hardrock coverage to get psyched for Vermont, do so. Enjoy that journey, that wonderful loop around the Green Mountain State. We've got Zach chatting with Jeff Browning and a couple other folks.
Somebody was asking if this is Zach Miller's first Hardrock. It is indeed Zach's first Hardrock. As we mentioned, he was supposed to toe the starting line last year, but had to drop out last minute due to an emergency appendectomy. But he came back and was able to complete his loop around the San Juans.
Green Bay Packers hat.
Well, I liked him so much before I saw that. as a native of Northern Illinois and a lapsed Bear fan, I'm a little bit questioning my choices now.
Might be a Bill Duper.
Yeah,
tribute.
Zach, he did. Zach did post a Bill Duper tribute on his socials, on his Instagram. And for those that are not familiar with Bill Duper,
Bill Duper was a super fan of trail and ultra running. Not an ultra runner himself, but a super fan of the sport. Came to Hardrock for years and years and years. Always wore a signature Green Bay Packers hat.
That's why. Okay.
He was a Green Bay Packers fan, and the Dupe, as he was known, really good friends with Brian Powell. In fact, there's a bench just to the left of where Zach is sitting. Not sure if my cameraman can hear this, but there's a bench just to the left of where Zach is sitting that's got a plaque, a Bill Duper plaque on it. So that's undoubtedly a tribute to Bill Duper, a fantastic guy. Passed away several years ago. I know one of Brian Powell's Western States he ran with a Green Bay Packers hat on as a tribute to Duper.
And of course, Zach came in just ahead of F1, Katie Scheid. I believe Katie is being tended to and getting the post-race medical attention just to make sure everything's okay. I'm not saying that she needed medical attention, but preventative. Typically, when you see the fastest runners finish this race, the first thing they do is make a beeline for medical after collecting their flowers.
Absolutely, yeah,
and acknowledging everything. So that's why we don't have eyes on Katie. Zach, on the other hand, just kind of hanging out in a heck of a chair for the streets of Silverton. So,
yeah, that is. Look at that chair. It's almost like a bit of a throne.
Yeah, Zach has had a wild journey to get here to the streets of Silverton, not just in regards to his race this weekend, which had its ups and downs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that for those that were following the race pretty closely, Zach was at the very front of the pack, giving furious chase to Ludo for much of the first half of the race. Things definitely went up and down and sideways for him along the rest of the way. But he was able to rally and compose, did drop back a couple slots. He had been running around the M3, M4 range.
Mm-hmm.
He did cede fourth place to David Ayala, but I don't think that M5 is anything to sneeze at, especially when you're running under 26 hours at Hardrock, which is rarefied air.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. I don't know the exact numbers, but there have not been many.
Maybe a few dozen at most.
Yeah, a few dozen having gone under 25.
I mean, it wasn't.
Under 26.
It wasn't long ago that was actually course record territory on both the men's and women's sides. I mean, you mentioned to me talking about, I believe it was Kyle Skaggs.
Skaggs, first guy to go under 24.
And that was like amazing and unthinkable with the way that this race plays out.
Yeah, he won the year he won in 2008 with a time of 23:23. He won the race by 6 hours. Good friend and 10-time finisher Scott Jaime was second place, and just a little bit under 30 hours. That's how far the sport has come. They were literally opening up aid stations as Kyle arrived.
Of course, that is the shot of the finish line. Basically, the rock cam. We've got a rock cam and we've got a kiss cam. So we can actually catch the runners and how they choose to greet their finish.
By the way, Zach gave a sort of a standard kind of center top kiss of the rock.
That's been the
theme so far.
Yeah, most of the runners seem to be hitting center top. So I don't think I've seen any straight on the lips with the ram.
Yeah, and maybe it's just tough to bend down. I know I went with
That's true.
I went both of my finishes. I went with kissing the lips of the ram. I just and it was a little bit of you had to bend down a little bit more, but I just felt like I wanted to do that.
Congratulations to all of our finishers so far. As we've mentioned, we've only had 6. We have plenty more to go. The people that we are expecting to be following tomorrow morning as the clock approaches 6 a.m. are those that are going to be hitting Ouray. We still have 3 runners at this point who have not hit Ouray Aid. Salvatore Febo, 64 years young, from Australia. Patrick O'Neill, 61, from Crested Butte. And Cal Mitchell, 64, from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Our most recent runners to hit Ouray Aid: Doug Seaver of Bailey, Colorado. Ann Anenga of Newbury Park, California. I believe that's who we saw, was Ann Anenga.
Yeah.
And Lico Earl of Boulder, Colorado. So
Lico has gotten in. Yep, it looks like it's 7:41. I'm a tiny bit concerned, actually, about Doug Seaver. Not concerned, but he has been in since 3:07. He could be taking a nap. He could also have. They could have possibly missed him getting out of there. But
so he's channeling his inner Jamil Curry.
he might be channeling his inner Jamil Curry and might have said, "Hey, wait, crew, wake me up." But hold on that. So 3 runners in Ouray by our accounts, and 3 runners en route, including Febo, who left Engineer at 3:07, which would be 4 hours ago. Sorry, 5 hours ago.
Of course, I did mention Jamil Curry for those following his race. Jamil is moving, I'm going to be honest, better than I expected him to.
I agree.
Jamil had a very rough Western States, did finish in the golden hour. He's attempting to do the double along with a handful of other runners. We'll acknowledge those people. His most recent aid station was Governor. He left there at 6:48 a.m. with none other than Michael Versteeg as his pacer, the whiskey man himself. So, again, we don't have a camera on them, but I do wish we had a microphone.
Here's a runner on the right of your screen, a runner leaving Ouray.
That is one of our 3. I think, actually, that was... Well, let's confirm on who that is. But, yeah, there are...
Ann Anenga or Lico Earl, I would guess. Got our...
Yeah, we'll see whose tracker pings out between those.
Look at that. Just running a bit. Right on.
Love to see it. And of course, as the clock winds down, we'll see if we've got drones in the sky in Ouray to see if we can follow this final, now just 3 runners that we're awaiting in Ouray.
Yep, and they've got about 52 minutes.
2 of them, as we mentioned, we're feeling pretty good about. And then there's, I do think that Cal Mitchell is going to have to have a pretty significant level up for that stretch from Engineer to Ouray.
And I've got to admit, Salvatore's worrying me just because it's been 5 hours since he left Engineer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we'll
that
see.
is unusual.
Yeah.
Yeah, he left Engineer at 3:07 a.m. and even under the work, I mean, maybe he's taking his time, every last bit of it, but any cushion that he had has since evaporated.
Right. If you take, for example, Ann Anenga, I mean, she left at 3:55 and got in at 7:30 and has just left. So we'll keep tabs on that. But nonetheless, we've got 134 runners still on the course. And as Chris has mentioned, we will be here for the duration, 22 more hours of Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Hardrock 100. We're here, obviously, we're covering the front of the race predominantly for the first day or so, but we're here for every finisher. We'll try to track them as they make their way. Many of these final finishers from Ouray. Their next cutoff will then be up at Governor Basin. Then, of course, the big one at Telluride. Then they've got one at Chapman. We'll keep you up to speed on those. Here's the drone footage.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit shocked that it has been a good, 20 minutes, and the Wikipedia for Hardrock has not been updated to reflect the new women's course record counterclockwise. What is wrong with you people? I'm kidding. We appreciate you. Of course, Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream presented by Altra and The Feed. You can see the finish line on the left where Zach Miller is just kind of chilling. And on the right, we've got the Feed Skycam showing you beautiful Ouray, Colorado. A hamlet nestled in between a whole bunch of hills.
Oh, yeah. Very. They call it the Switzerland of America for a reason. The low point on the course, but mountains in all directions. And the site of one of the major aid stations, mile 57 in this direction.
Also, site of one of my favorite hamburgers in the entire country, Maggie's Kitchen in
Oh,
Ouray.
a good burger there?
Oh, it's amazing. And their onion rings are so greasy, and it's so good.
And Ouray Brewing, some fantastic beers there.
Well, I'm a Grumpy Pants.
Oh, Mr.
brewery.
Grumpy Pants. Yeah,
You know
that's
what? That
not a
Mr.
bad
Grumpy
one.
Pants in Ouray, that is absolutely truth in advertising. That man
He
is
is
the
grumpy.
most surly person
He
ever.
is grumpy.
I walked in with a smile on my face, and he did everything he could to not acknowledge it. So shout out, that's one of the magical things about Hardrock. There aren't a ton of races in the United States where you actually, run in and out of the communities where they're fully engaged, and Hardrock is one of them. You talk about Western States, Cocodona, some of these big races where, the main drag of the city is totally enveloped in what's going on. And Hardrock, that was my first experience where that happens, for like where I was genuinely there and in the middle of it. And it's such a beautiful feeling when you're walking through the streets of Silverton and you see everybody that's associated with the run. Ouray the same way. You see somebody wearing, some sort of running shirt and you strike up a conversation. That's really one of the great things about this event. I think that makes it so unique is the sense of tight-knit community here. In Silverton and in the San Juans.
Back to Mr. Grumpy Pants for a minute. He is so grumpy, in fact, that if you ask for a taster of a beer, he serves it to you in a baby bottle, complete with a nipple.
I had not done that.
Go in there to Mr. Grumpy Pants and ask for, hey, can I have a sample? And he whips out one of those mini baby bottles with a nipple on it and serves you a taste. Sure, you can have a taster.
That is
it's fantastic.
Truly amazing.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Let me give you Katie Scheide's exact time here as set by Open Split Time. I want to give that. That is 25:50:23. So took 24 minutes.
24 minutes off the record.
According to Walter's course record time.
Again, we have three men now in between Putnam and the finish, traversing that rocky descent down to the South Mineral Creek crossing. Jeff Rome, Brian Coolmo, and Kyle Curtin, places 7, 8, and 9. And then we believe Manon Bahard would be next. She's not hit Putnam yet, but it's probably imminent.
So the last few runners, have taken about an hour 50 or so to get to Putnam from Camp Traverse, and that would put Manon to get there in about 10 minutes or so. So
Manon would get to Putnam.
Putnam,
ballpark.
yes.
Yeah, okay, that sounds about right.
And if that's the case, probably about an hour 15 to an hour 30 from there. So you're probably talking, we would expect Manon to finish maybe around 10 a.m. local time.
Looks like we have a follow cam now on Shrine of the Mines Road.
That is Brian Coolmo.
Brian Coolmo.
Brian finished Hardrock in 2023. I believe it was a 7th place finish.
The finish line coordinator here for Hardrock. Youngest male in the field, as Chris noted earlier.
Yeah, 32 years old. Finished in 2023 at 28:57:09 in the same direction. Chopping off over 2 hours, maybe almost 2.5 hours from his previous finish. So job well done by Brian Coolmo.
and left Putnam at 7:23. So he's looking at right around an hour for his split here. Brian Coolmo looks like he leapfrogged Jeff Rome. Jeff Rome was a couple minutes ahead of him leaving Putnam. He's in 7th place. Beautiful view there looking down on Silverton. Kendall Mountain there, which dominates the skyline to the south of Silverton.
Yep. I've climbed Kendall many times, and one of the things that I love is the fact that when you head over the top of it, you get such a beautiful view of town. You get the entire spread of the low-lying areas, low-lying being 9,300 feet. You know, at the top of the Kendall Mountain Run that is taking place next Sunday here in Silverton, you get that opportunity. It's a 12-mile out and back. That gains you 4,000 feet of climb in 6 miles.
Indeed.
And then drops you 4,000 feet as Brian Coolmo hits that single track to connect himself from the Shrine of the Mines Road to the streets of Silverton proper.
7th place overall, 6th place male. In a time of 20, he's at 26:16 right now, going to be well under 26 and a half.
Yeah, as we mentioned, his previous finish being 28 and a 28 high. So
wow, that's chopping off a ton of time.
Yeah, went from 28:57 to what looks to be about 26:20, perhaps.
Wow, and he's,
and
dropping his
he has
pacer.
opted to drop the pacer and the filmer. You know, and you know, I hope that everybody out there realizes how hard these follow filmers are working to try and cover these races. You know, in some of these cases, they are elite runners, and some of them, they are mid-packers who just want to be a part of the conversation and bring this event to the masses.
Running, right, seems to be flying right into Kendall Mountain there. He's going to make this left-hand turn. Arms are flailing. Brian Coolmo going to the finish line that he helped create.
That pacer and follow filmer. And I...
Matthew Myers. Matthew Myers is running him in here. Good job, Matthew.
Matthew Myers is doing everything he can to keep up.
He's stretching the elastic. He's stretching the rubber band, but he's getting back on terms right before the right-hand turn.
I think Brian kind of laid up a little bit there.
Right.
Of course, we're going to see Brian coming in around the corner here. That is Silverton High School, and once he crosses that corner, he will be basically making his way to the finisher's chute.
There he goes. He's flying.
Brian Coolmo, let's see where he goes. Wait.
All right, he went inside. Yeah, Coolmo.
Brian, 26 minutes.
Brian Coolmo, Salt Lake City, Utah, 26-19, 7th place, second on rock finish.
Great, like that.
26-19, so
Well, if
he
anybody
drops
can kick his finish line, our finish
2
line
hours
coordinator,
and
Brian
38
Como.
minutes of his previous time. That's so impressive. So impressive.
You're done, Brian. Good work.
Brian, who, as you can see, left it all out there.
Jeff and Kyler mentioned
For the last several years, he's been the finish line coordinator at Hardrock.
See, so in order to do that, so the rock itself is actually so Brian basically takes that rock, puts it on his back, and then hauls it over to the finish line area. So depending on which way the race is going, it could be facing Kendall Mountain, it could be facing the other direction. But yeah, so after putting that rock on his back and towing it over across the streets of Silverton, Brian is now leaning up against it, earning some well-deserved rest. No, as I mentioned, this is not Brian's Hardrock debut. He ran it in 2023 and improved upon his time by over 2.5 hours. So did very well. And we've got somebody else coming
Could
in
be
as well.
Jeff Rome. Looks like
Yeah.
it's Jeff Rome coming down off Shrine of the Mines.
Yeah, Jeff has been wearing blue for most of this race. I don't know if he's changed clothes or anything, but yeah, that would be Jeff
I
Rome.
was reading J.R.R. Tolkien quotes
That's right.
to the volunteers earlier in the day.
Yeah, he did that as he came off American Basin and was at Grouse Gulch.
He got down and just read Tolkien to Jeff Browning. Browning didn't even know what to do.
Of course, Jeff Rome, also a previous Hard Rock finisher.
He does bring a lot of whimsy to the sport, which is always nice. And
Yeah, definitely one of the fun characters in a sport full of fun characters.
and one of the guys that if you didn't follow Hard Rock, you really wouldn't know he was an ultra runner. He doesn't do very much else.
Yeah, so of course, Jeff finished 4th last year in the men's race, 5th overall. He had a runner-up finish in 2018 and a 7th place finish in 2017. So this is his 4th finish, 4th top 10 finish for Jeff Rome.
And does he have very many other races on there?
He did I Am Tough in 2023, San Juan Solstice, Kendall Mountain, and a whole bunch of Run the Ruts. And,
Dale Garland in the back has just admonished the folks in the gym to get out and greet Jeff Rome coming in.
He does have a win at the John Kappas from 2019, which again, for those who are familiar with Hard Rock, is etched in the history of this race and part of the lead up.
All right, here's Jeff. Goes top center.
Top center, 26-22,
Everybody,
37
welcome back,
by
Silverton
my
Zone,
eyes,
Jeff Rome.
Congratulations. Our most recent finisher, our 7th place finisher. M6.
Yeah, he's so
And yeah,
good.
somebody mentioned that
was
we're
a
getting a
battle.
lot of finishes.
That was fun.
I kind of like this.
That's
You know,
what
sometimes you
it's
get a
all
little
about.
bit
Yeah,
of a gap in some years.
Yeah.
There have been instances
all
where the winner, like, who
Yeah, well, and I was around with Kyle at the beginning of it.
You know, so
I hadn't
this is
seen him since
this is fun having the runners come in fairly close together for the front of the pack.
Hey,
Good job, buddy. Dude, what a finish. Good job.
Good job, Jeff!
26. Ryan Cuomo, 26-18.
go Silverton! Woo!
See how that.
You guys, nice job.
Durango, Colorado, just down the hill.
So Jeff's previous counterclockwise
He is,
finish
isn't he?
was 28:53 when
Oh, wow.
he finished 7th male, 8th overall. So he dropped 2.5 hours on his best counterclockwise effort as well. So shout out to him and Brian both for running much faster this year.
Good conditions aside from the early smoke. Really good conditions. Very little snow. All those smiles down at the finish line. One of the happiest places to be.
This camera, I love the fact that it's perched up just overhead above the entryway into the Silverton gym. We get to
Just
capture
mounted
moments
up
like
there.
these. Okay. Absolutely. So we're getting notification that we will be expecting our friend Zach Miller to swing by the studio whenever he is feeling comfortable and ready to do so. He can talk about his race and what went right, what perhaps could have gone better. But yeah, and that's one of the things about this race as well is that, or this run, I have to correct myself. This is the Hard Rock Endurance Run. We pretty much open up the couch to anybody who wants to swing by and tell us about their story, whether the day went well or it did not. So everybody from the front of the pack to the back, if we've got time, we're happy to have them all here.
Speaking of stories, we do have Jamil Curry at Kroger's, I'm noting. Got there at about 8:17. So a really good split from Governor to Kroger's, right around an hour and a half on that climb up to Virginius with Michael Versteeg.
We are about 35 minutes away from the cutoff at Ouray. And let's see if we can figure out who we're rooting for to get there.
I am seeing, as we thought, Salvatore Febo is now officially listed as a drop.
Oh, no.
Might have mentioned earlier he was the gentleman who left at 3:07. He did drop about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, he just got to Ouray at
Called it a
8:08.
day.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Shout out for making it this far in such a tough run. Of course, Doug Seaver, Lico Earl.
Still waiting on Doug Seaver. That's a interesting one since he got to Ouray at 3:07.
And we have two men that we are waiting in Ouray, Patrick O'Neill and Cal Mitchell. As you can see on the left, Jeff Rome taking in those finish line photos. And the feed Skycam on your right-hand side, that is Silverton in all of its beautiful glory. If you've never been here, it is truly one of the most picturesque places. It is out of every postcard and beer commercial imaginable.
It really is.
You've got the Animas River running alongside the town from east to west. Just a handful of blocks of paved road. The rest of it is completely unpaved. The highest elevation county in the United States, I believe an average elevation of just over 9,400 feet. But truly one of the magical places that this sport allows us to visit in our travels, AJW. I love coming to Hardrock every year. I've been coming up here every year since 2017, whether it be for the Kendall Mountain Run or for Hardrock. And as long as circumstances dictate, I do intend to spend some semblance of my July here every year.
Yeah, having been here a couple times in the winter, I prefer July too.
Yeah. And, of course, we being Phoenicians, us getting both of the texts and the social media posts and the comments in the chat that we are missing out on 115, 118-degree days. We're not missing them one bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had my puffy coat on several times already this weekend. Will do again. But also, we can run all directions from town. Yesterday morning went up Little Giant. Today, after our coverage, I think I'm going to head up to Putnam and see some of the 30-plus hour finishers come in.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great little spot. There's mountains, as you've mentioned, in all directions.
So you're going to get your feet wet. I'm
going to get my feet wet. Oh,
nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Of course, this race, no matter which direction you run it, counterclockwise or clockwise, you have a river or creek crossing of some description either direction within about 3 miles. Mineral Creek is about 2 miles outside on one direction, and Arostra Creek is about 3 and change in the other direction.
Yeah, and both of those, I mean, unless it's really unusual circumstances, it's impossible to stay dry through those. So.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, though, once you do get through those creek crossings, you've got a little ways to go before you have another one. So, of course, in snowy years, your feet are wet quite a bit. This is definitely not a snowy year. A couple of patches. We saw there was a definite snow field on that final pitch up to Kroger's, and a couple patches through American Basin, as there almost always are.
Kyle Curtin had actually hit Putnam at 7:37, so that's been about 50 minutes. So I would expect that we are going to see Kyle Curtin come into view at least within the next 10 to 12 minutes.
Yeah, I would guess.
And we are looking for our F2 men on Bohard to hit Putnam Aid. We mentioned probably about 2 hours. So I would expect Manon to be hitting Putnam within the next several minutes as well. We don't have a camera at Putnam, but we will definitely update you.
We're back on the drone coverage outside of Uray. This is the final runner, we think, coming into Uray. Patrick O'Neill or Cal Mitchell.
See if we can get an idea specifically on who that is.
With about a half an hour left to leave Uray.
I'm thinking it's Patrick O'Neill. Cal Mitchell just pinged coming off of the land bridge shortly ago.
That's rough.
I don't. I mean, that's 30 minutes to go, roughly 3 miles, and in these circumstances, that's going to be really tough.
So I'm going to guess this is Patrick O'Neill, 61 years old, out of Crested Butte.
Crested Butte with multiple runners here in the event this year.
Almost get a bib number.
Not going to be able to spend a ton of time in aid, but one of 2 representatives of Crested Butte, Colorado, the other one being somebody we spoke with before the race, Hannes Gehring. Hannes is a hoot, and if he is any indication of what it's like to meet people in Crested Butte, I am sure that Patrick is a hoot as well.
Looks like a beautiful morning over in Uray. These guys will be closing up shop in about a half an hour. One of the largest aid stations on the course.
So, as far as our top 10 on both sides of the race, we have our first 7 men in. They are Ludo Pomeray, Matthew Blanchard, Herman Grenier, David Ayala, Zach Miller, Brian Kulmo, and Jeff Rome. In next, we expect Kyle Curtin, who in all likelihood is going to be our M8. Rounding out the top 10 in the men's race, but still out on the course, Gabe Joy is in 9th, and Tyler Fannin in 10th. In the women's race, our F1, Katie Scheid with a new course record, finishing in 25:50:23. Our current M2, Manon Bohard, we are expecting to hit Putnam, the final aid station here shortly. Katarina Hartmut, our F3, we're hoping to see at Cam Traverse fairly soon. Rounding out the top 10 in the women's race, Amber Weibel, our F4, Stephanie Case, F5, Uswe Frail, F6, Eliza LaPierre, F7. Becky Bates, F9, or F8, rather. Dandelion Deluvio Scott, F9. And rounding out the top 10 in the women's race, Maria Submersion. So that's where we stand as of right now. Some other notable names that we are keeping eyes on that perhaps you were wondering about. Michael Wardian, currently in 25th place in the men's race. Most recently, Michael departed Telluride, so making his way around the course pretty well. Hannes Gehring, a fan favorite I know, has, from the looks of things, actually made it to Telluride, but has not yet departed. Oh, I'm sorry, no, actually, it looks like Hannes made it to Kroger, my mistake. So, not yet to Telluride.
Real quick, just got Kathy P. noting that Patrick O'Neill, who we saw a little while ago, is very closing in on Uray, is running to raise money for Living Journeys in Crested Butte.
Oh.
A charity. that Patrick's raising money for. So thank you for that bit of information, Kathy. Really appreciate it.
Some more runners further back in the pack. Jamil Curry still moving along. Has actually hit Kroger and brought his pacer Mike Versteeg along with him to Kroger. And the thought of Mike Versteeg at Kroger is one that just
brings a smile to my face.
Confounds the imagination. David Koblenz, our male runner with the most Hardrock finishes in this year's run, still plugging away out there. Ellen Silva, my personal pick as somebody to watch, still moving along, currently in 13th place in the women's race, having made it to Governor, making her way to Kroger. Betsy Nye, not too far behind her, going for her 20th finish here at this run.
Hillary Yang just saw is into Governor.
Yeah.
Maybe
So,
climb up.
yeah, you've got in M14 through 17, you've got Betsy Nye, Lee Connor, a Beast Coast smasher, the first ever finisher of the Jigger Johnson 100 and a podium finisher at Cruel Jewel just a couple months ago. As we mentioned, Hillary Yang in 17th, Sarah Lavender Smith in 16th, a very notable runner. Looking further back, we'll see if there's anybody that we have been paying close attention to. It looks like, as we mentioned, Patrick O'Neill making his way into Ouray. And still no word on what Doug Seaver is doing, but if he is taking a nap, somebody better...
Someone should wake him up.
Yeah, very quickly. I would think, I get, he got to Ouray at 3:07 a.m., I would think that you would want to get back on the course just before the hint of daylight, so you can actually kind of raise up and wake up along with the rest of the world there. But
Screen on the right, just real quick, that is Governor Aid Station. NAR runners out of Fort Collins. That does not close down until 12:30. Looking for Hillary Yang, but it looks like she has departed.
Of course, Hillary's run is going to be documented by her husband, Billy. So we're looking forward to seeing what comes of that.
And then on the left, Patrick O'Neill closing in on the aid station at Ouray. We think will be the last runner into Ouray before the 9 a.m. cutoff. Again, we try to get a beat on every runner out there on the course at some point, especially as we're tracking closer and closer to the cutoffs in each of these major aid stations. Ouray, Governor, Telluride, and Chapman. There's 48-hour overall time here. Just a little bit over 28-minute mile average. Sounds a lot easier than it is. Trust me. Last few meters into question about the cutoffs. Do they stay pretty consistent, or are they harder as it goes along? They're actually a little bit tighter earlier in the race. And they're based on historical averages. I mean, this being the 30th running of the race, they're based on historical averages. Occasionally, they're adjusted. But I know in this direction, 9 a.m. has been the Ouray cutoff for most of my time being around the race, which is since 2008. But they do get a little bit more. For example, from Ouray to Governor is 7 miles. And you have 3.5 hours to complete that. So that, doing the math, that's 30-minute miles average from Ouray to Governor. So they do get a little bit more gentle as the race goes on.
Kyle
and a follow
Curtin.
cam with Kyle Curtin, right on.
Curtin has completed the last water crossing, heading through the
This is great.
single track, going to be spit out onto the Shrine of the Mines Road, about a mile and a half out from this point.
Another former Beast coaster transplanted out to the west. We've already talked about Katie Scheid and Zach Miller as transplanted Beast coasters. Kyle Curtin's another one.
Your group runs in local 5Ks in Durango. Like, you have to wonder who's going to show up any given day at those things. You got some real crushers in Durango.
Yeah, my oldest son and now new granddaughter live in Durango, and daughter-in-law live in Durango, and they're associated with Fort Lewis Cycling Program, one of the top collegiate cycling programs in the country, and it's kind of a who's who of American cyclists that have had one association or another with Fort Lewis, but running community as well. I mean, you'll just randomly see people like Eric Skaggs or Kyle Curtin, or now Tara Dower has moved to Durango, just kind of bopping along the bike trail, or Maggie Gooderl lives there. You don't want to show up to the group runs not ready in Durango.
I want to address something in the chat. Somebody was asking about, who cares where a runner's from, and I'll be honest, I particularly don't. We talked about this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't look at runners as from a certain place or region as a monolith, but people do care, and I think that that's entirely within their bounds. I mean, I think that it is pretty amazing to have seen the French sweep the podium this year in the men's race, or men's run rather. But at the same time, I didn't really look at it that way until it was presented to me. But at the same time, if that makes you happy and to be proud, if you're an audience member from France or representing France, more power to you.
Yeah, and you know what? I think regional loyalty provides people with a sense of belonging.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, especially in this day and age, people long for something to be part of.
Yeah.
Whether it's a community of runners, a community of educators, a community of people who love things and are part of something. Being part of something greater than yourself is I think, something humans strive for. And whether that's a regional allegiance that, we see a lot in the United States, where people have an allegiance to the East or the West or the South, or whether it's something more larger, like an allegiance to a nation. I think some people care about it, some people don't, and I think it's their prerogative to do so.
Yeah, and I think that it's entirely okay, and the only policy that I have on a personal level is, you don't need to blow out somebody else's candle to make yours burn brighter.
Right.
And so that's the thing. I mean, if you want to celebrate, people from your state, country, region, doing well in a race, I think that's awesome. I also don't believe in putting down those from another area,
Right.
Simply to do so.
Absolutely, and let's face it, there is tremendous regional rivalry in a lot of different sports. There's tremendous national. I mean, think of the Olympics every 4 years and what they bring out in terms of national pride.
World Cup.
Absolutely, World Cup. My goodness. But here we are looking at Kyle Curtin on the Shrine of the Mines Road from Durango, Colorado. In his final few minutes of his journey around the Hardrock course, he's in 9th place overall, 8th place man. In addition, we are keeping tabs on the cutoff time at Ouray, which is about 15 minutes from now at 9 a.m. local time.
Yeah, Herbert, that's exactly what my point, I guess, is, more so than about territoriality. It's more just, we don't need to put anyone else down to recognize those who we appreciate.
Absolutely.
I mean, acknowledging that, Katie had a great race, a great run, and, setting a course record is not a mandate on anybody else who had held a record before them.
Absolutely. 100%.
But Kyle, shout out to him for being very steady and very consistent through the top 10 for the entirety of this run.
and Matthew LeBlanc on the Beast Coast runners. I agree. I mean, I was born and raised in the Beast Coast, and while I've settled out in Phoenix for the last several years, lived there for 15, 16 years, and I do think it's changing, but it's been a little bit of a project. But I think we're seeing more and more East Coast of the United States runners really making their presence felt, and the community out there. I mean, I mentioned the Vermont 100 a little bit earlier. One of my favorite races in the whole wide world, going off next weekend outside of Woodstock, Vermont. A long-standing 100, true to its Beast Coast and old school roots. So there's enough out there for all of us and everybody. As we watch Kyle Curtin on the last little uphill here on Shrine of the Mines Road before it levels out and he makes that right-hand turn onto the single-track descent into town.
I want to give props to the Hardrock 100 Run Instagram account. As they are following the run as it progresses, and their most recent post is one recognizing new counterclockwise course record holder Katie Scheid, and the top person giving congratulations to Katie Scheid is who? The former record holder Courtney DeWalter.
Fantastic.
So that tells you what kind of spirit that I look for and I strive for in covering these events, and that's the kind of attitude and emotional cachet that I like to see dealing with events such as Hardrock. As Kyle Curtin is probably going to come in a shade under 27 hours here, as long as he is able to make it up this road with any strength left. A little bit less than a mile to go at this point.
I have to imagine that perhaps aside from her parents and Jason Koop, there might have been nobody rooting for Katie to break that record harder than Courtney DeWalter. Courtney wants to elevate the sport for all of us, for everybody. And I've known Courtney for several years, and I'm not at all surprised that she's one of the first to congratulate Katie. Just as I wouldn't be surprised if Katie would be the first to congratulate Courtney.
I have that feeling, absolutely. Seeing the conversation that they had with Katie pre-race, that's just kind of the vibe you get from her. It's like, yeah, she wants to do the best that she can, but if you can go out and, in 2 years, if Katie isn't running it and somebody else is able to topple her newly established course record, Katie will come back in 4 years and give it her best to try and actually top that.
Absolutely. And it goes without saying that we're living in a golden age of trail and ultra running, but especially of women's trail and ultra running, as we've seen the last several years at Western States and here at Hardrock. And Katie and Courtney are two incredible shining examples of that.
Yeah, and you can see it in Hardrock especially because, there was a stretch of time, prior to the opening up of the lottery process, I think, it had to be part of that concern was the fact that women in Hardrock you might have been, with a few Diana Finkel exceptions, be hard-pressed to find women in the overall top 10. And nowadays you're seeing runners like Courtney and Katie finishing in the overall top 5, top 6. So the sport is evolving and changing, and we are seeing the exploits and accomplishments of the women ramping up significantly.
Well, Chris, when I last ran Hardrock in 2016, there were 15 women in the field, 15. This year there were over 30.
Yeah.
Huge, and a huge reason behind that are some of the key players in the Hardrock family, like Stephanie Case, who's running the race right now, like Megan Hicks, who's a member of the board of I Run Far and a Silverton resident. And legends of the sport like the Betsies, Betsy Nye and Betsy Kalmeyer. So I think we've only seen the tip of the iceberg, but that's one. And the Women of Hardrock panel that took place the other day, just incredible stuff. So and I remember it was 2 years ago, the last year the race went in this direction. The finishing percentage of the women was something like 92%.
Yeah, 27 of 29.
Yeah. And John Holtz pointing out at Western States, 9 women in the top 20 overall. There were 9 women in the top 20 of the Western States race overall this year. So
a couple years ago, there were 15 of the top 30, if I remember correctly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here comes Kyle descending that final dirt road into Silverton. And just keeping us tabs here, there's also 10 minutes now, 10 minutes until the cutoff at Uray. And it does look like Patrick O'Neill has arrived. He's pinging at 8:49, so he's going to have to make quick work of it. We might be able to get eyes on Uray after we see Kyle's finish. I'm getting confirmation that we want to see Kyle's finish.
Absolutely.
Because we also we will also keep you abreast on that cutoff in Uray. It's a major one, and then we'll be able to sort of regroup on what we have in store going into Governor, which is 3.5 hours later at 12:30, the cutoff. Dale Garland, as he's wont to do, came into the gym, hollered out, "Guess who's coming into the finish line?" and then said to the assembled masses, "You got to come out to find out." Kind of a tradition for Dale to rally the troops of folks in the gym and get them off their feet and to come out and stand by the rock and see, in this case, Kyle Curtin from Durango, Colorado, finish.
You see Sarah Ostaszewski with him there.
9th place overall, 8th place male.
Doggo Pacer as well.
The Ostaszewski sisters are fantastic ultra runners in their own right and great fans and supporters of the sport. Looks like the dog wants a little piece of the action.
Can you blame him?
Here comes Kyle.
Right on the forehead.
Just on the forehead.
Oh, no,
Congratulations, Kyle Curtin. 26 hours, 52 minutes, and about 20
I've
seconds.
waited a long time to say this. Welcome to Hardrock, Kyle Curtin.
That's a tradition too. Doesn't also know microphone. Finisher.
Oh, yeah.
Shakes hands and has a little chat. Every single finish. That's a moment I'll never forget. Got to do it twice.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I'm sure Kyle's savoring it.
Worth the effort. We'll find out in a couple days. Yeah. Right now it seems like it. Yeah. Kyle. Good to see you, Kyle. What size? Just that rock.
Curtin, M8, 9th overall.
I'll take your tracker. Okay.
You might have a bit of a gap
I'll trade
between
your tracker for
he
a
and our
shirt
next
and a hat.
finishers as nobody else has actually reached Putnam as of yet.
This tends to happen.
I think it's actually amazing that it hadn't happened yet. As we
But
mentioned.
I also like the fact that it gives us an opportunity to focus on those folks on the other side of the field.
Yep.
We know we've got a couple that are going to be rushing to get out of Uray.
They have until the top of the hour to do so.
Yep. So 7 minutes. We know Patrick O'Neill has arrived, 61 years old out of Crested Butte. And again, as someone asked earlier, the split time, or sorry, the cutoff times do get a bit more generous as the runners make it
Gotta move it to next weekend when that happens.
into the second half of the race.
I just don't know if there's any reaction, but you got it done?
Yeah, Kyle, you've got plenty of time. Soak it in, soak it up. You don't have to clear the area for a little while
He's
here.
got a little track hack going on.
Alright. I'm gonna go to sleep now. That's number one on the priority list. Yeah, I think so. Best to get a Coors Light in your pocket.
Our next
Probably
few
have something
finishers,
pretty
it
close to my
might be a
fridge
bit
across
of
the
a
street.
gap between them. Dave Joyce, Tyler Fannin, none of which have reached Putnam. And as we've established, Putnam to the finish is roughly about an hour 15 at this point, based on the way that these previous runners have been going, maybe an hour 15, hour 20. You can see the one, the only Brett Hornig in the foreground, part of our coverage team here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run presented by Altra and the Feed. As the 26th hour draws to a close.
About 5 minutes until that cut off.
It was a long time.
You don't want anything?
So glad that photographer got that shot right there. that one's gonna hang on Kyle's refrigerator. I have no doubt.
All right, I think on our right screen we have Uray.
And that's
Patrick O'Neill.
61 years young from Crested Butte.
I'm guessing someone has a clock on him. Yep. Okay. This is cool, everybody. So this is Patrick O'Neill of Crested Butte. He has to be out of the aid station in 4 minutes. Thank you. Going to full screen here.
I showed the 100K. Yeah.
And I'm sure Patrick's journey is one we're going to be following pretty intently for the next 20 plus hours.
Indeed it is. 61 years old. Raising money for a charity in Crested Butte. Looks like that's his pacer to the left there, the sunglasses, and here he goes. So with a couple, you can. The aid station knows it. You can feel their energy.
Puke on the rock. I've never seen anything puke on the rock.
He's leaving with some food in his hands, obviously.
Pacer looks ready to go. Got some great hair on that Pacer.
Oh, really does have some great hair on that Pacer. This is really cool. This is at this point our final runner on the course. Patrick O'Neill from Crested Butte.
I couldn't get my heart rate above like 115.
Yeah, and unless we actually see any activity from either Doug Seaver or unless Cal Mitchell were to come zipping in the next 2 minutes, I think that Patrick will be our final runner to come through Uray.
And then, yeah, I never was really
Yeah, he's and he's got 7 miles, a little bit more than 7 miles. It's all on a road, and he's got 3.5 hours to do it. It's uphill. Governor sits about 1,000, a little bit more than 1,000 feet higher than Uray. But this is making it for Patrick to make it to Uray. Living Journeys, thank you, Kathy P. A little bit more. Living Journeys, which is the charity for which Patrick is raising money in his Hardrock run, raises money to help cancer patients and their families in the Crested Butte area.
And we see Kyle Curtin again, just soaking it all in, getting a little bit of relaxation after 100 hard-fought miles in just under 27 hours rather. And
wow, that was really cool. That's really cool to see Patrick timing it perfectly.
More footage from our feed Skycam. Where on course is that shot on the right? Oh, that is the finish line. Is that right off?
Looks like one of the mine ruins, kind of not far from here.
Yeah, I think that might actually be the one right across 550 from the town proper where the gas station is. Mm-hmm. I know that they've got a few ruins over there. Yep, that's exactly where it is.
Well, it does look like Doug Seaver has now been officially listed as a drop.
Oh.
So it only leaves Cal Mitchell, who I'm guessing won't come flying into Ouray.
So
Leaving us with 131 runners. Technically by the book now, 122 still on the course.
yeah, so but shout out to Cal Mitchell, Doug Seaver, Salvatore Febo, Zach Hermson, Amanda Grimes, Jason Edwards, Tommy Stockton, Nathaniel Moore, Denise Klatt, Wei Law, Marcy Beard, Nathan Kurtz, Makoto Kitamura, and Shannon Dye, all of whom towed the line to attempt one of the hardest runs and one of the hardest to get into runs in the entire United States. So shout out to all of them for making a valiant effort to traverse the San Juans. We know that some of you will be back, and we can't wait to see you in the future.
Maybe I'm looking at something wrong. Are you showing Jamil still at Kroger's?
Uh-oh.
I mean, I have him checking in at 8:17 and still there. I mean, he and Versteeg could be hanging out, or they decided to help.
Well, so Kroger's, the logistics
or
of spending
it could be that they haven't, radioed it in.
The logistics of taking excessive time at Kroger's makes this kind of wild to me.
Well, also it's 13,000 feet. You really don't want to hang out there very long.
Nobody has spent more than 8 minutes at Kroger's until now, at least as far as I can tell.
Well, let's just hope that's not true, and Jamil's on his way down into Telluride.
Yeah, okay, as I'm looking through now, and the longest break that anyone has taken at Kroger's to this point, I stand corrected, it's 9 minutes. And that was Becky Bates. So nobody has taken more than 9 minutes at Kroger's to this point until...
And maybe Jamil is out of there, and they just haven't updated it. Let's hope for that.
I assume that, but the crew up at Kroger's is top notch.
Yeah,
like they're going to keep things.
I don't
rolling.
think they would let those guys stay there that long.
Yeah, well, Versteeg and Jamil can be very charismatic, right. and who knows what's going on up there. So, of course, we've mentioned Kroger's Canteen repeatedly. You want to talk about the history behind that aid station and what makes it so unique?
Yeah, so Kroger's Canteen is an aid station that is in between, in this direction, is in between Governor Basin and Telluride, which is about a 9 mile stretch. In the early days of the race, it was realized that they would need to have an aid station somewhere in between the two, and it was ultimately decided. A gentleman by the name of Kroger, who was a Telluride local, he and his wife carted up some supplies, hiking all the way up from Telluride to this little notch in the mountains of Virginia's Pass, which sits at just over 13,000 feet, and set up an aid station there. And the tradition was born, and ever since it became known as Kroger's Canteen. For a few years, it was known as the Virginia's Aid Station, but ultimately it began to adopt Mr. Kroger's name, and it is an aid station on about a 20 square foot to maybe 30 square foot piece of land in between two rock outcroppings, where all of the supplies, all of the food, all of the equipment, tents, tarps, everything is carted up in backpacks by hand in the days leading up to the race. The aid station is set up, and in this direction, it's up there for over 20 hours. I think 22, 23 hours. Kroger's Canteen for years and years and years. Rock Horton was the aid station captain there, and then Joe Grant. And one of the requirements of working Kroger's Canteen was that you had to be a Hardrock finisher. They have since it's so hard to finish Hardrock, they have since loosened that requirement a little bit. But there's an outstanding film that, if you're so inclined, if you like Hardrock films and trail running films, called Kroger's Canteen, made by Solomon Running a few years back, and it really tells the story of this incredible aid station. Currently sits right about mile 70 of the race, and it's at 13,098 feet, and there's no cutoff up there. But right now, we've got a handful of runners that are heading from Governor Basin, which is the aid station you see on the right of your screen, up to up to Kroger's. It's only 3 miles, but many people are going to take 2 hours plus to get up there.
So Jamil's tracker on map progress is pinging that he has departed Kroger.
Okay, all right, good.
Let me see if I can figure out how long he did spend there, though. Of course, his next stop will be Telluride.
There we got Telluride on the right, so that's mile 72, aid station. And on the left is the runners leaving Governor Basin. They're on the road for a little bit longer before they make a left-hand turn and begin that climb that I was just referring to up to Kroger's Canteen. Ouray is officially closed. Looks like Patrick spent 8 minutes there, got out at 8:57, leaving 122 runners left on the course. Next aid station to close is Governor, which is not until 12:30.
Until I have confirmation of when Jamil left Kroger, I'm just going to assume he spent a long time there.
I'm too.
Oh wait, I do actually have. Let's see.
And while we're on that topic, the descent off of Virginius, the Kroger's Canteen area, is in this direction, in my opinion, the trickiest descent. It's not as tricky as the Grant Swamp descent in the other direction, which is the next ascent that the runners will have after Telluride. But it is especially for about the first 500 to 750 vertical feet. It drops off really steeply. You kind of have to traverse sort of a side off camber, almost cross country. There is a trail, but it's a little bit of a choose your own adventure. Traversing to the right before you get onto sort of the trail proper that then brings you all the way down into Telluride. And it's one of those classic trails where, like, the closer you get to the town, the more well maintained it is and the better it is. And the last mile into Telluride is really kind of smooth. Likewise, as you're heading out of Telluride going up Oscars Pass, it's the same. You're on kind of town trails for about a mile. There's a lot of day hikers out and people walking their dogs. And then once they, get into the mountains proper, it gets more and more dicey and remote.
I can confirm that according to the folks at Kroger's Canteen that Jamil spent 8 minutes there. So
okay, good.
Longer than most, but not an excessive amount of time.
How did you get inside information from the actual people? Do you just know people?
Yeah, they send me telegrams.
That's outstanding. Good work, good sleuthing.
So those are both shots of Governors.
Yep, and this is our next objective for cutoffs in about 3 hours and 20 minutes. This aid station's going to be busy for those next 3 hours. Put on by NAR runners out of Fort Collins.
Yeah, shout out to them for doing the hard work and keeping these runners upright and on the course.
Camp Bird Road, 7 miles. It's all on road. It's all uphill. If you were just going out for a casual 7-miler, you could probably run the whole thing. It's 5 to 8% grade. A few little steeper bits, but just a steady, grindy climb. You get 3.5 hours on the cutoffs to do it, so it's doable. We're showing 5 runners in the aid station right now. It probably needs to be updated.
And there are 15 runners still yet to make it there to Governors. And let's do a roll call on those people.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
let's see. We've got Maria Liao of the Philippines, Michael Lamond of Salida, Garth Reeder of Los Alamos, Terry Miller of Lakewood, Brian Schulman of Laramie, Justin Walker of Salida, Simone Valentine Austin of Naples, Florida, Flatlander out in the San Juans, Siobhan Pritchard of Steamboat Springs, John Clark of Colorado Springs, Lori Nakauchi of Lakewood, Colorado, Tina Yuri of Mount Shasta, Junko Kazukawa from Denver, Ann Onenga Angena from Newbury Park, Liko Earl from Boulder, and as we've seen, Patrick O'Neill from Crested Butte. So those are the 15 we are rooting on to make it to Governors in the next few hours. They have until 12:30 afternoon local time to make it there. So basically just about 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Anybody in the chat who knows, I know we got some info on Patrick O'Neill from Kathy about his Crested Butte charity. We got some information about Simone from Naples, Florida, with an incredible race calendar coming up. We'd love to hear any information you all have about these runners. These names are going to be household names, at least for Chris and I, over the next 20 hours as we document their journey over this last 43-mile stretch. Their Hardrock journey in the counterclockwise direction. It's for them. It's kind of the calm before the storm. If you can bank a little time up here to Governors, the aid station that we're seeing both on the left and the right, you can get over quote Virginia somewhat comfortably. You can get back down to your crew at Telluride, spend a little time there before the really tough climb up and over Oscars Pass. So we'd love to hear any information. I know there's probably tons of folks out there following some of the athletes that are in this final stage, but we really would love to hear that. We follow every runner. We've got 21 hours still on the clock. And we saw several of these runners come through, particularly Tina Ure. We saw her, at least 45 minutes in the aid station, just kind of getting her stuff together, and it was really cool to see that.
Oh no, you can come on up and sit down.
65 years old,
okay.
Making her way.
Make yourself comfortable. We don't have to go on yet. We can hang out until you're ready. Oh, absolutely.
All right, sounds good.
So
go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
No, go ahead, AGW.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a moment with a special guest.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at the feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration, and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at thefeed.com. TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with two speeds: feast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding: gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein. And they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at the feed.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
And we're back at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And one of the things that I love about this run is that because it is 48 hours long, we have pretty much an open invite for anybody who wants to come by and share their experiences out there on the trail. And this is our first guest that is giving us the opportunity to do so. So let's pan wide and share our special guest. This is Zach Miller. Zach, congratulations and welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, Zach, this was a long time coming. I know you were first in the race in 2017, had appendicitis last year, got to the starting line this year. How'd it go?
It went. It wasn't the day I was hoping for, but it was the day I got, and it was still good, but I had a lot of stomach issues, and that made the back half of well, it probably affected a lot of the race, but it especially made the back half really hard. I was just never able to really like completely fix it, right the ship. So yeah, turned into a longer that day than I was intending or hoping. But I feel like I got the true Ultra experience out there. Felt like it took me about 4 hours to climb up Grand Swamp Pass. I don't know how long it actually took me, but I really want to go back and look at the split because I felt like I was on that wall forever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think most people watching and listening, normal runners, we've all dealt with stomach issues. It's kind of one of the great unknowns of trail and ultra running. I think in my experience, stomach issues are sometimes not a matter of if, but when, in this case, and then how well we can manage them. When did it kind of start for you?
The race started off good. We did have some wildfire smoke early in the morning, so that was kind of not ideal. But I was hydrating and fueling well to start off the day. I think my stomach probably started to get kind of touchy maybe around Sherman or going up Handies. But I thought maybe it was just like the sun and the heat, and that when it cooled, like I was still doing all right. And I was really hoping that when we left Uray and went up Camp Bird Road, it would like cool off and I would find my groove. But then it cooled off and I was still having issues. I actually threw up a little bit and I was like, oh, I think I have like stomach acid built up in my stomach. And so then I tried to right that ship, but I was able to improve it some, but like I said, like just couldn't quite fully fix it. So yeah, that was really hard. It was like I couldn't really get in the fuel I needed, and it also felt like my body wasn't really utilizing it properly. So, but I did manage to race Katie Scheid over the last 11 miles, and thankfully was able to kind of get some fuel in there because she didn't take it easy on me.
No, she didn't. That was actually one of the highlights of our broadcast since AJW and I jumped back on this morning was noticing that you were shoulder checking with a great frequency as you were heading up the Shrine of the Mines Road and then down into the streets of Silverton.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think. When I left Telluride, so my stomach going up Camp Bird was where I kind of like figured out what was going on with my stomach. And I was like, it took me forever to climb up to Kroger's. And then the aid station people kind of helped me. Like, I was like, I need real food. So I ate some like pierogies and stuff. And when I got down to Telluride, we tried to right the ship. And I left and I was actually feeling pretty good. But I heard some coming into Telluride, I saw Abby Hall running backwards on the course, and I was like, I bet she's maybe running up there for Katie. And then when I left, I heard some cheers, and I was like, I bet that's maybe Katie. And then, climbing out of Telluride, I was just like, I think Katie might be like behind me, and these two runners caught up to me, like, and I thought maybe it was Katie, but it wasn't Katie. And then I spent like forever trying to get up Grand Swamp Pass, and I couldn't believe that like nobody caught me, like passed me while I was on that wall. And then including Katie, I was like, she's got to be back there somewhere. And then and then finally at KT, where I thought maybe I was in the clear, I left KT, and she and Cody Lind rolled in, and I didn't actually know it was them for sure, but I was like, there's a good chance that's Katie. So I climbed hard, but she caught me, and I looked behind me at the top, and it was Katie, and I was like, hey Katie. And then I just took off, and then she took off too. So then we raced all the way to Telluride, or not Telluride, we raced all the way to Silverton.
All the way to Silverton, yeah. Hey, perhaps one of the most kind of talked about issues in this. One of the most talked about issues in the sport these days is our pacers. And anytime you have a race with an international field, an American field, the topic of pacers comes up, and it was kind of obvious just seeing the coverage. There's Cody and Katie, and Cody's a good friend of ours and a great runner, and there's Cody and Katie running together, and you without a pacer. I assume you made a decision to run without a pacer, for good reasons. But I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about, like, was there any time during the race where you're like, man, it'd be great to have a pacer right now, or were you just like, hey, I'm doing this without a pacer?
Well, it was just the way I wanted to do it. That was just kind of like the style in which I wanted to do the race. So I was good with that. That was my decision. But when my stomach got bad and my day kind of went south, it was kind of like I didn't want, like, if my day was going well, I wanted to just go solo. I didn't want to have a pacer. But once your day goes south, goes south per se, it kind of changes the dynamic. And then that, I did have kind of like the thought of like, it'd be kind of nice to have some company out here. It's going to take me a really long time to get to Silverton. And yeah, but at the same time, I was glad I didn't, because I in sort of like a weird way enjoyed that solo time, just slogging it out. And yeah, so yeah, I was happy with my decision, but it did cross my mind, like, I'm gonna slog this one in, like, maybe somebody could keep me company.
Well, Zach, there were definitely a lot of people in the chat that were giving you a lot of laurels for making the decision to go it solo in one of the toughest runs anywhere. And I just want to give a quick heads up for those following the women's race. Manon Bohard has actually hit Putnam.
All right.
So hit Putnam about 15 minutes ago. We would expect her probably around a little bit after 10 a.m. at this point.
Yeah,
it's
been about an hour and 5, hour and 15 for runners from Putnam in. Except for these two, they weren't.
Yeah. and Zach, I want to ask you a question. So I'll be honest, like, as I was following the race, you mentioned, things kind of going sideways for you starting maybe around Handy's or so. I was really nervous about where you were at, maybe around Ouray or so, but you seemed to really pull it back together between Ouray and Telluride. Can you talk about, like, maybe what seemed to come back together for you as you were heading up Camp Bird Road? Because that seemed to be like where a light switched back on for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think my body doesn't have a great history with heat, running well in heat, and I think it started to cool off at that point in the day, and I think that helped. I was able to run pretty well for a good chunk of Camp Bird, or the lower section, but then I was kind of slogging higher up, and then that was where I ended up throwing up, and so the top part of Camp Bird was not so great. But the lower part, I left Ouray okay, I'm hunting. Let's go get these guys. People were telling me oh, Jamal's 1 or 2 minutes ahead. I think I may have even seen him briefly. But yeah, it just it started out good, and then it kind of went south. Yeah, and then by Telluride, it was we were just trying to fix the problem, and then from there on, it was kind of a bit of a mess, but we did what we could.
And I want to kind of follow that up with another question along those lines. You were coming into this race as one of the potential favorites to take it down and potentially go after course record. Obviously, that wasn't how the day went. However, you showed a lot of grit and determination because as a casual / back of the pack runner, one of the things that a lot of times we will hear is that there's a little bit of dismay toward elites that when they happen to see things go south that they maybe basically just call it a day. You seem to be able to recalibrate and refocus and be able to pull things back together, even if you might have thought that things were out of reach as far as bringing down the crown. Can you talk about what your thought process was and maybe how you were able to recalibrate, maybe from mile 40 forward?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wanted to like try for the win in that race today, and that didn't happen. But yeah, like leaving Uray, I was like still like Ludo was quite a ways away, but there was still a lot of race left, and I was like, he's not even like out of question. Like we could get him, and I wanted to try and do that. Unfortunately, the stomach wasn't cooperating, and in hindsight, I probably could have navigated the stomach a little differently, and maybe I could have salvaged that. But hindsight is always 20/20. Yeah, because I also like Ludo ended up running, I think 22 something. So like he slowed a bit. So my hope was that like it would cool off. I could go out there and catch some people, and I think I like to think that maybe without the stomach, maybe that would have been in the cards to catch Ludo, but I don't know if that ever would have happened, but yeah, I think there was some potential there. Yeah, but then when the stomach went, I think the big thing for me was like I wanted to try to win, but going in, it was also sort of like there kind of wasn't any question that I was going to try really hard to complete the loop.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not like a death before DNF guy. I think there is a place for a DNF. But I think it's more, but I also see a lot of value. Like if you're not in danger, if you're not in risk of injury, I see a lot of value in toughing it out and finishing the race even when it's gone south, and that's a personal decision. Like races are they're kind of very trivial. There's something we choose to do. So if you don't want to finish the race, you don't have to. But I do think there's a lot of value in like finishing what you start if you're not risking like harming yourself. So I think just sort of like in the spirit of that, I wanted to finish it, and also I wanted to do this lap of Hardrock like in honor of the late Bill Duper. So that especially was like, well, we're finishing this.
Yeah.
Like whether it goes good or it goes poorly, like we've got to do it for Bill. So like we're gonna finish the loop. Yeah. Barring any like major like injuries or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, I think that really like there kind of wasn't any question in my mind when things went south that I was gonna try to finish it. Yeah. So
I want to zoom out for a second. Bill Duper reminded me, but you've been wanting to run this race for a long time. You've been on the course a bunch of times, probably seen the whole course, and it's only been a few hours since you finished. But did you have any moments? I mean, I kind of reminded myself of my mom when we'd sit around the dinner table and she'd ask what the highlight of my day was. But can you think of a moment out there where it was like, where maybe you had that moment to pause and be like, wow, I'm running Hardrock. I'm out here doing that. Like a favorite section or a moment where it was like, I'm in this.
I think more just like at night, actually, when things had gone south and I was just like hanging out on the side of Grant Swamp Pass for forever or coming down like when I finally got to the top. It was incredible how hard it was for me to get up there. My body was just like all sorts of messed up. And when I finally got to the top, and like that feels special in regards to Bill because he always had like his business cards with Island Lake on. So like I finally got up and I'm like, oh, there's like Island Lake, like Bill's Lake. And so like that was pretty special. And just like, even though I was like pretty miserable, like just to look around and be like, oh, this is like pretty beautiful. Like this is like crummy, but it's also like pretty beautiful. So I think just that, like those moments when the day had gone south and I'm just like kind of like enjoying where I'm at.
Yeah.
One of the things I noticed in your pre-run interview was that you were really intending to travel as light as possible, talking about bringing filter bottles out there. Did that strategy work for you, and is it something that you plan on employing here in the future? Because let's be honest, we know you're coming back.
Yeah, the filter bottles were working really well. I was actually skipping a lot of aid stations.
Yeah.
Which was working really well because like I was making up time because I would just like the creeks that are flowing well, you can fill your filter flask like super fast, like probably faster than the aid station. So like for example, Maggie, like when we got to Maggie, Mathieu was in front of a little ahead, and then Ludo was in front of me. But there's that creek right there going into Maggie. So I just stopped and filtered there, and then I ran right through the aid station. And then I was like right behind Mathieu. And then like Ludo was still in the aid station. So I was just like saving time by like using the creeks. Or like at Pole Creek, I just walked through you have to walk through the creek anyways.
Yeah.
And it's deep. So I just walked through the creek and filled my bottle as I went through. And then I and then I was leading because those guys were both still in the aid station. So yeah, it was working super well, and there's a good chance something I would utilize again. The new style filter flasks are like super high flow rate, so it's like drinking from a normal bottle. So yeah, it worked well.
I think that's going to be something that we're going to see. You're kind of opening up a whole can of worms here in that regard. Runners that are actually going to carry those filter flasks, because as you're mentioning, you were able to pass, multiple times. It sounds like the other top runners simply on the basis of you being able to basically, put your arms down and bring them out, and you're done. Whereas they're waiting for a pitcher to.
Yeah, and also like carrying less between. I was still carrying a fair amount of water because like I drink a lot when I'm out there. So I was still leaving crude aid stations with like 1.5 liters a lot of times. But a lot of times the sections demanded more water than that. So rather than leave with like 2 or 3 liters, I just leave with 1.5 liters, and then I filter as I go. I had like memorized on the course like everywhere I needed to fill water as I went, like this creek, that creek, so yeah, it was good.
Well, Zach, where do you go from here? Back on the bus?
Yeah, I mean, we're in the bus for the weekend, but then we'll probably head back to Manitou Springs. And then I guess race-wise, I have to get ready for World Championships in Spain this fall. So I got to rest up and then put in.
And you're doing the 80K there, is that right?
Yeah, the long trail, so
trail.
80K.
Yeah.
So yeah, I gotta get some recovery and then put in a good training block for that.
Well, man, go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, well, Zach, congratulations. I know, as you mentioned, in some ways you didn't have the day you had hoped, but you still got it done, and I know that this has been a long time coming. Your relationship with this race has been one of just out of reach, and now that you find yourself a Hardrock finisher, is there anything that you're thinking about in terms of, are you planning on coming back as soon as next year?
I'll have to think about that. I mean, it was good to get it done, to finish the loop. I have thought that maybe if I did Hardrock and I got the performance I wanted on the first go, I might be a one and done. Mostly just because so many people want to do it. If I had the race I wanted, I could just see going on and doing other things and letting other people have an opportunity to do the race. But I know like today didn't go how I was hoping. So I know I'll be tempted to come back and try to perform closer to what I think my ability level might be. So we'll see. And I mean, with the way the lottery system works, like I mostly want people who have never gotten a chance to do the race, get to do the race. But I guess now that I'm a finisher, I'm not in their lottery anyways.
No, you're
I'm in the
other
finisher's
pool.
lottery, so I don't really affect them. So yeah, that kind of makes an interesting dynamic and gives me the freedom to come back if I put my name in and get in. So yeah, we'll see. I need some time to think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good to get out there today and get the loop completed.
Right on. Well, congratulations, Zach, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome.
Thanks, Zach. Zach Miller, our M5 here at Hardrock 2025, and fighting down to the very end.
Absolutely.
To finish this race. Somebody actually mentioned in the chat that he had become a de facto pacer for Katie Scheid toward the end there. So I guess that's one other thing that Zach can take away from this race is that perhaps he helped, Katie pull on to the great day that she had as well.
Yeah. Looks like we've got eyes on Telluride aid station. And in the corner there, the finish line.
Of course, Telluride, I consider that to be like the last of the big aid stations. First of all, it's the last one that's easily accessible in this direction. Although I will say that going to Telluride is a bit complicated because you have to go all the way around the loop. There is no short way to Telluride. You're going a minimum of a 2-hour one-way drive based on the $1 Million Highway. So,
thanks a lot, Zach.
Thanks, Zach.
Our awesome Zach Miller.
And if you notice, as Zach was leaving,
I just did notice
he was looking at the names of the winners of the run.
1994 is Scott Hurst was the Hardrock winner, and Scott and I went to the same high school.
Oh,
in Pennsylvania?
That's wild.
I was hoping to become the second person from my high school.
That's actually.
I was curious if that would make my high school the winningest
high school in Hardrock history.
It could be.
I'll have to come back and have a better day.
So for those that didn't catch that on the microphone,
cool.
Zach was sharing that Scott Hurst, the 1994 winner of the Hardrock 100 run, went to the same high school as he did. So the notion that perhaps if he were to come back and win this event, that he would cause their high school to have the most Hardrock winners. That's entirely possible.
That is very cool.
And it is super cool. Thanks. Thank you very much, Zach.
Yeah, the third winner of Hardrock in 1994. The first two were The first two runs were won by legendary Beast Coast runner David Horton.
David Horton is definitely one of the characters in this sport. I met David for the first time, I believe, 2 years ago up here. And got the privilege of interviewing him along with Dan Ryan. And Dan had to admittedly hold my hand because I wasn't all that familiar with David Horton prior to that. But then not only did I have that opportunity to interview him, you told me all sorts of stories about David Horton. So I feel like I am fully immersed in David Horton minutia in terms of who he is, his racing career, as well as the things that he does being attached to the sport after his days as an elite runner had
and
passed by.
And I know David is here this weekend.
I did. I saw him. Yeah.
He's here, I think, in helping out Chris Roberts.
Okay.
Who's in Missouri, one of the doublers, but from Missouri, but originally from Virginia, and a 10-time Hellgate finisher. David Horton is the founder and race director of the Hellgate 100K. And he's here along with Sophie Spidell, who is probably out pacing. I'm not sure if Sarah Lavender Smith has come through Telluride yet, her hometown, but Sarah is I'm going to check this right now. Sarah is going to be paced by Sophie, who is a Virginia legend in her own right and a good friend of David as well. Nope, Sarah has not hit Telluride yet. So that was a great interview with Zach.
Yeah, thanks, Zach, for coming in. And
really appreciate it.
As we mentioned, all the finishers, as long as we've got time and the ability to concentrate on the runners still on the course, we are more than welcome. They're all invited, whether it be Zach, Katie, or if later on maybe some runners finish in the overnight. As far as I'm concerned and you're concerned, we're happy to have them on to talk about their experiences, because this is a magical opportunity for these runners. Some of them, in some cases, we mentioned, the longest wait for a runner was 15 years.
Oh, my goodness.
There was a runner who, I wish I could remember who it was, but they've been trying to get into this race since 2010, which is pretty amazing. I also know that at least one other runner, I'm going to see if I can find it. We're talking about the concept of being a true hard rocker. I believe that there are a couple of runners whose last finish in this run. Okay, yeah, so they're not going to be true hard rockers because they're running the same direction. But Scott Tomczyk of Edmonds, Washington, and Marcy Beard. Actually, Marcy did end up dropping earlier, but Scott Tomczyk is back in this event for the first time since 2011, going for.
That's a big stretch in between the two.
Absolutely.
14 years.
Yeah, Scott Tomczyk, 59 years young, looking to become a 2-time Hard Rock finisher. But that's one of the stories we will be following as the day progresses here.
Kay Bramatel talking about Matt Hawkins. Matt's a great guy. I've known Matt for years out of Tennessee. I know he's been trying for years to get in, kind of doing the qualifier thing. I ran into him up on Little Giant yesterday morning. He was so happy to be here. A big hug. He's now made it through Kroger's, and he's beginning that descent down here to what we see on our screen, the Telluride aid station. So good job, Matt, and thank you for the shout out there on the chat. As Chris mentioned earlier, we have, it looks like down now to about 14 runners, 14 or 15 runners in between Ouray and Governor. The next cutoff is at Governor, still about 2 hours and 50 minutes away.
Somebody was asking a question. It wasn't addressed to us. It was addressed to somebody else in the chat, but asking whether you need a good ranking or time to get into the Hard Rock Lottery. The answer is no. You just need to qualify. And to qualify for Hard Rock, you need to finish one of the qualifiers within the allotted time. There are roughly 32 or 33 qualifiers across the United States and around the world, half of them domestic, half of them international. And there has been some movement on the qualifier list. AJW broke that news yesterday here on the broadcast.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat with Chris Kern, who's the chair of the qualification committee here at Hard Rock, former president of the board and all-around great guy. And they vet qualifiers every year, and they try to mix it up a little bit between international and domestic qualifiers, and from time to time they rotate them out. And he reported to me that this year there's a handful of new qualifiers and a few qualifiers that have been eliminated from the list. New ones in sort of month by month order are Sandnes Ultra Trail 100 miler in April in Norway, which was brought to the attention of the organizers by Killian Jornet. Scout Mountain 100 in Idaho in June, directed by Luke Nelson. Crazy Mountain 100 in Montana has been added. That's in July. La Chapelle Belle 154K in France has now been added. And in Washington State, the Dark Divide 100, which takes place in September, has been added. And a new Australian 100, Grampian Peaks, has been added. A couple were subtracted. We know last year Grindstone 100K was subtracted, and Hellbender 100 was added on the East Coast. And starting after this year's running, the Bighorn 100 is going to be deleted from the list. And perhaps most notably, they're removing all of the 200 milers that are on the list. So Tahoe 200, the Tour de Gents, Bigfoot 100 are all no longer hundreds. One note about the Tahoe 200, however, since it is already filled for 2026, and many of the people who registered with it in being understanding that it would be a qualifier, that one will continue to be a qualifier. Should also note too that most qualifiers, all of the qualifiers except for Hard Rock, have a 2-year shelf life. So for example, if you run a race in 2025 and qualify for the lottery in 26, you also qualify for the lottery in 27. With the exception of Hard Rock, if you finish Hard Rock, you get 3 years of qualification for finishing that. So a little bit of a year of transition. for the Hardrock qualifiers, but it is clear to say, back to your point about whether there are any standards or point system, all of these qualifiers are difficult races. They're all 100 miles in distance. They all have vertical gain in excess of 25,000 feet, and they all have cutoffs that are less than 48 hours. Many in the 32 to 36 hour range. So the committee feels strongly that finishing one of these races within the cutoff time of those races is going to put you in a position to finish Hardrock.
Well, and to that end, mentioning that about the difficulty of these runs and these races, there are people that would argue that Hardrock is not the hardest run that is a qualifier for Hardrock. So, and in years past, there have been other runs that have been, arguably harder than Hardrock as well. But the list of qualifiers is an excellent cross-section as far as you want to find out what you're in for. They're, largely mountainous races, some at high elevation, some at even higher elevation. But, I would say that that's one of the reasons why the finisher rate at Hardrock is traditionally so high. I mean, you talk about, a lot of other high-profile hundreds, you may be looking at a 60, 70% run for events that require a qualifier. If you go for events that maybe don't even require a qualifier, it might even be a little bit lower. However, Hardrock, due to the stringent standards that involve getting into this event, the finisher rate generally hovers around 80+%, which for an event this tough is pretty fantastic.
And I think it's interesting in this day and age. I think race directors have a fair bit of discretion in terms of what they decide, or race committees in the case of Hardrock, what they decide to be the qualifying standards of their race. It was interesting to note, races, the series of races in our neck of the woods, Chris, the Cocodona races. There's no actual qualification for Cocodona itself, the 257-mile race in Arizona in May, but there is a certain understanding, I think, that the race has in terms of what it would expect from somebody who signs up for that race. So every race does it a little bit differently, but Hardrock clearly has their set of standards. You take something like Western States; they have many more qualifiers, almost 250 global qualifiers around the world. More than a handful of the 100K distance, and then something like 110 or so that are 100-mile distance, and so everybody does it a little bit differently.
And one of the things about, as I look at my numbers, there are 37 Hardrock qualifiers as of right now. One of the interesting things about it is that of those 37, 32 are between April and September. So that basically means you've got a fairly limited window, and that is because a lot of these runs would be very difficult to put on in the winter months as they involve winter travel. As we see runners leaving Telluride Aid about mile 75, well under the cutoffs, and heading out for the final quarter of their Hardrock 100 journey. Shout out, I am Chris Warden with Andy Jones-Wilkins. We are bringing you the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream presented by The Feed and Altra. Altra being our title sponsor, and The Feed sponsoring various, feeds around the course, including our sky cams and our finisher cams. And frankly, I am excited because our next finisher cam that I would expect to see would be for our F2, Manon Bohard of France. Yet another French runner showing that they did not come to play around. Our men's podium was an entirely French endeavor. Ludo Pomerette, Mathieu Blanchard, and Herman Grenier all finishing 1, 2, 3 in the men's event here. American men, the highest finisher was David Ayala in 4th. On the women's side, Katie Scheid with a new course record, finishing in 25:50:23, shaving off roughly 24 minutes off of a Courtney DeWalter record, which is no small feat. But Manon expected to come in I would guess that we're going to have eyes on her in the next few minutes. So I'm super excited to see her come in. This is her debut Hardrock. I think it might even be her first run in the States, first competitive run. I'm going to verify that. I did a little bit of research on her coming in. Of course, with 150 runners, we are doing our best to tell all of their stories. And in some of them, we're getting to know for the first time. But Manon, I do remember, has some really impressive events. Grand Raid win there last year. UTMB TDS win in 2021. Madeira Ultra Trail, Madeira Island in 2019, finishing second there. So no stranger to high-level mountain running. Manon Bohard, our next expected runner. As we see a runner departing Governor Aid at mile 66. So, yeah, we do have a couple of follow cams that are going to catch these next few runners coming in. Behind Manon Bohard, I would expect our next person to be picked up would be Gabe Joyce, currently running 9th male. Rounding out the top 5 in the women's race at this point, we mentioned that Katie Scheid with the course record has already finished. Manon Bohard in second, expecting to be followed in very quickly. Katarina Hartmuth in third place finisher last year, getting that other direction, that counterclockwise run, and becoming a true hard rocker, contingent upon a finish. Fourth place, Amber Weibel. Amber is a story that we've been following. Friend of ours and part of our broadcast team, Jeff Browning, the 2018 Hard Rock champion, is involved in her coaching team. And Amber, on a 13-day turnaround, finished Western States less than 2 weeks ago, and now coming back and at a top 5 finish at Hard Rock 2 weeks after Western States. Unbelievably impressive. Rounding out our top 5 is Stephanie Case. Stephanie finished second here in 2022. We spoke with her before the event, and one of the things that I am happy to report is that she is just as excited about becoming a true hard rocker as many of the mid and back of the packers. So it's super fun to know that the things that maybe some of us that take much longer to finish these races are also on the minds of those who are at the front of the pack.
Absolutely. 100%. I wanted to just follow up, Chris. One more thing. I left to grab a little cup of coffee, but finishing up on the Hard Rock qualifiers, the question about the 200s. I did also speak with Chris Kern about that, and the feeling there was that we've come to a point in the sport where there's where 200s are really events in and of themselves. There's a whole sort of a piece of that puzzle, and there are so many 100-milers that are worthy of being Hard Rock qualifiers that they decided to just eliminate the 200s. They're in a kind of a world of themselves, and to focus on the 100-mile distance to be what you use to qualify for this 100-mile race. So a lot of thought went into it, and ultimately that's what they decided.
Shout out to those in the chat. I see that Trish has joined us. Trish, welcome back. I know that Trish was with us on the Cocodona chat, so thank you for tuning in. It sounds like Trish is preparing for a run herself, the Forest Heights Mall Walk 200 in October. I haven't found that one on Ultra Sign Up yet, but shout out to everybody who is sticking around with us. We got a couple thousand people hanging out with us 27 hours into a run. That, to me, just warms my heart. We're talking 28 hours in, 48 hours total, so we've got just over 20 hours remaining in this event.
And and we're here. We're here for the duration. This is our third year doing the Hard Rock 100 live stream. It gets better and more fun every year. We learn a lot every year. It's an extremely remote location. This year, for the first time, we have a few locations with drone footage, which is wonderful. And we hope to continue that. We're also very excited to bring in those finishers. You see here the NAR runners hosting Governor Basin Aid Station at around mile 66. This aid station is open for another 2 hours and 36 minutes. Runners, we've got at last count, it was about 14 that were in between Ouray that shut down at 9 o'clock and Governor. They're on Camp Bird Road.
Of course, AGW and I will be taking you up until noon local time, so we've got just over a couple hours to be hanging with you, at which point we will turn the reins over to two guys who know this race very well. Shoe guru himself, Brett Hornig, going to have a conversational pace conversation with none other than 2018 winner of the Hardrock 100, Jeff Browning, the last American runner to win Hardrock. And then later on this afternoon at 6 p.m., from 6 until midnight, Corinne Chalvoy, a native of the San Juan Hills, raised in Ouray, has run the course of Hardrock more than you, more than me, more than most, and joined by the one, the only Skylar Hall.
Indeed, and then we come back.
And
we have one more shift.
At the stroke of midnight, AGW and I come back, and we are going to do our best to do justice for these final finishers that are going to be coming in. I see a bib number there. I see that is bib number 228. Let's find out who that is. That is departing Telluride.
Telluride, 228.
So that is Andrew Bainbridge of Mountain View, Colorado. Andrew is the youngest man in this race this year. Some recent notable results for Andrew include 24 Run Rabbit Run. He was the 15th place tortoise. Finished Western States in 2023, a 42nd place. Very respectable. And in Grindstone 2018, finished 10th overall. So,
judging by that, he's been chasing the Hardrock for a while. There's several qualifiers there.
Yeah. But Andrew Bainbridge just left Telluride. We will be following his story as well as many others in the hours to come. Still keeping an eye out on for Manon Bohard, our expected next finisher, and our F2. I know that our crack production team will be letting us know as soon as they have eyes on the follow cams for Manon. But we last saw her at Putnam at 9:02 a.m., basically an in-and-out quick pit stop for her.
Again, leaving Telluride, so they're 28 miles from Silverton when they're in Telluride, and a monumental 4,500-foot climb awaits up and over Oscars Pass here. It starts out relatively tame on kind of a double track town trail where they'll see dog walkers and families out for the first 800 to 1,000 feet, and then it slowly grows more remote and steeper and gets above tree line and eventually all the way up into the rocky outcroppings of Oscars Pass, where even route finding in snowy years, route finding is even more difficult. It's not as difficult without the snow, but that last sort of half a mile up to the summit of Oscars is a lung buster. And then a nice screaming descent down into Chapman before the climb up Grant Swamp. It's cool to hear. Cool to hear Zach tell the story. I mean, it wasn't cool for him, but how it felt like it took him forever to get up Grant Swamp.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's great for a runner such as Zach to talk about and be very candid about his struggles out there in that course, because, those of us who struggle with every step above 10,000 feet, may look at somebody like Zach when they're zipping up and down these hills and get a little bit, frustrated or even jealous. But Zach let it be known in our conversation here just a little bit ago that he had a several rough goes of it out there, that it was a very long process to get him back here. So, shout out to Zach for, sharing his story. We're getting a heads up from our back channels and our front channels, too. You can see that Mountain Outpost is letting us know that Jam just left Telluride, somehow found his way around the cameras, so we couldn't see him. I don't know if Versteeg is still with him, but, he is. Awesome. Thank you. And Austin Miller with a question that I am happy to answer. He's headed to Silverton later today to root on the runners. How is parking and space available for spectators? There is plenty of both.
Yep.
Silverton, the entire town is basically 7 blocks from one end to the other. If you can't park right next to the high school, there are plenty of spots available. However, I think it's okay to ask you to walk a few blocks, considering you're coming in to watch runners do 100 miles. But yeah, no, we can't wait to see you here later on, Austin, and be a part of the crowd cheering on all these runners and finishers here in Silverton. It is a great atmosphere, great vibe. If you haven't been here before, it is no small feat to get here.
Right.
So I think that those who make it up here to Silverton, because either way you come from, you've got a huge task driving, whether from Durango or from Ouray. Okay, we're receiving word that our F2 Manon Bohard is at the creek.
Oh, and we have a creek
Perfect.
cam.
Perfect.
This is fantastic. We have a creek cam.
Our F2 Manon Bohard heading to Mineral Creek and now making that crossing.
This, again, is South Mineral Creek, about 2 miles from the finish line.
So
we're getting information. Perhaps Gabe Joyce is with her.
yeah, it looks like we've got multiple people. Yeah, so Manon Bohard in front, and perhaps that is Gabe Joyce right behind her. So we could have another back-to-back finish. And this looks maybe even closer than the 33 seconds that we saw when they hit the road.
They pretty much crossed the river together. Great shot there of the South Mineral Creek crossing. At the 28 hours, she's got about 2 miles to go. She's going to cross the highway, scramble up the embankment.
And if after Manon is done, it'll put 4 French runners on the combined men's and women's podiums. A very impressive feat. Very impressive. Manon had largely been in the F2, F3 range for almost the entirety of the race. I don't believe that she was ever further back than 4th or 5th, except for maybe early on, but not to the point where it was any sort of consequential deficit to overcome. She'd been running at or near the front of the race for most of it. So,
and just a little perspective. I mean, sub 29, which Manon will certainly be, maybe even 28:30, would have won the women's race probably 26 of the, probably 25 of the first runnings of this race.
Absolutely.
It's just incredible. So here she is coming up that little embankment, and then it's a single track to the road into town.
Manon also the youngest first-time female runner in this event. Of course, the youngest female runner in this event is Katarina Hartmut, who finished 3rd last year. Katarina, the only runner in the entire field under the age of 30. But Manon Bohard, probably about a little over 1.5 miles from the finish, maybe 2 miles from that Mineral Creek crossing. As I mentioned earlier, it does seem closer when you're driving the highway
right.
as opposed to running it. So,
and once she gets up this embankment, it just kind of rolls a bit. There's some ups and there's some downs, and then when it pops out on that Shrine of the Mine road, there is one more grinding uphill that it's just not fun.
Yeah, the weather is very pleasant today here in the San Juans. We've been pretty lucky outside of the and it was a serious air quality concern when the race started yesterday, when the run started. The air quality, it was such that the race director and committee offered a deferral to anybody who felt uncomfortable with running in those conditions. Unsurprisingly, nobody took them up
no
on
one
it.
took them up on the offer, but it was made nonetheless, and they did deliberate for quite a bit of time. And I think now, of course, in hindsight, they made the absolute best decision as the smoke did clear out during the day yesterday, and it's crystal clear today.
Can you imagine everybody sitting around today if they had decided to cancel the race or the run? Also, one of the things I thought about, and maybe it's a little bit of angle shooting or system gaming on my part, but the notion that they had offered a deferral to next year made me wonder if there was anybody who would have taken a last-minute deferral who was searching for that true hard rocker status.
Yeah, they could have
who
switched
had already
directions,
run in a recent odd-numbered year and had run counterclockwise, but wanted that clockwise run. And of the people who had that, and I know that there were several people who were going to be I can actually tell you because I do have that number.
Look at Manon just grinding up this embankment. It does level out in a bit, but man, she is working hard. There it is, as you can see.
So I can tell you that there were 18 runners attempting to become a true hard rocker with a finish, and not one of them took a deferral.
18 attempting to become.
We have lost a couple
directions.
of them.
Yeah.
But we still do have, I believe, about 14 or 15. And I guess headlining that group would be Ryan Cooper of Boulder, Colorado, who has run this event 3 times all in the same direction. So it is taking him until attempt number 4 to become a true hard rocker.
Ryan's a good dude. He's been around a long time.
And Ryan Cooper currently in 41st place. Last track of Ryan, we left Telluride at about 8:13 this morning.
There
so probably
she is.
coming up on
Manon
Chapman.
Just made that little level bit.
Manon Bohard, our F2, just basically putting a bow on a great trip through the San Juans.
Absolutely. First time here. She's sitting in 10th place overall. Not sure if Gabe Joyce slipped ahead of her at the creek crossing or not.
Yeah, we'll figure out where Gabe is as well,
But she's
because we
our
want to catch
F2.
both of their finishes.
Great debut run at Hardrock.
Manon moving very well. Looks like our screen is freezing up a little bit. We'll see if we can pick it up with her. As you can see, our top 5 at the bottom of the screen on the crawl: Katie, Manon, Katerina, Amber, and Stephanie.
Awaiting our 10th finisher, 10th and 11th finishers with Manon and Gabe close together. While we wait that, we do have a couple of more of our back of the packers who've rolled into Governor Basin. The next cutoff at 12:30.
That means we're down to give or take 10 runners that need to hit Governor Basin. Somewhere along that line, it looks like I'm seeing 9. Simone Valentine Austin out of Florida, Siobhan Pritchard out of Colorado, John Clark out of Colorado, Lori Nakauchi out of Colorado, Tina Yuri out of Mount Shasta, California, Junko Kazukawa out of Denver, Ann Anenga out of California, Lico Earl out of Boulder, Colorado, and someone we've really kind of become very invested in and aware of, Patrick O'Neill out of Crested Butte, Colorado.
Yeah, we recently had Michael Lamond get through Governor, Garth Reeder, 63 years old, Justin Walker, and Brian Schumann of Laramie, Wyoming. So, and one more, just through at 10 o'clock, Terry Miller. Well-known name around these parts. So the next one through would likely be Simone from Florida. But yes, Chris, looks like nine. Looks like nine with Patrick O'Neill at the end of that group. So
in any event, we're going to have well over 100 stories to tell here over the next 20 hours on the Mountain Outpost presentation of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Thanks to Altra and the feed for making this possible, as we see F2 Manan Bohar making her way paralleling Highway 550 into the town of Silverton, coming off of Mineral Creek. And less than 2 miles at this point.
Nice little section of trail here. You see, she's going to go right under that telephone pole you see in the distance. It kind of contours across this, ducks back into the trees. But this is really victory lap time for Manon. Second place finish, first time at Hardrock.
So Manon is going to come in about 2.5 hours back, a little more, maybe about 2 hours, 45 minutes or so back of Katie Scheide's finish.
Okay.
Of course, Katie was about 25 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter's previous course record.
And Katarina Hartmuth is sitting in third, Amber Weibel in fourth, Stephanie Case in fifth. Amber and Stephanie relatively close together. At last count, tracker, they were 4 minutes apart. There's Manon. That's Kendall Mountain in the distance, a mountain that looms over Silverton.
If you want to climb Kendall Mountain, you can do so as part of the Kendall Mountain Run next Sunday. I know that that is a popular local event, brings in about a 400 or 500 person field typically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Manon moving pretty well, pretty deliberately through some nice flatter trail, probably enjoying the fact that the technicality of this course is done for her.
Yeah, it's nice. It's a
there
nice
is
feeling.
one more hill of consequence when you get up to Shrine of the Mines Road, but for the most part, it is hopefully going to be a comfortable last, dare I say, victory lap for her en route to her second place finish.
No matter where you're finishing in the race, this is a emotional time. You can tell there's a gravitational pull almost of Silverton at this point. The highway is just to your right. You know you've done it.
Manon has second place well in hand here at this point in the women's race. We are expecting Katarina Hartmuth to be our F3 as long as things hold to form. Katarina significantly back from Manon, but also a bit of a gap between Katarina and our F4 Amber Weibel. Katarina hit cam traverse at, oh wow, if this is accurate, Katarina spent exactly an hour at cam traverse.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, that's
You're right.
Most people spend 5 minutes or less there, so maybe working through some things or handling some issues. Obviously, that's just how it goes sometimes, but I still do believe there is a fairly significant gap between, so
it looks like she still has some distance between her and Amber and Stephanie.
Although, if you look at Amber and Stephanie, that gap has closed significantly. At Chapman 8 at mile 82, Amber was roughly 4 minutes ahead of Stephanie.
Yeah,
so
looks like 8:15 and 8:19 by the clock, so just about 2 hours ago. They've got in between those two, they've got the legendary Grand Swamp climb. Second to last major climb of the race.
Are you a Grand Swamp up or Grand Swamp down person?
I much prefer this direction going over Grand Swamp. The down on the island lakeside is trail and just kind of rolls. I'm not a fan of that, sliding down that scree. If I never do that again in my life, I won't be sad.
And we're also going to try and get a view of our next finisher on the men's run as well, Gabe Joyce. Manon and Gabe were pretty much step in step together. As we've noticed when we caught Katie and Zach coming in, it was really like once they hit the Shrine of the Mines Road where our images got super clear and we could see them both on the same drone shot. Hopefully our drones are going to be able to capture this same kind of moment if it is afforded to us.
This is great follow cam here in the last mile and change before Silverton.
Looks like Manon might be picking up a bit of a run here.
She's getting a little spring in her step here as the
Pacer is doing the pacing job. Actually, if you can see, it looks like he has actually gone out a little bit further ahead. So
stretching
Manon
the rubber band, if you will.
Manon Bohar is being forced to move a little bit quicker. So we'll be keeping eyes on Manon Bohar, our F2, as she makes her way toward the finish, as well as Gabe Joyce, who is somewhere around these woods.
Yeah.
It looks like Gabe is slightly ahead of her. Looks like Gabe is almost to the Shrine of the Mines Road, whereas Manon is maybe a few hundred meters out. But it is very close. I would say about maybe half a kilometer separates them. So they're not quite as snug as Zach and Katie.
As Zach and Katie were. Yeah. Drone shot there, up above Shrine of the Mines Road on the left.
I assume that would be Gabe Joyce on the left.
There we go. Yeah, so he's hit the road.
And actually, Manon's Pacer is hitting the road here shortly as well. I believe that there's a little bit of a dog leg to the right and then down onto the road. So it's going to be real close here. I would say probably about a 2-minute gap between them.
Is that another runner with Gabe or just a little bit of a entourage?
We're thinking,
yeah,
probably a couple of filmers and maybe a pacer as well. Of course, my hope is that as Manon steps off the single track onto Shrine of the Miners Road, oh, there we go. We've got a good picture of her there.
Thank you to the Feed for their sponsorship of our Skycam. Getting a good shot there of Gabe Joyce. Give me one more chance to plug Gabe's column in I Run Far, Ask Gabe. It's a great monthly column. He takes reader questions and answers them, everything about from training to nutrition to gear to mental stuff. It's a lot of fun. He's got a great sense of humor, fantastic writer. I suggest you check it out. Ask Gabe on irunfar.com every month. He's been doing it now a couple of years. There's a lot of fun stuff on there.
I would assume behind us the gymnasium here in Silverton High School is probably going to be emptying out as everybody is heading over to the finish line right outside to capture and celebrate our next finishers. Our runner-up woman, Manon Bohar, and our 9th place runner in the men's event, Gabe Joyce. I can see Dale Garland just down on the gym floor, and I know he'll be outside.
Yeah, he'll sort of pull some people out if he can. He'll tell them there's no reason for them to stay in here. Here we go. Here's Gabe.
Yeah, Manon is just about to the road here. Oh.
Did they go past it?
Oh, one of his crew did, it looks like. Can see Manon has hit Shrine of the Mines Road.
All right, good.
Sharing a moment on that final uphill with her pacer while Gabe Joyce is heading down into the streets of Silverton. We'll see.
Chris, while we do real quick, have a moment. Siobhan Pritchard and Simone Valentin Austin have both made it up to governor.
Great.
From URA, so they've actually put a little more time on the cutoffs, getting in there a full 2 hours and 8 minutes before the 12:30 cutoff. So that's cool to see. We now are down to just 7 runners en route from URA to governor.
Front to the back coverage of Hardrock 100 brought to you by Altra and the Feed. This is the Hardrock 100 endurance run on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
Both of them, by the way, made the Camp Bird traverse in just less than 3 hours. The race cutoff allows for 3.5, so really good, solid split up Camp Bird Road. Now they fuel up and begin the trip up to Virginia's Pass and Kroger's Canteen, which is also won't take 3 hours, but could easily take about 2 to go 2 miles. Or sorry, to go 3 miles. There's a left-hand turn. Gabe's crew starting to celebrate. Some fist pumping going on. Gabe will be the 10th place overall finisher and 9th place man. Lander, Wyoming.
Gabe Joyce, this will be his second Hardrock finish. As far as what he's done lately, he has a runner-up finish at 2023's I Am Tough, 2021 High Lonesome runner-up as well, a win at Bighorn in 2018. So he's got top 5 finishes here at Hardrock. In 2017, he was 4th, as well as the aforementioned I Am Tough, High Low, Wasatch, Run Rabbit, Run, Leadville, and the Bear. And finished 6th at Canyons this year as well, as we are going to see him make that final turn.
Obviously a pedigreed mountain runner. Gabe Joyce.
I think that was the left horn.
Somewhere among this crowd is Gabe Joyce.
Congratulations to Gabe Joyce. And we are going to...
moment with Dale.
You got to run in with your dad and stuff? Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, we've been looking for that for a long time. Yeah. Look at this chair.
see if we can get
You know what? You don't have to
maybe
get
a
up
split screen between
right.
Gabe's celebration
And there's no clock
Renan's,
anymore.
final steps. But Renan is going to be hitting, Renan Bohar, our women's runner-up, going to be hitting the streets of Silverton here very quickly.
Kids,
Now we're giving a quick shout out to Lander, Wyoming, unheralded with amazing trail. Indeed, the home of National Outdoor Leadership School, the Wind River Range is an incredible mountain range, somewhat off the beaten track. I know my youngest son is a Knowles graduate. Incredible fly fishing and lake fishing out there as well. So, Gabe probably spends a fair bit of time on the Wind River Range. In his training for Hardrock.
All right, well, do we have a camera to Renan?
Oh, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
On the road right now, I'm guessing.
Either in the sky or on the road.
Just realized the buckle.
Yeah. Well, then we sell the fancy. And then I'm like,
I love how you started
it up, but I want to give a what?
I love how you started. That's great. Yeah, there you go. I didn't realize I was on top of the I did notice. I did notice, yeah.
There we
All
go.
right. Got Renan Bohar on that final little climb. That last little reminder of what you've been doing heading around the San Juans. And I've heard, and I can't tell, I don't know for sure whether or not that's her father, but it is indeed.
Several have commented. It is indeed her father's pacing her. That's really good.
That's impressive.
Oh,
Oh, yes.
Oh, that's sweet.
Wow. So Renan Bohar, her father, has been pacing her to a second place finish here at Hardrock
That's
since
really
Ouray.
cool.
That's
43
amazing.
miles with Dad.
Shout out to the Feed Skycam for giving us this wonderful shot of the two of them. And we also have the on-the-street shot there with our follow cam too. So, and then we've got Gabe in the lower right. So this is what we've been looking forward to since we were able to add the drone shots. We're getting a little bit of everything here. So thanks to Altra and the Feed for making this possible. And thanks to our people behind the scenes in the booth here for bringing this to us. We appreciate it all, and it helps us tell the story of this amazing annual run.
They're all special.
Patrick Bohar, Manon's dad. How's this for a resume? UTMB, Innsbruck Alpine Trail Run Festival, Swiss Alps 100K, Seas Grand Trail Courmayeur, Ushuaia by UTMB, Grand Lake,
360.
La Reunion, Tour de Jeance, first place in the 2015
Oh, so
as a 51-year-old.
so she comes from good stuff.
Yes, indeed. Fifth place in the 2013 Tour de Jeance. Patrick Bohard, 60 years old, alongside his daughter.
First place at Grand Raid La Reunion and in the Pyrenees too. Yeah,
That's
maybe
pretty
Dad
cool.
needs to qualify for this.
Chairs inside, tables, cots, dancing girl. That's on Empire. Disco,
11th place overall. Second place woman.
Yeah, not many people are going to have the opportunity to ask their parents to pace them for 40 miles through the San Juans and be confident that they're going to be able to handle themselves. Of course, Manon Bohar did not have that question.
I'll tell you what, as a parent myself, that's got to feel good for Dad. And even with all those finishes of his own, this is a special weekend for the two of them. After that, one they'll memory for a long time. When I think of the times I've had my sons pace me, I think about being the other way around. That's pretty cool.
With my tiredness, trying to be precise.
Of course, my sons got so burnt out of coming to ultras as young kids, they've all taken up cycling. Smart.
Now Silverton itself is in full view.
This is great.
Weaknesses crop up and how to minimize. Like I'll read tweets.
Manon's going to take a sharp right turn up here in just a few steps, head down the last bit of single track that she will have to encounter on this journey, and then the streets of Silverton, all roughly 4.5 blocks of it.
It looks ridiculous, but it's like not because I'm like crazy. It's just because like no.
Yeah,
when
we're,
you hear
we're
it,
working
or like
on the
one of our
microphone level.
one of the people at our
Bear with us
office
here.
receiving report.
There's that turn. It's a fun little section of trail down into town. Oh, Dad's going to take the lead down this last little bit of trail, huh? Nice. .28:32.
We'll see if we can get our eyes in the sky on Manon as she finishes in just over 28.5 hours. Still one of the faster times all time here at Hardrock.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. Like I said, this would have won Hardrock a lot of years.
There we go. Steps off that last bit of single track.
Looks like another member of the crew, perhaps Manon's sibling. Dad's been with her since Uray.
Yeah, we get so excited to capture the ambient noise of the crowd at the finish line that we just kind of roll with it for a bit and forget that that might be drowning us out a little bit. But we just want to be part of the celebration.
It's okay. We just need we just push a couple buttons and it's all good. You could be husband, perhaps. Yeah, well.
Manon, the youngest first-time runner in the women's event here at Hardrock. At 33, I guess underscoring the fact that it is a bit of a difficult race, a difficult event to get into, rather. Thank you very much, Carmen, letting us know that perhaps maybe her partner, her husband.
Yeah, I didn't want to assume it's a sibling. High five to the dad, which was cool. Chris, while we watch Manon on her last few meters here, 60 years old, John Clark from Colorado Springs. Might remember him with the purple hat back in Ouray. He has made it to Governor. Got there at 10:20. So we're down to six runners between Ouray and Governor now. And here's Manon Bohar. Dale Garland just announced to the gym behind us. I do believe we have a young lady from France who's finishing and rallying the troops to get out the door and cheer on Manon's second place finish here, the Hardrock 100. Here she comes. Crew peels off. Manon Bahar, second place woman at the Hardrock 100. From France. Bows to the rock. Top center, Chris. Top center, smooch.
Manon Bohar from France.
Very popular player.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Manon Bohar.
So fresh.
F2, 11th overall here at the 2025 Hardrock 100.
And USA because of Katie with thank you.
Congrats to Dale. One of the best hugs in the sport.
You've gotten a couple of those.
Yes, indeed. Nothing like it. Manon Bahar from France. As you said, Chris, youngest first time.
That's crazy.
That's right.
Second place woman. 11th place overall. Fourth French finisher. First female. The top three men were from France. Now France has 4 of the first 11 finishers of this year's Hardrock. Stephanie Case is officially a resident of France, American by birth. She would be the next French finisher. Dale delivering the swag.
course, after the run has completed for all of the participants and the full 48 hours has elapsed, the finisher ceremony will be taking place all the way across town, a good 4 or 5 block walk from the high school gymnasium to the Memorial Park in Silverton, Colorado.
It's a great, if you've never been to the Hardrock or never watched it on the live stream, it's a wonderful ceremony. Dale Garland, who's had a 30-plus year career in education, dons academic regalia, and it's very much like a graduation ceremony. Hardrock has long been considered a postgraduate run, and so he plays into that as he presents each finisher with their original finisher's print that demarks the finish of Hardrock, as if he were presenting them with a diploma. Master of Miles is one of them. Has all kinds of fun names, and it's a great ceremony. So we'll have it live streamed, or you can be there in person if you're in town. Tyler Fannin of Santa Quin, Utah, and John Teed from Spain are likely the next 2 finishers. We've got a little bit of a gap until then. Till then, it looks like we don't have either of them hitting Putnam yet. And while we continue to track the back of the pack at Governor Basin, the next cutoff is at 12:30 there at Governor.
You know, I have to believe, of course, as of now, we have, still 131 runners in this event. It's got to be, with so many of the participants having taken so long to get into this event, I would assume that it's just simply as a last resort that they would even consider the notion of pulling the plug. I would assume that most of them are timed out, those who actually don't continue on. I
would have to imagine. You're absolutely right, Chris. At this point, with everybody having made it, past 100K, and time on the clock, that if unless an injury, an injury. And frankly, as I'm seeing the splits of our group coming up, we just had Ann Ungena, 61 years old, from Newbury Park, do 2 hours and 40 minutes to get from Ouray to Governor. So she's banked even more time, getting in there at 10:39, and now it's down to 5 that are en route. As you've mentioned several times, Lori Nakauchi, Tina Ouray, Junko Kazukawa, Leiko Earl, and Patrick O'Neill. Only 5 remaining, and I think it would be a safe bet to say that we'll have all 5 of them get up to Governor. Patrick would be the one who's tightest, but we saw him make a very smart aid station stop in Ouray, and he could even be banking a little time.
I'm going to run through some of the notable names that are still out on course. Currently, our F3 is Katarina Hartmut. We would expect her to be hitting Putnam probably maybe around noon or so. If I had to offer a guess, she was 3rd place in this event last year, and looking like a solid bet for 3rd place again this year. Chris Roberts, USA 24-hour national team member out of Missouri. Doing the double Western States Hardrock and currently sitting in 19th place overall. Amber Weibel right behind him, who is also doing the double. Roughly 6 minutes separate them. And what's funny, so I want to verify this. So Chris Roberts and Amber Weibel, I'm going to pull this up here on my end. I do have a handy-dandy search tool. So Chris Roberts, as I mentioned, his first Hardrock, doing the double, finished Western States in 20:05:51, and finished just a few places ahead of Amber Weibel, who is doing the double as well. So the two of them running close together here at Hardrock. Stephanie Case, our F5, 2022 runner-up, currently in 5th place in the women's event, 21st overall. Husway Frail out of Spain, 26th overall, 6th woman. Michael Wardian, 27th place overall, 21st in the men's run. A little bit further down, Eliza LaPierre, our F7, 42nd overall. I know somebody was giving some love to Japanese runner Shinsuke Isomura, currently 37th in the men's run, 44th overall. Becky Bates, somebody whose progress I've been following. Becky Bates, 63 years young, currently sitting in 8th place in the women's race. Becky has 3 Hardrock finishes to her credit, a 5th place, another 5th place, and a 7th place, all since the age of 55. Becky Bates getting it done at the age of 63 inside the women's top 10. Moving a little bit further down the line, we mentioned Dandelion Deluvio Scott, currently F10. In 69th place. 70th place right behind her, a name that is familiar to us, Jamil Curry. Jamil Curry is currently in 60th place in the men's race, 70th overall. Andrew Bainbridge, our youngest first-time runner in the men's event, 71st place overall. David Koblenz going for his 13th Hardrock finish in 80th place. Hannes Gehring out of Crested Butte, somebody we spoke with before the run. Had a great interview with Hannes. Genuinely a fun guy to talk to. Hope you go back and watch that interview. He is in 81st. I know that Shelby Johnson was somebody that our friend Corinne Shelby was paying attention to. Shelby currently in 86th overall. Betsy Nye going for finish number 20. Betsy Nye currently in 89th place, looking strong out there. Ellen Silva, somebody I have been following their journey, trying to become a true hard rocker, having run the event for the first time in 2016. Ellen in 92nd place, 14th in the women's event. Beast Coast Crusher Lee Connor in 96th place, 15th in the women's event. Sarah Lavender Smith in 100th place overall, 16th in the women's event. Hillary Yang, 104th place, 17th in the women's event. Maria Liao, one of the interesting stories coming in, attempting to become the first runner from the Philippines to finish, and a 7-time winner of the Hardcore 100, a Hardrock qualifier. So we definitely were served on notice, and we're curious to see how she did. Still moving strong in 20th place in the women's event, 116th overall. And as we mentioned, Patrick O'Neill, currently are positioned as our potential DFL. Obviously, still a long way to go. 131st place out of Crested Butte.
Someone we were watching keenly at Ouray, Tina Ouray, Mount Shasta, California. Most senior runner in the course at 65 years old, has now hit Governor. She got up there in about 3 hours. She hit Governor 10:41, a good hour and 50 minutes ahead of the cutoff there. So now we're down to 4 runners that are in between Ouray and Governor.
Yeah, Jamil looked absolutely dusted at Western States, because if he put his leg up in the air, you'd swear there was a blimp. That thing was so swollen at the end of that run and the events, the next couple days, I was honestly concerned whether or not he would start this run. I was, I've been in contact with Jamil. Obviously, we know him as being, one of our friends in Phoenix. And the fact that he started this race, I was a little mildly surprised. But he's actually, I think he's moving very well, all things considered. The ankle seems to be under control. We saw him out there with Michael Versteeg leaving Governors. So, and we did get information that he had departed Telluride. He evaded our cameras successfully. He's probably got a camera on his own out there, though, knowing him. Or maybe he learned his lesson at States. Yeah. But he is on his way from Telluride to Chapman, along with several dozen other runners at this point. So the Governor cutoff is at 2:30. That's correct? Or 12:30. That's right. And as you mentioned, John Clark just got there. So, yeah, we're just a handful of runners that we're still expecting to, just a half dozen runners still anticipated at Governor. So,
yeah, that shot on the right is the road leading out of Governor.
Great shot. Thanks to the feed for their sky cam. I'm guessing that.
I think it's Tina. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
Tina just left Governor. Tina Uray. She only spent 7 minutes at Governor. We saw she probably spent about 45 minutes at Uray. Looked like an intentional lengthy stop there. But that's what I'm guessing. Oh, apparently my mic's out. Sorry.
How would we know?
Because aid station Molly B told me.
Oh, I was going to say. I didn't see that comment.
I think they did that on purpose, aid station Molly B.
I think they had me blocked.
I was having a snack, and they probably didn't want to hear me chewing in the microphone. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, for those familiar with Jamil, he got a large chunk of his training in January.
Yeah.
Did about, I believe, 750 miles that month. As part of the Chipotle challenge that he documented, where he and Kevin Russ went blow for blow on basically a 3-block segment of street in Tempe, Arizona, across from Arizona State University. I did see Kevin Russ out here this weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so we actually had him help call Hardrock.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so we decided basically last minute that we were going to live stream the kids race, the Hardrock, here in Silverton. And so it was myself, Dan Ryan, Tara Dower, and Kevin Russ. I figured if anyone was familiar with running blocks of street, it would be Kevin Russ, as he ran several hundred miles worth in January.
Oh, nice. We hear Kevin may go out to help pace Jamil. That was so much fun. A small little section of Mill Avenue in Tempe became sort of ground zero for the trail, the ultra running community of Arizona during that last week, especially of.
Somebody asked
January.
about what didn't he almost drop the cameraman around the track at Western States, though? Given the fact that I was one of those cameramen, yes. He did drop a cameraman or two around the track. He dropped myself. He dropped Corinne Shalvoy.
That was absurd. He just dropped into like a 6-minute pace.
It was wild. I was following, and the way it is, you enter and you do about 3/4 of the track. You start on one of the long sides and you go around. I kept up with him from the end zone till about the other 30-yard line, at which point I realized I had no chance.
Yeah.
So I cut across the field and caught him at the very end of the finish.
On the right, you see the Governor Basin aid station. The runner's just leaving. I did, again, that's our next cutoff. It's still an hour and 40 minutes away, or a little bit less, an hour, 40 minutes away. I saw we've recently had, who made it in there? Oh, yeah. Lori Nakauchi from Lakewood, Colorado, 55 years old, has made it in to Governor. So we're down to 3 en route between Ouray and Governor. That drone shot on the left is looking down on the aid station. There's that runner leaving. I'm guessing that is John Clark. No, John's left already. Sorry, that looks like it's Lori Nakauchi, unofficially. Yeah, that's Lori. She did take a little bit longer than some of the others traversing Camp Bird Road. And she's got just about a quarter mile on this road, makes a left-hand turn onto the single track trail that will bring her up to Virginia's Pass and Kroger's Canteen. So it's 8 miles. It's 8 miles from Governor to Telluride, up and over Virginia's. The cutoff at Telluride is 4 p.m. So Lori has just over 5 hours to traverse that 8 miles. And it should be noted that this 3-mile section to Kroger's takes most runners, at least at this point in the race, over 2 hours. Just to put Hardrock miles in perspective, 2 hours is a good time for these 3 miles.
We are coming up on the top of the hour, the 11 a.m. hour here at the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. This is the live stream on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel presented by Altra and The Feed. I am Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are going to be following along for the next 19 and change hours ourselves. We've got Brett Hornig, Jeff Browning, Skylar Hall, Corinne Shalvoy. We are going to do our best to bring every single finisher, every single runner as they get their moment of shine here as they make their way around the San Juans. That is something that we take a lot of pride in at Mountain Outpost. And, you know, is just, I think, such a huge part of the Hardrock experience because of the fact that it is a 150 or so runner event that we have 48 hours to cover. We get that opportunity to share all of those stories. Are we going to? All right. But one of the things that unfortunately happened this weekend, it's really hard to segue into this, Andy. It really is. But as to reiterate something we've shared, I want to read the press release from the San Juan County Department of Emergency Management and the Sheriff's Office per the Hardrock 100 Run page on Instagram. And this was released yesterday morning. On Friday, July 11th, 2025, there was a fatality during the Hardrock 100 near Little Giant Basin west of Silverton, Colorado in San Juan County. On Friday, July 11th, 9:02 a.m., the San Juan County Sheriff's Office and the Silverton Medical Rescue Team received a search and rescue call about an unknown medical reason at Little Giant Basin near Gold Lake. The 60-year-old female patient was pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. in San Juan County, Colorado. The coroner's office has identified the person as 60-year-old female as Elaine Stipula of Michigan, who was running the Hardrock 100 as pronounced deceased at 10:27 a.m. More information will be available at the conclusion of this year's run to be determined at a time on Sunday. Until then, please direct all communications to Deanne Gallegos, the Public Information Officer for the Office of Emergency Management of San Juan County. More information can be found on the Hardrock 100 social media pages as well as on the Hardrock 100 webpage. And so, it is an unspeakable tragedy that we have faced as a member of the Hardrock family is no longer with us. And we are remembering Elaine Stipula as best we can. And our most heartfelt condolences go out to her family and friends.
Yeah, Chris, thank you for that. I want to also just add, I have had a couple of opportunities to talk with Run Director Dale Garland over the last day or so, and fortunately for him, he's been had the support of a tremendous group, both in the Run Committee here as well as in the greater world of ultra running race directors. It's a close-knit community. Elaine's daughter and son-in-law are in attendance here at the race, and Dale has had a chance to visit with them, and he wanted me to let everybody know that. And as the statement said, there will be more information forthcoming after the conclusion of the event. So thank you, everybody, for understanding. Again, we'll certainly cover the rest of the race as best as we can. It certainly has put a little bit of a big cloud over the event all weekend long. So thank you for bearing with us.
We'll be back.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. The wild athlete mid-migration. Fueled by carbs, guided by caffeine, and always hunting for electrolytes. This one senses dehydration. The most cunning of beasts stock up at the feed. A one-stop watering hole with thousands of fuel, hydration, and recovery options delivered straight to your cave. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at the...
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
And we're here at Silverton, Colorado, 9,300 feet, the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run live stream presented by Altra and The Feed. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are roughly 19 hours, just a little bit under 19 hours away from the finish of this annual event, the 30th running of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run.
This is a good view of the finish line and all of the flags of all of the states and countries represented in the race, a tradition that's gone back quite a few years to line the finisher chute. The finisher chute has not always been this elaborate, but they've always lined the chute with flags. Every state in the event is represented, as well as every country.
AJW and I will be taking you till the top of the hour, at which point we'll be relieved by Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy, 2018 Hardrock champion, and Brett Hornig, the shoe guru himself, a co-host of Single Track and Man About Town, and always looking at people's feet.
That's right.
Their shoes, not their feet. But shout out to Brett and Jeff, because they will be joining us here, and they've been doing work out there on the course. Absolutely. And here in the studio. Yeah. So, always helping out and getting content. And shout out to them.
They will call hours 30 to 36, and then Corinne Chalvoy and Skylar Hall 36 to 42, and then we'll be back on one more time from 42 to 48.
We are facing in about just under 90 minutes the next cutoff at Governor, And then there were three individuals we are hoping to see make their way to governor here sooner rather than later. Junko Kazukawa, Liko Earl, and Patrick O'Neill. Those three have yet to register at governor. They have until 12:30 local time, so about 87 minutes to do so. We hope to see them soon. Looks like that is the governor cam. Do we have somebody coming in? All right.
Governor cam from our drone footage. I'm guessing this is Junko. The three remaining runners are Junko Kazukawa, Liko Earl, and Patrick O'Neill. Good hour, good 90 minutes ahead of cutoff time here, so relatively stress-free. I think that's Junko in the blue and then Pacer in the green, but can't 100% confirm that. Previous runner through here was Lori Nakauchi from Lakewood, Colorado. Junko took a little over 3 hours to get up the road. It's all road from Ouray to...
We might be getting clarification on who that is.
Very good.
I'm thinking that might be Liko Earl. Because it shows Liko closer to governor.
Okay, could be Liko Earl.
Let me see if we've got...
Anybody in the chat remembers kits? We're getting not Junko. Junko wears pink. Okay, thank you.
Let's see if we can get a bib. Liko would be bib number 132, so hopefully...
Thanks in the chat, Kevin and David, for the update on Junko. I love how we can use the collective wisdom of the chat to get some information.
We'll see if we can grab a bib number there, or we can check to see if Open Split Time has registered an arrival. Zipping over to Telluride.
Yeah, that's Telluride aid station. Hopping. Telluride's open until 4 this afternoon, so about 5 more hours for runners to clear that 74-mile checkpoint.
At which point the crew has to head all the way back around the San Juans.
Yeah.
To get back here. There is no, quote, like, easy way back from Telluride following the
I mean, you
the
can
course
try to
route
go
itself.
the Ophir way, but
that is true.
You might leave parts of your car out there.
If you've got 10, 11 inches of ground clearance, then maybe you're good on Ophir Pass. But that's even kind of a dicey proposition depending on what the road looks like. It's one of the nice things about following some of the Silverton local pages on social media is you get a lot of intel and information on some of the mountain passes and what condition they're in.
Yeah.
Not that I'm driving them, but it's always kind of cool to see because it gives you a lot of information on what things look like in the high country.
As you get a bib on this runner on the left in the blue. Oh, just missed it.
We'll see if we can
get a bib on that. I think it's Liko, but She's out, and there's in the green shirt is Pacer.
Okay, so we're hearing that Junko is actually sitting in the chair there.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Junko with the white shirt in the chair. Thank you.
And perhaps that was Leiko who had just left. So, yeah, Junko Kazukawa registered an arrival at 11:07.
Yeah,
so
this
yeah,
has just happened.
jumped right
Okay.
in.
All right, so Leiko just had a 4-minute stop in there. Has just left at 11:08.
Yep.
And Junko's in at 11:07 and sitting in that chair, which leaves us with Patrick O'Neill.
One more person.
One more runner. Now, keep in mind, he was an hour and 10 minutes behind Junko at Ure, so let's not hold our breaths.
Yeah, so that would put him, if he's able to keep paces,
Then
I guess.
it would be about noon.
Yeah.
Which would be great. He'd have a half an hour on the a buffer. We're back at Telluride here on the big screen. You can see some activity going on there on the left. This is a really popular pacer change section. A lot of folks will change their pacers out if they picked someone up in Ure. They would switch out here. They could also switch out at Chapman, but a lot of folks are going to switch out here.
So Patrick O'Neill arrived at Ure at 8:49 and was out at 8:57. The cutoff there is at 9 a.m.
Yeah, he just made it.
So he is living life on the edge here
Yeah.
as he makes his way through the San Juans. And I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing him arrive between now and 12:30. Hopefully he is able to get in and out of Governor and then able to continue his journey. That's what this is all about. Not everybody is at the front of the pack. We are going to be following the stories of the back of the pack as well. So we do have word that Adam Barrett kind of snuck up on us there, as his time didn't register at Cam Traverse, but he did show up at Putnam. So somehow we didn't have a time register at Cam, but I'm not worried about any sort of issues there. I mean, there's no quick way to get from Chapman to Putnam, skirting the game
No
there.
shortcut.
So no.
Hey, quick update from our friend Fast Eddie, Scott Jaime, Hardrock 10-time finisher and unofficial Hardrock historian, lets us know that Katie Scheide's finishing split from Putnam to the finish in the counterclockwise direction is the 10th fastest time in the history of the race. Only 10 people have ever been under 60 minutes. Thank you, Fast Eddie, for that little bit of history. That's fast. I'm going to go up to Putnam later today. I'll see if I can run back in an hour. I'm going to guess I can't.
But you'll be fresh.
Yeah, I think in my 2009 run, Scott Jaime will remember that well because we were just about together going up Grant Swamp Pass, and then he dropped me like a bad first date, and beat me by about 20 minutes, and was sitting waiting for me at the finish line halfway through his beer. That was a lot of fun. We had a lot of battles like that back in the day. Scott Jaime, a great guy, a great hard rocker. This again is Telluride aid station. Cutoffs here not until 4 o'clock.
So if Adam was at Putnam out at 10:35, given an hour 15 and change, maybe hour 20, we're looking at maybe we might see him before our shift draws to a close.
At 10:30, yeah, he might be the last finish we call before we hand it over to the boys. But yeah.
Depending on when Tyler Fannin gets in too, that could be a possibility.
Yeah, 'cause he had
they were kind of neck and neck for a while.
Together.
Within 10 minutes of one another, even closer.
Some of those Putnam splits on open split times are a bit delayed. So
yeah.
Scott Jaime just looked it up. My time from Putnam was 1:14, and his was 1:10. Yeah, twist the knife a little bit, Fast Eddie. Those were fun times indeed. I think I got you back at Rocky Raccoon a couple years later, though. But who's counting?
Of course, you and Scott, if you look back on Ultra Sign Up in that era, you two basically chewed a lot of the same dirt and saw yourselves either on or missing some of the same podiums. So,
Kevin Wheat providing some good info on Junko. She is a 2-time breast cancer survivor, competes in marathon, ultra marathon, and cycling events, and was the first person to complete the Leadville Series and the Ultra Running Grand Slam in the same year. I'm guessing that means in the same year. Wow. Impressive. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, we're going to be following.
Junko is definitely collecting. Let's see.
We have a half dozen runners between Cam and Putnam. And those runners are Tyler Fannin, John Tidd, Katarina Hartmut, Kyle Marksish, Cody Draper, and Guy Love.
One of the all-time great ultra names. Junko collecting herself at Governor.
The one nice thing is knowing full well that Patrick is going to have the aid station's undivided attention when he gets to Governor.
Oh, he is.
Everything that he needs will be at his disposal, and no further than an arm's length away, I would assume.
I mean, he was very methodical at Ouray. He knew exactly what he had to do to get out of there under the cutoff. He ate some food. He adjusted his gear. He seemed to handle it like a pro. And again, if you're at this stage of the race, you're on one hand you're going aid station to aid station. On the other hand, you're collecting yourself for a whole another night out there. So it's one step at a time, one foot in front of the other, relentless forward progress.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Adam is actually not too far from Mineral Creek at this point. Probably a mile and maybe under 2 miles.
Got word that Betsy Nye has entered Telluride. And I know, too, that Sarah Lavender Smith, who lives in Telluride, is closing in on the aid station as well.
Yep, Adam actually just got to the creek.
All right.
So we'll be keeping an eye on Adam. Of course, that stretch from Putnam follows Bear Creek down to Mineral Creek, basically tucked in between Bear Mountain and Sultan Mountain, just to the southwest of town.
And it's a as I've mentioned, until about a mile before the creek, it's pretty rocky and kind of unsteady through there. It follows a creek grade, so you're not completely trashing your quads, but it's work getting through that last bit.
Oh, I bet. I actually went up to Grand Turk, which is fairly close by to Putnam, maybe about 2 miles straight line. Mm-hmm. And some of the views that you get from the top of Grand Turk and ascending Sultan, you can see, that it's all business out there.
Oh yeah. All right, looks like Junko is out of the chair and out of the aid station, Chris.
Nice.
About a 9-minute stop there at Governor Basin, so she's got an hour and 14 cushion on that 12:30 cutoff. And again, 4 o'clock is the cutoff at Telluride. It's 8 miles as the crow flies up and over one of the biggest passes of the race, Virginia's. So there's one left, Patrick O'Neill.
Patrick, we are cheering you on. We cannot wait to see you at Governor.
Patrick O'Neill running for a cancer charity in the Crested Butte area, raising funds for that. Thank you for the information on that in the chat. Really appreciate it. And we're looking at...
So Patrick, it looks like, is making his way through Yankee Boy Basin. Is that still up Camp Bird Road, or is that actually onto the single track?
That's still Camp Bird Road.
Okay.
Yeah. There actually is a Camp Bird. It's a camp area.
Yeah. So we're talking, if this is accurate, Patrick, probably about 63, 65. Maybe less than 2 miles out from...
Is that right?
Yeah, from Governor. I'm going to say about 2 miles exactly.
Okay. Well, that's solid. He's making some good time.
Yeah.
It looks like, as well, I know we mentioned him earlier, Tyler Fannin. Tyler Fannin has come through Putnam as well, along with... There's Betsy. The Boopinator just went across the screen, going for finish number 20. Adam Barrett and Tyler Fannin now both through Putnam. About 22 minutes apart.
We are expecting that Katarina Hartmut will be rounding out our women's podium here probably sometime a little bit past noon, maybe early afternoon, as she has not registered at Putnam yet.
Chris, this drone, our drone footage on the right, that is Camp Bird Road, a little further down.
As we mentioned, we're using our resources to cover all runners. This might be the first instance of us trying to chase down the DFL runner on the drone this year. Is that the Camp Bird itself down there, or is that...
No, I think I'm mistaken.
But we have our eyes in the sky out there. Is that our mic? Okay. Shout out to Mitch on the drone cam.
That's here. That's the Shrine of the Mines Road.
Is it? Oh, yeah. Because that's the new neighborhood right there.
Got all turned around. We're looking for, because we're tracking down Adam here, right?
We have at least one good friend that lives in that new neighborhood, has a way with a camera lens. We're not going to give away their name or their home. But, yeah, so that is actually leading into town there. Yeah, that's the new side of town in Silverton, Colorado, on your upper left-hand side of the screen, just off of Highway 550. Actually sat up on that little berm just south of Highway 550 to watch the fireworks last year during the 4th of July. Very great vantage point. Was up there with friends and my son enjoying a great night. Silverton, 4th of July is a big deal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You've got the 4th of July parade. You've got the fireworks display. And and things are hopping here in town. So if you have the opportunity to spend extended time in Silverton and you've never been here for the 4th of July, I can highly recommend it.
Well, Chris, I mean, honestly, if you lived in a town where summer was 2 weeks long, you'd have a big celebration too.
Yeah, I've heard, and having been there at the 4th of July celebration, I believe it, but I've heard that a lot of people come from much larger places such as Durango and Montrose and Ridgeway to partake in the Silverton experience on the 4th of July. Great little parade. Everybody comes out, and it's not a very long parade. They cover the entirety of the Silverton municipal map, which is roughly about a mile or so.
Right.
But it's a great time.
Here we are on the left, the Telluride aid station. On the right, drone shot looking back down the Shrine of the Mines Road, seeking out our likely next finisher, Adam Berendt from Bozeman, Montana. Likely to be our second Bozeman finisher, David Ayala, 4th place finisher and 1st place American in this year's race. Finished a little while ago, also from Bozeman, Montana.
So after Adam, Tyler Fannin has reached and departed at Putnam as well. So about 22 minutes back. So take what we see with Adam and probably add maybe 20 to 30 minutes, give or take, coming from Putnam. So I would assume that would put him out of our par view in terms of seeing him finish on the air. But, of course, Jeff Browning and Brett Hornig will be here to share in the celebration.
Yeah, and those guys have a great group coming in. In addition to John Tidd, who you mentioned, Katarina Hartmuth, Kyle Marksick, Cody Draper, Guy Love, Chris Roberts, Amber Weibel, and Stephanie Case are all likely to finish in that 30 to 36 hour range. Joel Anderson, Kevin Hadfield, Adam Arguello, and Jose Cervantes. Maybe even Mike Wardian during that stretch. I suspect I might bump into those folks as I'm running out to Putnam for my little afternoon jog today.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Fun to see them. I promise I'll stay out of their way. And we're awaiting current final runner on the course, Patrick O'Neill from Crested Butte.
So I want to give a shout out to a friend of mine, Leo Fung, who is he's making his way through the San Juans and moving fairly well. His last aid station, he actually just got to Telluride, so moving well. He's got plenty of time. But Leo Fung out of well, it says here out of the Woodlands, Texas, but last I checked, he lived in Calgary, so I'm not quite sure. I guess he's from all over. But Leo was a finisher here in 2022, and if he is able to get things done, which I have no doubt, because he is an excellent runner, he will become a true hard rocker. So Leo was one of those people who he was actually slated to run Hard Rock in 2019, and that was going to be his first time. Of course, the 2019 run was canceled due to fires. Or no, that was a snow year.
This was high snow and a lot of avalanche debris. They couldn't get out to grouse.
That's right.
Yeah, it was brutal. I was supposed to be in the race that year.
Yeah, 2019 and then 2020, of course, the pandemic prevented the event from happening. So, and they decided, they made the difficult decision to redo the lottery for 2021. And Leo was not pulled, but then in 2022 he was. So it took 4 years from the time he was drawn to actually get his first finish in the run.
Fantastic. And now he's in again.
And now he's in again just a couple years later.
And he's through Telluride?
He is in Telluride right now.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll see him in the background. But shout out to Leo Fung, guy who I actually met at, I think I met him at Mogollon Monster.
Okay.
He ran that one year, and so
a qualifier for Hard Rock.
Yeah,
and a tough one at that.
Yeah, so hoping to see Leo in maybe maybe later tonight before we go on the air. If not, then in the wee hours of the morning. Leo's first finish here at Hardrock. Let me pull up that time. It was 43:16:10. Leo has a lot of finishes in a lot of tough races. We mentioned Run Mogollon, ran Cocodona in 2023, ran Waldo in 2024, the 100K, a race I know you're familiar with.
Oh, yes. Love Waldo, a race in Oregon in August. Craig Thornley's the race director. It's about 20-something years old. Fantastic event.
So Leo actually did the Western States Hard Rock Double in 22.
Oh, right on.
So has gotten the chance to become a true hard rocker here this year. So that is somebody I'm personally cheering for to see them finish.
Another runner leaving Telluride right there. Went by so fast, couldn't catch the bib number. But that spot, that's a garden spot on the left. You can understand why it'd be hard for runners to leave that. Nice green grass, shady indoor bathrooms. Running water, the works.
Of course, we have a bit of a lull in our women's finisher tally here. We mentioned Katie Scheid finished first in the women's event with a new course record, about 23 minutes ahead of Courtney DeWalter's previous counterclockwise number. And then Manon Bohar finished second, who we followed in from Mineral Creek.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we are expecting Katarina Hartmut to be our next finisher in the women's run.
Yeah, it does look like Katarina did some regrouping at KT. I think a couple people have noticed this in the chat, but her aid station was an hour there. I'm not sure whether that was sleep or regrouping, but she did get out of there at 9:47, so she's coming up on 2 hours between there and Putnam. It's taken most folks between 2 hours and 20 minutes and 2 hours and 45 minutes to cover that section from KT to Putnam, which of course is the infamous climb up and over Grant Swamp Pass. We have a runner cam on the left.
We do.
I'm guessing this is Adam Berendt from Bozeman, Montana.
I'm sure that is somebody that one of our next hosts probably knows about pretty well. Those Bozeman guys tend to know each other pretty well.
Yeah,
of course,
Jeff lived there for a couple of years. Jeff Browning did.
And Adam is not even the first runner to be finishing from Bozeman. Of course, David Ayala, our fourth overall and first American finisher, is from Bozeman. Adam Berendt looks like he will be finishing 10th in the men's run, 12th overall.
11:30. So Patrick, a little bit past 11:30. Patrick's got an hour to roll into Governor. I think your sleuthing on the tracker suggested he was making some pretty good time on the climb up to the aid station. So it would make me very happy to know, as we sign off in a little bit here, that everybody who got into URA also got into Governor. Then they've got 3.5 hours to Telluride. And if all go, I mean, this is a kind of race, especially taking advantage of the daylight, you can get a little cushion. But by the way, yeah, this guy's moving. Look at that. Adam is moving down here. This is a great shot from our runner cam.
I think Adam's looking just as good as the pacer.
Yeah. The road comes up here and makes this little left-hand turn. But as I was saying, you can bank a little time while you've still got, 8 hours, 8.5, 9 hours of daylight, and be in a pretty comfortable position by the time, night probably falls somewhere as you're, on the way into Chapman. For runners who are clearly going into a second night. Nice work by Adam Berendt of Bozeman, Montana. He's really moving. Yeah, Clifford Matthews. The only people who were redrawn, because I was one of them, from 2019 were the everyone else's. Those ones with between 1 and 5 finishes. The nevers stayed in and the veterans stayed in. Back then there were 3 lotteries, now it's down to 2. Adam Barent, 38 years old, Bozeman, Montana, grinding this last climb on the Shrine of the Mines Road. Back of the pack update, just one left to make it to Governor Basin, Patrick O'Neill from Crested Butte. Everyone else is through. They're on their way to Kroger's. Most recent person through Kroger's, Matthew Doyle from the Netherlands. In fact, a couple of overseas runners together through there. Brian Melia from Grange over Sands in the United Kingdom, and Matthew Doyle from the Netherlands. Josh Fuller would be next up to Kroger from Jackson, Wyoming, and then a Belgian runner, Luke Steens. So a little bit of a overseas pack there. United Kingdom, Netherlands, and Belgium in this ever-increasing international field at the Hardrock 100.
Speaking of international runners, I want to shout out to one that we spoke with before the race, and you can go back, and he was such a gracious person, Chen Ko, who we spoke with, apparently a CTS coached athlete.
Right on.
And Chen Ko is running Hardrock for the second time, and he's had some luck of the draw here over his ultra running career. He's run a lot in China and in Asia in general, but
I think he's a Jason Coop coached athlete.
Yeah,
Jason has coaches quite a number of Chinese athletes. Of course, he also coaches our women's champion this year, Katie Scheid, and our third place male. So
Chen Ko has finished previously. He finished Hardrock in 2017, Western States in 2018. His qualifier for the cycle was Lake Biwa out of Japan.
All right.
And I did see that Chen Ko he showed up on my radar because he is in and out of Telluride. So got out of Telluride at about 11:04. So it shouldn't be too long before we potentially see him at Chapman, maybe another hour or so. That is a bit of a grindy section and also 10 miles worth. But Chen Ko, a very gracious interview that he had with us. Mael Backhausen and I really enjoyed that opportunity. And just another example of the international presence here at Hardrock 2025.
Speaking of grinding, look at Adam grinding this last climb on the Shrine of the Mines Road. Oh, good. You're providing relief to all of us by taking a couple walking strides, Adam. Thank you. Don't worry, you're comfortably under 30 hours. If that's on your mind, you've got it in the bag. Thank you all for tuning in to our Hardrock coverage, 30th anniversary of the race, third year of our coverage at Mountain Outpost. Huge thank you to Altra and the feed for their support of this. Could not do it without that wonderful support. And thank you to all 1,800 plus of you who are spending some of your Saturday with us watching the race.
I won't feel guilty about that as long as you all got your long runs in.
That's right.
That's one of the things about an event such as Hardrock. I mean, we grab the audience in on a Friday. And
that's right.
I think it's a lot easier to get people to have us on in the background when they're playing through spreadsheets and PowerPoints and have us on like either in an earbud or in a small corner of their 3-screen setup at home. I can't say I'm speaking from personal experience whatsoever, but the notion that a run that starts on a Friday, such as Hardrock, gives us the opportunity to get people invested on a weekday, and I find that in some ways very advantageous.
Well, of course, that's the brilliance of Cocodona. You get a whole work week. It starts on Monday.
As I mentioned, the owner of Berkeley Park Running Company in suburban Denver told me that we basically tanked their productivity for a week in the shop because they had it on and they had people coming in to watch it. And that's what I really like to hear. And you know what? Let's do another one of those call-outs.
Let's do it one more time. Hey, anybody, go ahead, Chris.
No, you go ahead.
Anybody out there watching this in a run specialty store, give a shout-out in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. We know toiling in a run specialty store on a Saturday is not always fun and easy, and hopefully we're helping make the time go by a little bit faster and maybe drawing some customers in. So if you're in a run specialty store or if you have a favorite run specialty store that you'd like to shout out in the chat, please do so, especially as Adam Barrett makes this right-hand turn onto the Shrine of the Mines Trail. Almost missed it.
A lot of the local running stores, as we see Adam make that right down that last stretch of single track, are backbones of their community, their running communities. And so we do want to appreciate those, whether big or small, but obviously there's a special place in our heart for the locally owned and operated events. But
and these days it's very easy to just get your favorite shoes and gear online, and a lot of people do that. But please support your local run specialty store where you can. Mountain Running Company in Asheville, North Carolina. All right, Justin, thank you. Yeah, Asheville's a great trail town.
Yeah, I've heard good things, and shout out to everybody in Asheville who has gone through a lot in the last year or so. So my heart goes out to all of you for fighting through some very trying times. So thanks for joining us here.
Dropping right down onto the road. Strides Running Store, Canyon Meadows in Calgary. All right, Further Faster in Christchurch.
That's probably the furthest running store mention we're going to catch out of New Zealand.
New Zealand, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Further Faster, that's a cool name. Bozeman Running Company. Well, that's appropriate as a Bozeman runner is finishing his run.
I have no doubt that our next finisher of the Hardrock 100, Adam Barrett, is definitely familiar with the Bozeman Running Company.
Fartlick's great one in Wichita, Kansas. Checking his watch. He's got 30 hours in the bag. Run More in Westminster, Maryland. Not a running store, but a taco shop in Ridgeway. Thank you, Madison.
That taco shop in Ridgeway, don't sleep on that place. That place is good. My son loves that place.
Wild River in Stillwater, Minnesota. Performance Running Outfitters. Another vote. Oh, no, same guy. Run More in Westminster, Maryland. Just push send twice. Here's Adam Barrett on the final stretch. Shoes and Brews in Longmont, Colorado. Ooh, I need to hit that one at some point.
You can hear in the background. And Katie Cat Kate, if your local store is all road running gear, get them invested in this. Get them emotionally tied into an event such as Hardrock, and who knows, maybe you'll start to see some Ultra Lone Peaks on the shelves.
Our finisher right here, Adam Barrett, Emily's telling me, worked at Bozeman Running Company. All right, as a fellow running store employee, way to go, Adam. Runner's Roost in Denver. 14 Running in Annecy, France. Nice. Heart and Soul. It says Heat and Soul, but I'm guessing it's Heat and Soul. Heart and Soul. Albuquerque, New Mexico. BP Run Co. in Denver.
Adam, congratulations.
A Snail's Pace in Laguna Hills. That's a popular one. Very successful running store. A Snail's Pace. Here comes Adam coming in. Looks like with some family with him. Track and Trail, Alberta. Purcell Outdoors, Kimberly, BC. Here's Adam Barrett coming into the finish. Adam Barrett, Bozeman, Colorado, in 29:43, a couple of seconds. Going straight to the top. Outcropping there. Gets a little smooth.
Congratulations, Adam, on your first Hard Rock finish. Adam has had some pretty stout, notable recent results. Finished 24th at Heaven 100 last year, 5th at Crazy Mountain 100 miler in 23, and 2022's Angeles Crest was a 5th place finisher.
Fantastic. The best hug in ultra running he just got from Dale Garland. Dale will chat with Adam as he does with every single finisher.
Shout out to a couple more mentions, Purcell Outdoors in Kimberley, British Columbia, cheering on Becky Bates. Again, Becky Bates is somebody whose race I'm following very intently because her story just draws me in as we see Adam get his congratulations from the finish.
Tara Cleveland in Tennessee, or maybe it's Tara in Cleveland, Tennessee, I'm guessing. Summit Hut in our state, Tucson, Arizona.
I have patronized the Summit Hut before.
I've made a stop at the Summit Hut.
I believe I might have done a packet pickup there or two for a very classic Arizona trail race.
Old Pueblo, perhaps?
That
there
would be
you go.
it. Yep.
I've gotten some nutrition supplies there when I've headed south and not had them with me.
You can see Adam discussing. Is that
That's
David Horton?
That's David Horton.
So for those not familiar with the man in the red, that is David Horton, the first Hard Rocker, the inaugural run winner. Won in 1992-93, speaking with the most recent Hard Rocker, spanning the very first finisher and the most recent finisher of the run. And
David Horton, in addition to that, the founder of the Hellgate 100K in Virginia, as well as Mountain Masochist 50 miler, just a legend down there. Promised Land 50K. In many ways, between David Horton and the Virginia Happy Trails Running Club, that is the reason Virginia is arguably one of the top 5 trail and ultra running states in the United States. He's also had FKTs on both the Appalachian Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail. They've since been eclipsed, but David Horton, an absolute living legend right there in the red shirt, congratulating Adam, and no doubt trying to distract Brian Powell, a former Virginia resident as well, from doing his job.
See Runner's Alley getting some love, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, Coastal Run, Easton, Maryland, Charm City Run in Baltimore, Maryland. Thank you very much to the nearly 2,000 people who are sticking with us through hour 29 of our Hard Rock 100 coverage. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are going to be bringing you here through the top of the hour, at which point we will be handing it over to two of the more prominent names here in the coverage of this race. We have Bronco Billy Jeff Browning and the one, the only shoe guru himself, Brett Hornick, who is going to be watching those feet as they come in.
Absolutely. By the way, Charm City Running Company in Baltimore almost annually wins awards at the running event in Texas as one of the top run specialty stores in the country. Fantastic running store. Long Shadow Runners, great name there in Borrego Springs, California. Another great running store down there in Southern California.
Of course, Adam has access to a chair. I don't think he wants it.
Yeah,
I think
looking like he's staying upright.
Let's do some more miles.
We're also keeping our eye on the other side of the pack. Patrick O'Neill, we're awaiting. The entire staff of the Governor Basin Aid Station from NAR Runners is awaiting his arrival. 61 years old from Crested Butte. He was the last runner out of Ouray shortly before 9 a.m. And he's got about an hour and 13 minutes to get up there to, sorry, that's incorrect. He's got 43 minutes to get up there to Governor Basin.
Let's see if we can find out how far out he is. Okay, so Governor is at 65.5, and he just pinged less than a minute ago at 64.5, so I'm liking his chances.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
He's going about 2.28 miles an hour. He's going to gain time on the Reaper here.
So you're showing a mile or?
I'm showing about a mile, and he is actually through the worst part of that climb.
Yeah, it actually starts to level out in the sort of area of the quote-unquote camp proper. Yes, Aid Station Molly Camp cutoff for Telluride is 4 p.m. Right now, the gentleman we're talking about, Patrick O'Neill, would be pretty much the only one who would be skirting the edge of that. But assuming he banks a little time here, he could very well get in by noon or a little bit after noon. He could have 4 hours to get to Telluride, which would be plenty of time, assuming he just keeps moving. Hanson's Running Store in Royal Oak, Michigan, and Soul Sports in Tempe. Thank you for that shout out.
Soul Sports in Tempe, a store we are very familiar with.
Extremely familiar with. Hopefully they're tuning into the broadcast. Our Saturday crew is a stellar one at Soul Sports Tempe.
That is my local running store.
Yeah, and that is the store at which I'm the current store manager.
Drugstore Cowboy with an interesting thought, talking about the most feared hug in ultra running from the 60-mile cutoff lady at Leadville, Twin Lakes, and aid station. And I have to respectfully disagree. The most feared hug I've ever heard of is from Scott Jurek at mile 90 of Western States, as one of our friends, Lisa Kravitz, encountered that last year when she was. Unfortunately, her day drew to a close earlier than expected. But yeah, if you get to, mile 90, 91 of a race that you've been working hard to get into, it's got to be gut wrenching. But at the same time, you've done so much.
Well, and I've got a Drugstore Cowboy. The cutoff lady at Leadville, she looks kind of like your grandma would look at you when you burnt the dinner. She really makes you feel a great deal of shame in missing that cutoff. It's rather difficult to witness. Foot RX in Asheville, North Carolina. Good to hear from you. And Trailhead Running Supply in Flower Mound, Texas.
I love hearing these local stores. I would love to. I still feel like maybe one of these years the Mountain Outpost social media should actually, solicit photos from people hanging out in stores and doing watch parties.
Mm-hmm. Well, funny story you mentioned that. One of the things when I came into the Soul Sports in Tempe, one of the first things I said is we've got to have a TV in here. We've got to get a TV in here. And it was like we were looking at the budget, and because I like watching the baseball games and watching the football games and everything else. And so we were like, well, we don't really have the budget. It's kind of slow in the summer. Well, lo and behold, Altra, our sponsor here of this podcast, donated a TV to the store, or actually bought a TV for the store and presented it to us when we had a group run that they did a demo for a couple of weeks ago. So that was so awesome. And so a nice TV that's hopefully streaming this right now in Tempe, Arizona for all of you.
David mentioning that they just ran their first 5K. How much more training to do a 100 like this? The answer is a lot, but don't let that dissuade you because we all start somewhere. I ran my first 5K in maybe late 2010, and it took me about 12 years to do my first Trail 100.
All right.
So, it takes time, but I can tell you from personal experience, I have never made it to Hardrock and never will as a runner. But the journey, no matter where it takes you, is always worth it.
Bull City Running in Durham, North Carolina. I get the Durham Bulls.
I like
gotta
it.
Get that one. And Commonwealth Running Company in Evanston, Illinois.
Shout out Evanston. I used to compete in high school interscholastic chess against the Evanston High School chess team.
My brother lives in Evanston. His two sons are now grown and moved away, but cool little town. And I'm not surprised,
College
Chris,
town,
that you
yeah.
were. I'm not surprised that Northwestern.
Yep.
Not surprised that you were a chess geek back in the day. Probably a pretty mean chess player.
I would say mean as far as maybe angry, but I wouldn't say as far as good. I might be drawing the might be a little bit far-fetched. But
Fleet Feet in Colorado Springs. I don't know if it says anything about chess as a sport, but when I was a school principal and the chess team would come back from their competitions, they had the biggest freaking trophies I have ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the trophies were taller than the kids.
Usually, yeah. No, I mean, I was a very solid middle board player for a team that was an annual contender for the Illinois State High School
Really?
Championships. The best I ever did in a state or national competition. When I played at nationals in the reserve division my senior year in high school, I went 4-1-2, which only one loss in a section with 700 players puts you roughly around 55th, 60th place.
Okay.
But
That's
yeah,
pretty good.
But there are some. That's another thing that I've seen from runners in that there's a bit of a chess geekery.
There is some chess geekery around.
A guy that we know very well who has contributed to our live streams, Dan Pena, Spider Pena, I believe was about a Class A player, so basically a half step below being a master level player. And we've always talked about playing, but oddly enough, I seem to shy away whenever we get serious about it.
Seven Hills in Seattle. Yes, indeed. Great store. Phil Kochik managed there for a long, long time. And, of course, mentioning Adam Huey. Adam Huey finished Hardrock with a massive, massive lean a few years back and had a stick that he needed to hold him upright. Finished with, I can't believe, it had to be seconds to spare. You can check out the video on YouTube. Just Google Adam Huey Hardrock finish. But Seven Hills in Seattle, Phil Kochik's store, fantastic running store, lots of trail shoes, and right across the street from Brooks headquarters.
Of course, Hardrock is no stranger to some very close calls as far as finishes go. I believe that the last finisher, the final finisher one year, actually came in at a 47-hour, 59-minute, 59-second time, and that would be Bogey.
That was Bogey.
Bogey Dumitriescu, I believe, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah.
In 2015. So this direction finished, in 47, 59, 59. So there was not a second to be spared in his journey around the San Juans. Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins taking you to the top of the hour here. But
we're keeping an eye on Governor Basin with one runner left in between Uray and Governor Basin, Patrick O'Neill.
We are also expecting to round out our women's podium here in the early afternoon hours, where Katharina Hartmut of Germany is making her way from Camp Traverse to Putnam. So feeling good about that. Rounding out the top five in the women's event, Amber Weibel and Stephanie Case have both hit, I believe, KT.
They both hit KT, and we do have one runner who's through Putnam and on his way down, Tyler Fannin.
Yes.
I'm guessing he'd get to the creek soon. And here we do have a camera on, our still camera on Governor. This is one cool thing about Hardrock, by the way. Take a look at this aid station. They're waiting for one runner.
They haven't even started to pack up.
One runner, and they have not packed up. They're not putting the garbage away. They're not taking the flags down. They're sitting in those chairs, enjoying being out there. But that aid station is fully set up. All the spread is fully set up for one remaining runner who could arrive there in 33 minutes. That is so cool.
That's actually so cool. Really a great thing to point out, AGW, the fact that these volunteers out here are here for the long haul. I mean, I don't know what time Governor opened, but their first runners hit there. I mean, Lord, we're talking, when Ludo got there, it was...
Oh, it was yesterday.
6:47 p.m. yesterday when their first runner hit Governor Aid. So they have been out there for... the better part of 18 hours. That's just in terms of service and operation, let alone setup.
And I'm sure there are some runners out there watching this live stream who've been to aid stations where there's like one table left, 2 cups of water, it's picked over, maybe there's a couple of potato chips on the table, the tents are taken down and what have you. And it can take the air out of your sails.
Oh, absolutely.
To think that, right here, this aid station, all these people, they know they could be packing up and getting ready to leave. It's a long drive back down Camp Bird Road when they finally close up shop, but they're not doing a thing. They're just waiting for Patrick O'Neill. He's going to be the most well taken care of runner
Without a
at
doubt.
that aid station, I think. And if it's close, you can rest assured they're going to get him out of there as quickly
They will
as
shove
they can.
him down the
shove
road.
him out of there.
Golden Hour Greg with a question. I can answer his first question for sure. Do you need an off-road vehicle to be able to get to the start of the trail for handies? No, but be careful. High ground clearance is probably more important than the four-wheel drive aspect.
Yeah, I assume, let's be clear, if he's talking about the American Basin entrance to
Oh,
going
good
up
point.
Handies,
I was thinking Grouse
or
Gulch.
if he's going to Burroughs to climb Handies, he can do it. But the common way is up from Grouse, and that would be because it's the closest to Silverton, and that would be definitely the worst drive-in.
And there's no shame in parking maybe half a mile down the road, because it does get really rough as you approach Grouse Gulch.
And this one that we're looking at right now, he's asking about the drive-in to the Governor's. Yeah, regular car would be fine. You just have to go slow.
That's one of the things that I found. And as we mentioned, yesterday on the live stream, and to reiterate, the road out to Handies, out to Animas Forks and Grouse Gulch has degraded considerably.
It's declined tremendously, yeah.
So just keep that in mind. I take no responsibility. I am not a mechanic. I am not a gearhead. So if you have any issues out there, you are on your own.
Tyler Fannin. All right. Tyler Fannin.
We have eyes on Tyler, it sounds
our
like.
next finisher on the
Rolling
Shrine
solo.
of the Mines Road, going solo. He'll be second in the solo division to Zach Miller. Just kidding. There's not a solo division.
I was going to say, don't.
There's no Santaquin, Utah.
It's not like a crude and screwed situation.
Right. I mean, there are some races to encourage people to run solo. We'll give them preference in the lottery and things like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Try and keep aid station traffic down and crews from ruining people's lives.
Yeah, and I figure as long as the race rules don't specify something specifically, it's runner preference. And I know that it's obviously been a hot button topic, Pacers, no Pacers, over the last few weeks, due to some opinions that have been shared, that people have feelings about it, and they have strong feelings. I figure, as long as it's within the realm of the race's rules, then it's the runner's preference.
In my experience, I enjoyed having Pacers because I wanted to share the experience with other people.
I agree.
Whether it was in my competitive years when I had, Scott Wolf and Brian Powell pacing me, all the time, and we're really intense and trying to do the best we could, or most recently with my friends David Higgins and Brian Powell at Cocodona, where we were clearly going to be out there for 5 days and just enjoying being out there. So to each his own, but I don't think there's any right or wrong when it comes to Pacers. I remember the legendary Matt Carpenter talked a lot about why he didn't have a Pacer in that famous record-breaking Leadville he ran in 2005. And he, as a self-proclaimed introvert himself, he said, I did not want to have a Pacer because I didn't want to have to project my energy to another person. I wanted to be all about myself. And let's face it, a lot of this sport is just that. It's all about ourselves.
Yeah, and as somebody who's run 100-milers both with Pacer and without, I can see, I found some positives on both ends. The first time I ran my first Trail 100, I did have a Pacer for us. I only had access to one Pacer, so I had to be very careful when I chose them, and I had them basically bring me from like mile 50 to 70 because I figured I could mentally digest the idea of a 50K to go. The next time, my son was supposed to pace me, but then got derailed when he found a homecoming date.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to have a Pacer for that run, so I ended up going solo, and it worked out just fine. But, I think that it is personal preference. Of course, as you can see here, our next finisher on the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run, Tyler Fannin, is going sans Pacer for these last few miles.
Yep, doing a good job. By the way, a sad story from Kim B. She heard the story about the picked apart aid station. She had an experience back in 2019 where she got to an aid station with a few cold potatoes, and that was it. And gosh, it was a she didn't name the race, understandably, but kind of a big, well-hyped, excited race, and she just felt very. She did say Wham 100K. Too bad for that. But yeah, I mean, it was really cool and is really cool to see that Governor Basin aid station is completely and fully set up with the red carpet out for Patrick O'Neill, our final finisher. Renegade Running in Oakland, California. I lived in Oakland for 5 years. I loved my time there. And shout out to Renegade Running.
So Patrick O'Neill on his journey to Governors. I'm going to take a look and see.
Chris is taking a look at that, and we're looking at Tyler Fannin, who is on the Shrine of the Mines Road from Utah, a few minutes away from his finish of Hardrock. Paul Ludwig marks, I love this camera shot of a lone runner. I wonder what he's thinking right now.
So Patrick O'Neill, 7 minutes ago, pinged at mile 64.95. Governor is about a half mile down the road from that. So again, really liking his chances. Has about 27 minutes to go, less than half a mile based on that assumption.
I think our crew will be keeping an eye on that Governor aid station. If we see a runner pop in there, we could probably go to a split screen of that as we're watching Tyler come up, because that Governor aid station is waiting for one more runner. Patrick O'Neill, he's just over 3 hours out of Ouray. Remember, he got into Ouray with 11 minutes to spare.
Of course.
So he could get a little bit of a cushion.
So
Tyler's running again.
So, of course, we are watching the very front of the pack as well as the very back of the pack as we see Tyler picking up the pace for these last few minutes. Do you think this might be our moment where we defer to the next team?
It looks like our next group is here.
You guys want to come in and call this finish?
Jeff Browning, you're going to take you the rest of the way from noon to 6. Chris, I think we'll sign off at this point.
Absolutely. Right before we go, there is one comment that actually addresses you directly, and we'll hit that.
Let me.
Okay. All right. We'll address what is in the chat, and then go to our ad break, and then we will bring Jeff and Brett in. So.
Peter Shearhouse, the year I paced Ashley at Cruel Julia, got to 98-mile drop, and someone had dumped all the water out. Ugh. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Wow.
On that note, we should probably go wet our whistles.
That's right.
So thanks for joining us here, Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we'll be back at the stroke of midnight, but in the interim, Jeff Browning and Brett Hornig will be here to call in our next finishers here at the Hardrock 100, presented by Altra and The Feed.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with 2 speeds, feast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding, gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein, and they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at the feed.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Brett Hornig here, joined by Jeff Browning.
Hey, what's up? Giddy up.
Dude, we get to talk about running for a couple hours. Just spend a few minutes, get our bearings here for what's going on out here on the mountain. We do have a runner on our drone cam right now, approaching the finish line. They've just got one more turn. So this should be Tyler Fannin making their way into the finishing chute, which now has a bouncy house. You been on it? Yeah, I need
Let's say hello to Tyler Fannin, everybody.
So Jeff, you were out and about yesterday. This 2025 edition of Hardrock.
I was at Cunningham for the early morning shift in the field yesterday to get to see maybe the first 3 hours. Not quite to the cutoff, and then I had to head up to Grouse, and right where the trail comes off of Handy's onto Engineer Pass Road up to Animas Fork aid station at 42. We were posted up there in the afternoon from 2 to 6 to see probably the top 25 people come through.
Okay.
And then I was up early this morning to watch. I've watched everyone, the leaders, finish this morning. So I was up for Ludo to finish this morning, and everybody behind him.
All right, so you've had a bit of a day.
I am. Yeah, maybe a little bit of mashed potato brain. A little bit.
That's okay. We'll
get through this though.
30 hours in. There's still some good, interesting storylines to be following, but yeah, it would be interesting to get. I'd love to hear kind of your take on what the top men's and women's race looked like from your perspective this year. Someone who has experienced the race on course, like from the front of the field.
I mean,
what do you think?
I feel like they went out hot.
Yeah.
I mean, they were ahead of Francois's course record pace. I think almost 15 minutes in the early miles. That's really fast to go out. And it was hot yesterday. We didn't have a lot of cloud cover. A lot of times we have thunderstorms and it cools off in the afternoon or midday.
Yeah, none of that.
Yeah, none of that. It was really hot. Like the afternoon where we were posted up at Grouse, it was really warm. I was kind of wasted when I left there because just standing in the sun. So, and we saw guys coming in, Ludo, I talked to him. We were having some technical difficulties, so we didn't get to film him. But our Starlink was down when he went through. But I ran with him maybe 40 meters just to chat with him for a second. And he just said he's trying to keep himself cool with getting wet. And so I think that was kind of the theme of the afternoon was, a lot like something like Western States. You're trying to just stay wet, ice bandana, ice in the sleeves if you can. If the aid station have ice, if you pass any kind of water, you get wet, get a hat wet, bandana wet, that kind of stuff to try to stay cool. I heard a lot of stomach issues yesterday, which electrolytes are really hard. Electrolytes and drink rate, because these aid stations are,
some of them are pretty far.
Yeah, and it's slow miles. We call it the San Juan miles.
Yeah.
They're different. A 7-mile run is like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, we were noticing, especially the Telluride to Chapman, that 9-mile stretch.
That's such a long stretch that late.
5,000-foot climb, 4,000-foot descent. no aid station in between.
Yeah, it's a long section, especially for the second day for these folks that are out there right now on it. That's a really tough section because that Wasatch Basin, it just keeps going. There's lots of kind of false summits.
Oh, okay.
As you climb up out of there to up over Oscars, and then you have to go down, the south-facing slope down into Chapman. It's south-facing, fully exposed to the sun. So, and another warm day today. A little bit of smoke has moved back in today. We got really lucky yesterday. It was smoke bad in the morning, but it kind of blew out.
Yeah.
By midday, and then we had pretty clear through the night. So there was a little bit of haze, but you couldn't smell any smoke. I always kind of like, my rule of thumb is like, it's pretty bad if you can. It smells like campfire.
For sure.
Yeah. And it kind of smells like campfire. A hint out there right now. There's a little haze.
It's blown in just a little bit. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse. Want to continue to see these clear skies.
I mean, I think we saw like that hot early pace. Kind of, a few people paid the price. I think.
Yeah. A good handful of people looked like, I mean, for lack of a better term, like pretty bad coming into Ouray.
Yeah.
That big descent, especially with those last few miles being so exposed, and maybe like the false hope of like, oh, I'm hitting the lower altitude, it's gonna be so nice, but then like, oh, I don't know if that was worth the extra degrees.
Yeah, I heard it was really warm in Ouray.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a little microclimate down in there. It's because it's such a little tight it's surrounded by red rock.
Mm-hmm.
So it really radiates off that rock, and it can get really warm down there at 7,800 feet. And also that the descent down Bear Canyon can be really into Ouray. For the afternoon, for the front runners, it hits against that rock, and that rock's dark, and it's west facing, so it gets the afternoon sun.
Yeah, it looked hot.
Yeah, you get down there and it's like, oh, it's baking in here.
Yeah, it made for great shots because like the drone had like nice light and we could follow all the runners. And it's like, man, for the runners out there, this is gonna be pretty warm right now. And you could see it when they came in, where it was like immediate sit down, like give me something cold to drink.
Yes.
I need to like let the core temp come down as much as possible. Which, yeah, I mean, it's an element that it almost seems like every year people like seem surprised by the heat. Where like even like the last 3 years that I've like pretty closely been following the race, it's been like this warm or warmer each of those years.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, I think out of my 7 finishes, 2 were sunny like this, like hot and sunny.
So
Every other one.
Just hitting the abnormal weather.
Yeah,
years
it's rare. It's usually afternoon thunderstorms minimum.
I've yet to see an afternoon thunderstorm in Silverton.
Oh,
yeah.
I got pinned down in 2014 up in American Basin in the evening, right at nightfall.
I've heard
that was a bad year.
I've heard lightning pose after 15,000 feet of vert on the legs is a tough one to hold.
Yeah. Oh man. I that's the closest I've ever been to being struck by lightning.
Which is not. I mean, it's rare, but at a race like this, it's probably one of the more common things that you're
I mean,
your
chances are definitely higher here because I'm surprised no one ever has been officially fully.
Was it Luke Nelson who got maybe ricocheted and?
I don't know about Luke. Adam Campbell was in the charge with his caser on top of Handy's.
I think that's what it was.
That is in 2014 because Jason Coop and I were in 4th and 5th.
Okay.
And he was going over the top when we were down in American Basin, and he was in 3rd, and that's when the storm hit. And so he was in the first charge that hit the summit of the storm blowing in over the ridge.
Yeah.
And they didn't get a direct hit, but they were in the charge, so it knocked out a headlamp. So they had one headlamp for him and his pacer to get down to Burroughs. And they got over, and we got pinned down because it was flash booming all around us in American Basin.
Yeah.
And it started pouring rain. Excuse me. And it was kind of a gnarly evening. The race just stopped at 100K for us. For 50 minutes in one spot, hunkered down.
And then you're just waiting for it
to
pass.
And Diana Finkel and Kaburagi from Japan a North Face athlete. He's the race director at Fuji 100. We were all pinned down together in a spot, and then Diana and Kabaragi and I and their pacers. I was solo. We went up to the upper basin, where right below the lake. Once it started to move off the summit, and then we were just waiting for it to move off the summit, and then we finally went over the top, and we we decided that 7 seconds was our number. When it was 7 seconds from flash to boom, we were going over, and probably not smart.
Not a good number.
No, not a good number in hindsight. There was still a storm up there, and right when I came off the top, it hit the point about 40 meters in front of me, put me on my hands and knees.
Okay, so you were
and then I just hucked off the end. I ran straight for where it struck, and that's where the trail goes off the top.
Yeah.
And I just was flying downhill, full adrenaline rush. It was scared. I've never been that scared.
Yeah, because what else do you do at that point?
You're stuck on top. You can't
just get off the top.
You just get the heck off the mountain.
Yeah.
As fast as you can.
Well, I guess then in that case, a slightly warm year without the risk of that sort of storm.
There's a trade-off.
Good thing. There's a trade-off for sure.
That was a bad year, though. That storm they were talking about all week.
Yeah.
Like it was developing, and by Thursday they're like, you could look on a radar and it was huge. It was like a quarter of a state size cell coming.
Yeah, it's scary stuff. I mean, that's what you get in these mountains.
Yeah, they're big. But normally it's just afternoon thunderstorms, There's just little cells here and there, and you're just hoping that you don't get stuck in one of the electric ones when you're up high.
Yeah. So I think the next finisher that we might be waiting on. Oh man, I just jacked up all my splits.
Yeah, I'm trying to look in here and see who we have on the tracker.
Okay, so the last runner, they came through Putnam about 20 minutes ago, and that was John Tidd.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that downhill is, you go across a bunch of rock fields in the upper part of that trail when you leave Putnam Aid Station. There's some good trail in there, and there's some really, really rocky and gnarly sections.
It's not just like a home
It's not
free.
a buttery single track. It's one of the more primitive sections out of Silverton because you have to cross the creek in either direction.
Right.
To access over the top. So it's a pretty good wade, and it's pretty good current, the one closest to Silverton. So not a lot of people go up there. It doesn't get a lot of traffic, so it stays pretty wild.
So John Tidd, I believe, he ran Western States last year. Tour de Jean 2023. No stranger to the 100-mile plus distance. John will be the first runner in over the age of 50 or 60. 61.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Ludo is the closest. He's 11 days out from 50.
I can't believe he is so fast still at 49 and almost 50.
So I was talking, and I would love to study like Ludo's aerobic capacity up here at 10,000 feet versus like sea level, because it seems like he must be a hyper responder to altitude. It's like a lot of the guys around him that he beat have run faster than him at UTMB. UTMB is a difficult course, but much lower.
Yes.
I was like, if Hardrock was at sea level, how much faster would Ludo actually be? Or does this altitude not even affect his total time that much? Whereas, Matthew Blanchard, Germain Granger, those around him would speed up a ton if it was at sea
Or
level.
is he managing his effort better?
Yeah, I would love to see a VO2 max test from Ludo at 10,000 feet.
Yeah, we were having a discussion this morning and just talking about how I think one of the we were talking about the French sweep of the podium.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that I was hoping David Aiello would squeak into the third and just have one American in the podium.
He needed a few
he
more
almost he was
miles.
there. He was charging
He needed
and
another
closing.
like couple laps around the block.
Yeah, exactly. He was closing for sure. But one of the things we were talking about is that the fact that training in the Alps is like the San Juans in terrain, steep, rocky, real steep downhills, real steep uphills, big, long climbs, 4,000 or 5,000 feet, sometimes 6,000 feet. But they're at low altitude, so you can do it at a higher intensity.
You can push a little more.
Yeah, so they can train at a high intensity. It's almost like they're doing speed work and they're always on that terrain, where we don't have that here.
Yeah, you're very intensity limited by the
altitude. So if you come here, so I feel like it's like the perfect periodization phase of training. I mean, from a coaching,
you do
like
that
a physiology.
there, and then you come here.
Yeah,
you
you train hard there in speed work, and then come here and acclimate it right at the last minute
Yeah.
when you have a high aerobic capacity for vert.
Yeah.
With poles and steep downhill running.
Now, can something like that work the other way around? Because we've seen a lot of people like come to Silverton and do like big UTMB training blocks and then go out to Chamonix. Or did the benefits of the altitude wear off long before the start of the race then?
Yeah, I mean, you maybe keep it 3 weeks.
Yeah, so.
So that's why like Ludo coming a month early or whatever and doing a couple of soft rocks in sections. And really, he just hones in very specific to the course.
Yes, he's
training the course in that direction for that year. That's what he did last year as well.
Absolutely.
So, I think probably too, by doing that in training, you kind of know what your splits are that year. You've got an idea, and you can do them at a higher intensity, than what you're going to do on race day, as he's acclimating.
Yep.
And he's giving himself a full month to acclimate. I mean, I'm pretty sure it took him a month. You correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows, but I'm pretty sure last year he was here a month, and I think this year you did the same thing.
So I just saw an update in the chat, and it looks like all of the active runners have made it through Governor. Looks like Patrick O'Neill, according to the trackers, checked in and out of
cool.
Governor. And that cutoff, I believe, is 12:30 for that one. He checked out at 12:12, so solid handful of minutes. I gotta find a tab with all the aid stations and cutoffs. Yeah, so the cutoff at Governor is at 12:30, so it's in 4 minutes, and it sounds like everyone on course has made their way through it. So no cutoff at Kroger's. The next one is Telluride at 4 p.m.
Yeah, and it looks like we definitely have some snow up on Kroger's this year. We've had a couple of dry years, last couple of years.
What's better for getting up and over that?
I like the snow.
You can kick. It looked like some steps were starting
to
get kicked in.
And
maybe
it's
a
just.
rope
I mean, the only time that's a little sketchy is like if it's after
frozen.
midnight.
Yeah.
If it gets cold at night.
I wonder if it got that cold.
It stayed pretty warm last night.
Seems like it was okay last night.
Yeah, it stayed pretty warm last night. But I do. It's just it gets when there's no snow there. There's an old mine there, so there's like old rusty metal pipes and junk.
Yeah.
All over in the rock, mixed in with the rock.
Tetanus shot eligible. Obstacles. I just refreshed the satellite tracker, and it just happened to zoom straight in on Jamil Curry. So for
Yeah, where is
anyone-
Jamil right now?
It looks like Jamil is about to start the descent into. This is Telluride, right? Is it? No.
Here, I'm looking for him.
Oh no, he's past that. He's starting the descent to Chapman.
Oh, cool.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
He's-
this is his. I think this is his 8th Hardrock. And
Yeah.
he just did Western States, rolled his ankle really bad right at the beginning.
Yeah, that was a funny story because I was doing the runner cam on the escarpment, and I was like chasing the men's leaders, and I took the women's leaders over, and then I just kept kind of jogging down, and anytime I saw someone, I would like run up over the escarpment with them, and I saw Jamil, and first thing he does is start fiddling with my terror deck because he was like in the live stream on his phone
While he's on the
watching it
move.
while he's going up the escarpment, just because he wants to make sure like everything's dialed.
Yeah.
And he's like making sure my antennas are all like the right way and like my settings. I'm like, dude,
just go run.
Go. It's okay. It's fine. It's
fine.
worked so. And he's like, I just want to make sure. We start
That's
going up.
Jamil in a nutshell. Right
Yeah,
there.
and like we go up and over the top of this escarpment, and I pulled off right by a bunch of like inflatable hot dogs. The people were dressed in them, and apparently right after that, like the first part you could start running before turning down, he just stepped on those little baby head rocks and just like
Whoa.
dumped his ankle, and he was like,
it was really,
asked me
really,
after the race,
really
he was
swollen
like,
and purple after the race.
he was like, dude, did you see me roll my ankle? And I was like, oh no, I must have turned off like 2 seconds before you did. And he was like, yeah, it was so bad that like I actually had to like stop, sit down on a rock like just around the corner, and like everybody passed me. And then I think the first aid station with a cutoff that he came across, he was only like 15 minutes in front of the first cutoff and was just like playing catch up the entire day. He said it took like 15 miles to get to the point where he could like comfortably start jogging on his ankle again. He was like,
ouch.
He was like, I don't think I can walk myself to a Western States finish. Like I have to actually start running.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still a 30-hour cutoff.
Yeah,
It's a tight cutoff.
like and then one day after the race, he's like, I don't know, man, it's pretty jacked. 2 days after the race, he went for a 2-mile jog and was like,
I might be able to do this.
And then I think 3 days after, he was like, all right, Hardrock's a go. Like we're definitely giving it a try.
That's awesome.
But yeah, I mean, so much props to Jamil for like doing the double. There's a handful of runners in this race this year who are doing the Western States Hardrock double, which 13-day gap between the two. That's a tight window.
It's normally 19 days. The 2 times I've done it, it was 19 days.
Is that Hardrock is earlier this year, or Western States was later?
Hardrock's a little earlier this year. Yeah, kind of just the way it hits with weekends.
Yeah, I heard that it was largely dictated by the park in Telluride.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, because they have a lot of activities going on in that park. So, and they have a big festival.
13-day turnaround, yeah. And then, of course, Jamil was like out here early before the race helping get this live stream all set up, and he was in here super late the night before the race. Like,
of course.
Making sure everything's getting dialed in. And now he's out here.
So it looks like we have John Tidd and Cody Draper. Looks like now have passed Putnam. So on their way to the finish, going down Bear Creek. Cody Draper is the race director for the Bear 100.
Oh, right on.
I used to run with him when I lived in Logan. Wednesday night trail runs.
Why are all the group runs on Wednesday night? Like the one in Rogue Valley Runners in Ashland.
It's Wednesday
night. Yeah.
Hump day, I guess.
I guess it helps. And then a little bit behind Cody is F3, Katarina Hartmuth. She's just cresting the climb there and then about to descend into Putnam. So we'll definitely keep our eyes out for Katarina, who's not too far in front of Amber Wiebel.
Yeah,
actually.
Amber, I coach Amber. She just did Western States 13 days ago.
Yeah, she is one of the doublers.
So she's one of the doublers. And Yeah, she's been running a great race.
So, putting your
Very
coaching hat on for someone like Amber, what's training been looking like for her, knowing that there's a double like this in mind? Like, what's Western States? What's Hardrock?
So, well, because Western States is so downhills, vert specific, a lot of downhill running. You're basically we train for a lot of vert. In long runs or one of the long runs is hill specific and the other one's a little more running specific, rolling. But then a couple of strategic, more quality hill days. So she, was doing a balancing vert and running, the two, and get her ready for, because you do have to run almost 24,000 feet of downhill, right? It's only 9,000 less downhill than Hardrock, so it's still a decent amount. And so we worked on speed work. We worked on so her high end was good. She lives in South Lake Tahoe, area. So
okay, a little bit of altitude.
Yeah, so she has altitude. She was able to get in some altitude training. She came a little early with family after Western States. Actually, they came out. I think they got here maybe 10 days early.
Okay.
So she could acclimate. The biggest issue she had, which we did some adjustments with electrolytes. She had some macerations on her feet at Western States, which she'd never experienced before. Usually that's from probably being a little hyponatremic.
Okay.
Like not enough sodium per liter.
And then things are like swelling up.
Yeah, you're not absorbing the liquid because you don't have enough electrolytes, and so then you get more fluid in the tissue, and then it's easier to, on your bottoms of your feet or get blisters or macerations. So she had to deal with that and do some doctoring. She did some hiking and a little bit of jogging in the 2
13,
weeks.
But like
not nothing. Yeah, she just, Western States was her peak training for Hardrock.
Oh man,
that was her peak week. And then you just try to recover and show up, and hopefully your legs are there.
Yep.
You'll know at like 30 or 40 whether they're going to be okay or whether it's going to be really long.
Yeah,
slog.
There's that potential for like steeper roller coaster of feeling good, feeling really bad.
Yep.
But it's not like if you feel bad once, you're going to sit in that forever. Like this race is long enough to come out of that.
Yes. And she also just of note, she had a little bit of crew in like a couple of spots, but she has younger kids, so she didn't want them out at night. So I think she was going off drop bags in through the night.
Oh wow! Yeah.
So she's running a really good race for being mostly or semi self-supported.
Wow! Yeah. Yeah. And then I was actually just following the tracker, in reverse direction. Actually, the next person behind her is Stephanie Case.
And they're close.
Yeah.
They've been close the whole time.
Yeah. They're probably less than a half a mile apart at this point. Just looking at the tracker and where they've both updated. Amber's hasn't.
And they might might actually be running together.
They very well could
because of the way the timestamps are hitting.
Yeah,
it's quite possible.
Yeah,
because mine just updated and Stephanie was like
0.2 of a mile.
Yeah, and Amber was 4 minutes ago, and Stephanie was like 42 seconds ago.
Yeah, close enough where on some of these more open sections you're seeing someone in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like they're also really close to Chris Roberts as well. So
it's got to be nice when organically a little pack forms. Because the 100. How many people start this race? 100.
I said 165.
165. Over a 48-hour cutoff race. That's going to spread out.
Yeah. Usually you're kind of running by yourself a lot.
That's one of the things that. It's another one of those bits that is really important to train for is like long sections.
The solo time?
Yeah, by yourself. And you can get a pacer for, more or less the second half of the race, but even then with just them, it might just be them or the only person you run with for 24 hours.
Yes. It looks like I didn't see this person earlier. Maybe it just updated. Kyle Marquish? Marcus-ish?
Kyle Marquish.
Sorry if I'm totally not. I don't even know how to pronounce that, to be honest. I'm probably like wrecking it.
Yeah, him and John Tidd might be really close to each other coming in.
Yeah, I didn't see his tracker must have been not updating for a minute. Now it's updating again.
Yeah.
That's been happening quite a bit. We've seen where the trackers sometimes miss a ping or two.
Well, we'll try and get eyes on every finisher here the best we can. Our production crew has been working round the clock. I don't know if they've slept yet. I think they try, but they get too nervous to keep checking their phones. So shouts to them and the ungodly amount of screen time that they've accumulated the last 30 hours.
So this looks like, I guess, our split screen right now, the Skycam. I believe that's Uray. Is that Uray?
Telluride?
Telluride? Oh, that is Telluride. Oh, there's the water tower. Yes, I know where that is.
Because everything should be packed up now.
Yes,
out of Uray.
Yes,
and Governor can pack
and Governor,
up. So,
they're all closed.
So our eyes
So
are...
Telluride's the next cutoff. You said at 4?
Yep.
And this is Telluride Park.
Looks like someone's drying their shirt out. So you've run Hardrock 7 times. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Oh. Is there any one that sticks out to you that was the most difficult or challenging year?
The first one.
The first one.
2007.
Was that?
I didn't know anything
curve?
about the race.
Yeah.
I just entered it because Rock Horton said I should. And
good friend advice right there.
If anybody is familiar with mountain biking and triathlon, the late Steve Larson, who died at a very young age, in his, I think, 39, he was a pro road cyclist, then a pro mountain biker, Norba national champ, and then was a pro triathlete. And I used to train with him in Bend some. And during those Norba days, he used to sleep in an altitude tent, and so he gave me his altitude tent. And it was like a one-man twin bed, tiny little thing on and so I had slept in our spare bedroom and on a twin bed for a month with a generator. And I didn't know what I was doing. I'd never been on this course. I never had even come here to help.
Just showed up.
Just showed up and tried to run fast. Scott Jurek got the record that year. It was in this direction.
Okay.
Counterclockwise. Scott went out super hard. Carl Meltzer chasing him, speed goat. And then I went out with Mark Hartel in 3rd and 4th. We were kind of swapping back and forth. And I blew royally coming off handies. And then it was a death march to the finish. I slept at Chapman for 45 minutes. I ran like 33:18.
Chapman's
still my slowest 100.
Chapman's a common nap spot on this course.
I slept sitting up in a chair. They just threw a sleeping bag over me, and I just crashed out.
Yeah.
I told them I wanted 20 minutes, and they woke me up in 45. Or I kind of woke up on my own.
You must have looked like you needed that extra 20.
Yeah, exactly.
They're like, we're going to hit the snooze button for you, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was a tough year. So that's one of my toughest ones.
A lot of learning on the go for that one.
Yeah, I learned one, I didn't carry enough gear.
Which
I
is a
was
unique part of this
freezing.
course, or this race, is there's no like mandatory gear list.
Yeah,
or-
and I was freezing at night.
Yeah.
I didn't carry enough gear that year. I didn't know what I was doing, man. That was my 500.
500, okay.
50 100s ago.
And you know, I mean, 500s at the time probably felt like a lot of hundreds. You're like, okay,
Yeah, I was like,
I
this
know
is my
what's going
500,
on.
and I'd won Bighorn 2 years in a row and
Yeah.
got the course record.
Yeah, so it's like,
If
okay,
anybody
another-
remembers Brandon Zabrowski,
Like,
he had the course record at Bighorn back then.
Yeah, so it's like another high altitude 100. Like, how different could it be?
Yeah, and everybody called it the Little Hardrock. So I went in there with a little bit of cockiness,
Okay.
you
Yeah.
know, in
Yeah.
07, and was humbled by the Hardrock course, big time.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, yeah, it's cool to have. I don't know, just like you almost have to have experiences like that. I mean, or else the sport would probably be really boring. If
Well,
you
it
just,
taught me
like-
to not go out hard.
Yeah, yeah.
And
this-
I didn't do that again until 2021 Western States.
Yeah.
So it took me a long time to make that mistake again.
21 states. That was that year really cool, or did that one end up getting pretty hot?
It ended up being pretty hot,
It ended up being pretty
and
hot, yeah.
I just went out way harder than I ever had there,
Yeah.
and blew my quads, and
Yeah.
dropped. It's one of my 4 DNFs.
Yeah, and again, that's like another one. It seems like you'd done Western States a bunch of times. Like, well, let's try this time. See.
Yeah, I tried to
See
go
how it
hard.
plays
It was
out.
my
Yeah.
last year in my 40s,
Yeah.
and so
Yeah,
I
exactly.
pushed it.
Yeah, I can't blame you for that. Looks like we've got eyes on a runner coming down into Telluride. With our Sky Cam brought to you by the feed.
Yeah, we are. I'm gonna get a weather forecast for, or what the temps are, and
While you're doing that, someone in the chat asked what our next races are. Do you know what's next on the race calendar for you?
Mammoth 200.
Mammoth 200
in September.
All right, I've got Pine to Palm 100.
Oh, cool.
In September. This is the last year that it's.
Yeah, this is the
race
last
to
year,
have,
yeah.
And I've it's like the race finishes 3 miles from my house. And, I've worked at Captain and Aid Station every year for the last decade.
Cool.
I dropped in 2019 at mile 80, so I'm like, I gotta finish this one.
It's the last year. You don't get
Last
another
year,
shot.
No, like this is the last one, so I gotta make sure.
Yeah,
that
Hal
I'm,
reached out and asked if I wanted to run it because it's the last year, but I'd already kind of committed to Mammoth.
Yeah, because I think they're back-to-back weekends.
Yeah.
Which
I will not be doing that double.
The Pine to Palm Mammoth double.
No thanks.
One of my buddies in town, he's potentially going to do the I Am Tough Pine to Palm double on back-to-back weekends. Because
that's gnarly.
Yeah, because he wants to do I Am Tough, but also is like local to Ashland, run the race a bunch, helped out. He's like, I kind of just like got to do it, so maybe I can just do both and hope for the best. I'm like, well.
And I Am Tough's before it, the weekend before, or is it the weekend after?
I think it's the weekend after, so you go to Pine to Palm first,
Ooh.
and then I Am Tough.
I'd rather do it the other way around.
Yeah, especially when I Am Tough was his A race. I'm like, oh, you're putting 100 miles in your legs the week before the one you're really
I would just go
focusing on.
volunteer
Yeah,
at the
we'll
last
see.
at the last Pine to Palm if I was him.
We'll see. Ultra runners, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes those little screws are loose.
Yeah, sometimes we bite off a little more than we should chew.
But yeah, that's what we've got next. So actually a little bit of time to train.
Yeah. I got a little time to train, a little time to do a little rehab on my ankle after Western States.
Yep.
I was signed up for High Lonesome next weekend, but I backed out because of the ankle thing at Western States. But I've diagnosed it with the physio, so I just need to do the work now.
Yeah, got to do your homework.
Yep. Can't get better if you don't do the work.
Nope. Yeah, speaking of doing the work, it's been pretty amazing to see, like the very top end of this sport. it seems like the top end of the pyramid, it like keeps getting pointier and pointier with the amount of like boxes you have to check now, and like as a professional athlete, like especially knowing like if you like these things have been like shown to be huge benefits, where it's like, you know, you used to like go and run in the mountains and I'll like bring a gel, a water bottle, but now it's like you gotta do the strength with the periodized training. There's like all these things where like we know
you gotta
they
do
get
hard
you really
work,
fit.
quality work. You gotta do your exercises. You gotta do your
Get those
mobility.
resistance bands out. Like
Yeah.
Make sure you get your sleep.
Oh, and our
Get the
nutrition's
nutrition-
getting the nutrition's getting better.
Like everything's getting so much more dialed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you feel like like is there a little bit less mystery in regards to
Yeah, everyone
like
I'm
showing
talking.
up
I
on
mean,
race
it's
day?
what's interesting is now when you ask people, a lot of people have had, a sodium concentration sweat test. They've messed around with like how much their sweat volume is.
like not really a thing people were talking about 10 years ago.
No,
It was just like,
even 5 years ago.
let me slam some salt pills.
Yeah, slam some salt pills, take a gas, drink to thirst, and
Mm-hmm.
but didn't really think about like concentrations per liter and all that, and drink
Yeah,
rate
that's
per
been
hour.
the kicker thing is per liter, because
Yeah.
it's like the
It's
the
not per
water
hour.
matters too now.
Yeah, it has to go with the liquid.
Yeah.
It mineralizes the liquid to get across the gut wall into the bloodstream.
Yeah, it's like, I guess like all the commercials for like the sleep number bed. It's like, what's your number? It's like your concentration, the sweat concentration. It's like, hi, I'm Brett Hornig, and I'm like 765 per liter.
Yeah. Hey, my name's Jeff Browning. I'm 940 milligrams per liter.
Oh. No judgment. But yeah, it is super interesting.
But
how
also, I
it's-
found with some of the new wearables, like the H-Drop, for example.
Yeah.
It's calibrated to the precision hydration test, which is a medical grade test, and that's what most of people are getting these days. But we're finding with that device, it's measuring your sodium concentration and your sweat volume in real time. We're seeing a range, a genetic range. So the precision test being your low end of the range.
Okay.
And then for example, I had mine here and I was testing myself in training while I was here all week. And when it's sunny and 70 degrees up in the mountains, 65, 70 degrees, but that UV index is high, and you're at altitude, so you're working a little harder. My sodium concentration was going up about 600, anywhere from 400 to 600 milligrams per liter.
Okay,
So not 940, it was more like 1400.
And that's, I feel like, the next piece of the puzzle that's just starting to get talked about.
Is the genetic range.
And that it changes throughout even just like a single training block. And that's what, like when we had Jim in the single track studio before Western States, and he was talking, he was like, I've been getting multiple sweat tests done because where I am, it like geographically and where I am in my training, the numbers are changing.
Yeah.
And that's, we're just adding variables on variables, but you are also giving yourself the opportunity to control more things throughout the race to hopefully lessen some of these problems that can arise.
Yeah. Well, what I realized is that when I was, say, taking 1,000 milligrams per liter, when I was in the heat at Western States or doing training runs in the Grand Canyon in triple digits before Western States, or being here at altitude, your body actually dumps. For me, my sodium dumps concentration more like I'm at Western States.
Okay.
Like I'm in the heat.
Yeah.
But the altitude and UV factor. So, and it's very dry here, like low humidity. So it's deceptive because you don't realize you're sweating a ton, but you don't realize it.
Yeah, because it just disappears so quick.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, it's been eye-opening to kind of chart those things.
Has this been like the first like full year of charting that?
I just got it about 3 weeks out from Western States.
Okay. Yeah,
but I had I probably had 25 plus data points by Western States.
Yeah.
That I had to compare to in different conditions, long runs, up to 6+ hour long runs.
Yeah.
To see what I was dumping. I mean, I had one triple digit, to give you an example, a little over a 6 hour run in the Grand Canyon, I dumped over 8,000 milligrams of sodium.
That's a lot of salt.
In 6 hours. Like 8,300.
And where is like current I don't know, science recommendations on regarding replenishing that? Like, are you trying to replenish all 100% of that 8,000, or is it like if you can stay within?
It depends on what
90% or
literature you're
80%?
reading.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's going to be conservative.
Yeah.
In its recommendation, you do reabsorb some sodium through your skin. So when you have sodium on your skin, you're salty. But it happens more in dry climates, like out here, than it would, say, in the East Coast or the Southeast when it's humid.
Yeah.
Because you don't really reabsorb when it's humid.
Okay.
Because you're just wet.
Yeah, it just stays.
It's just going off of you.
Oh.
So you might need, a little more sodium in humid conditions. But if you're getting close to your number, we're advising athletes to be as close as they can to their number.
Okay.
And especially with the range, now we're understanding the range a little better, this genetic range of each person, and just have them get close to that number during training and during long races. Because if you're just a little over, it's okay because your kidneys will excrete the extra sodium. But the problem is if you get behind, your blood volume drops. So then you can't get your heart. It's like having a governor.
Snowball effect.
Right. You can't get your heart rate up. You can't output, but it feels like you're kind of bonking a little bit, like a mild bonk.
It also feels like I'm trying so hard,
but I can't.
happening.
Yeah, I can't get my heart rate up. And you'll also that will help because you get a blood volume drop. You also get less blood in the gut,
right?
Which means you can't assimilate
now
calories very well. Now you're having GI issues.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to push carbs, but you can't really absorb them. So this is a tricky one. And you got to remember, this is with the drink rate. Mm-hmm. It goes together with the drink rate, per liter drink rate, right?
Yeah, which gets tricky at a race like Hardrock when some of the aid stations are 3+ hours apart for.
Yeah, I mean, when I race this, I always have a filter flask with the bite valve.
That's what Zach Miller said.
So you can just dip and put it up front and drink out of it.
Yeah, he said he never had any shortage of water, and even there was a couple times he said he was like filling his bottles at creeks that were right before the aid station, and then he was like quite a bit faster through the aid stations because he didn't have to worry about
refilling all
of his bottles.
Yeah, because it's easy to dip in a creek.
Yeah, he's just doing it as and like I'm sure it's like the same water, but I always just feel like that tastes better.
Oh, the creek?
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah, dude! It's ice cold.
A little bit of magic there.
Yeah, there is a little mountain magic.
For sure.
I agree with that.
Oh, did we just have a Hillary Yang sighting on the right side of our screen in Telluride? I think I saw Billy Yang in his straw cowboy hat go through. I think we just have static cams there, but I heard that Hillary had a little bit of a rough go last night where the stomach was just not cooperating at all, and then had to take a pretty long reset before starting to feel a little bit better this morning. But it's hard to get out of full survival mode if the body gets totally depleted. But it sounded like reports where she was like, I am finishing this race no matter what. So it sounds like the mindset is mindset's definitely there.
And this is the feed sky cam looking at down in Telluride. And this is the next cutoff at 4 p.m. And then the split screen here, the other is obviously, it says Telluride. That is the Telluride aid station.
Yeah. I've got a tab open on Iron Far's, Twitter updates, and just like a minute ago they posted a picture of Katarina Hartmuth going over the last climb, mile 95. So she is making her descent down into Silverton now, and she's third place in the women's race.
And I think another thing to kind of mention here is these people that are coming down into Telluride and towards the back of the pack. This is a really, really tough second day to be back out in the heat, back out in the sun exposure again. These are the tough folks, you know, the front of the pack definitely, they've already been able to sleep this morning. So, you know, they're all showered and napping, and these people are still out there grinding. So big shout out to this back of the pack. It is tough being out there for 48 hours, up to almost 48 hours.
Oh yeah, I mean, and
another night coming.
Even just the variable of the sleep deprivation, you know, 25, 30 hours, like you can push through that, like most people can pretty well. 30 plus hours, then you're starting to get into like a loopy territory,
especially a second night.
Yeah,
you know, I've been out for 177 hours running the Colorado Trail for an FKT with like about 14 hours of sleep. So I know what it's like for the back of the packers, even in 200 plus runs. Yep. I've been out longer than any of my athletes I coach in the back of the pack. It's hard. You really get loopy if you're not managing. We actually advise some of our back of the pack, if they have the time, 20-minute power naps each night at something like Hardrock, if they can swing it, because they'll run so much better if they can spare it.
Yeah, there's the mental reset, because if you start making bad decisions out there, you know.
Well, in sleep deprivation, your pace goes to nothing. Like you're death marching a really slow. It's so slow. But you'll see someone run like so much faster. They'll go from 1 mile an hour to 3 miles an hour,
which is huge,
right?
Like, that is massive.
If they get a short nap, and it can be 10 or 15 minutes. It can be a 5-minute dirt nap and bring them back. You just have to know to do it. And I think we used to not really. It used to be like, oh, don't nap in a 100-miler. But with 200-milers, we're starting to see. We're giving them permission to take naps.
Totally. Let's see. Are we gonna get audio?
And if you were, I'm also trying to monitor the live chat a little bit. And yes, 177 hours with 14 hours of sleep for the Colorado Trail. That was correct.
So it looks like we're about to try and get audio piped in from Telluride. Don Reichelt's there. He's queued up and ready to go. Queued up and nearly ready to go. Production team's telling me to like quit jumping the gun, Brett.
Welcome to day 2 at Telluride Aid. All right. Hey, buddy. Well, maybe one of these mics will work.
Don, we got you.
Yeah. Well, we're both rested. We'll fight through it.
Oh, you're live, dog?
All right, we are here in Telluride with a working mic. It's 1 o'clock here. We are exactly 3 hours from the cutoff, which is 4 p.m. in Telluride. That is the next on the course. I'll do my best to update everybody on what we've been seeing. I've been hanging out here for the last 3 or 4 hours. People have been coming in packs, hanging out for a while, and then leaving. Most everybody has been leaving with a pacer. A few people were happy as can be running out there by themselves. We currently have, I think, maybe 5 or 6 athletes here in the aid station taking care of what they need to. Everybody looks to be in fairly good spirits. Some stories from the night here. Quick recap. I think 4 drops here overnight, mostly due to various medical. The big one that a few people have heard about was Hannes. Had a spider bite situation that flared up that he hung out here for about 3 hours and decided to call it a night, which is just heartbreaking for me. And I know a lot of people saw him celebrate getting in after 10 years. I cannot imagine the heartbreak for anybody that has to drop. There was a woman here just a little bit ago that we had to cut her bracelet off as well, which took her out of the race. And everybody feels that emotion. Nobody wants to see somebody that has taken so long to get into this race have their day cut short. Telluride is sitting at just about 75 miles here at the course. We are just under 9,000 feet of elevation. It is certainly warming up today. I think it's supposed to be about 75 degrees, and it feels every little bit of that right now. We've been seeing everybody coming in and out. I'm going to step aside with an athlete coming out. This looks like Nate. Go get him.
Oh, yeah.
Good luck out there. He's on his way up. Next couple of passes, he has Oscar Pass. There's the next climb before Grant Swamp. So the next section that Nate is going to be hitting up into his next aid station, which is the Chapman Aid Station. It's 9.7 miles, 4,500 feet of climbing, and about 3,000 feet of descent. So a pretty rugged section that is going to put him through the work. Again, it is definitely hot, so we're seeing some athletes leave here with ice bandanas, cooling strategies to make sure that they can get those next 9.7 miles done in a safe, healthy manner. What we've been noticing here, some of these athletes are definitely up against what you might consider average 48-hour pace. I don't think there's anybody that is worried about that right now. I always say that if you're doing math in an ultra, it's probably not for a good reason. So hopefully these folks know the pacing it's going to take to get through the rest of this race. Everybody coming in is motivated to continue moving. We haven't really seen anybody come in the last hour or so that seems dejected or taking themselves out of the race. So what we're noticing here is, again, we saw this yesterday, is how incredible this aid station staff is. Every single person that comes in has a personal concierge to make sure that they get their drop bag. They have a full menu of food, including brisket, that they can order from, whatever they want. It is fully taken care of for them, and these aid station staff members are just on top of it. The only thing they really want to do is make sure that everybody is taken care of, and most importantly, gets out back on course absolutely as quickly as possible. We know that we're 3 hours here away from the course cutoff. Again, pushing that 48-hour pace, but we are working with every single athlete. So I'm going to do some updates along the way here. I'm going to jump back on the mic as soon as I can. We're going to grab some interviews from the aid station. We're going to find some of these aid station volunteers that have been here year after year after year and sharing some of these stories while we track the next few hours leading up to the cutoff here in Telluride. This is Don Reichelt. I am super excited to be out here. I'm sure it's going to be emotional. Anytime that you are talking about cutoffs, it is never a happy thing. There are going to be emotions coming up in the next 3 hours that I'm sure are going to hit me. They're going to hit every single one of these volunteers, because we do not want to see anybody have their day cut short. So 3 hours to go. Wishing everybody that's still on this course. They're coming down from Kroger's. That's the last stop before they get to here. It's about 5 miles downhill, and that 5 miles into Telluride is about 4,400 feet downhill. So it should give you a pretty good indication of what that terrain looks like. That's just under 1,000 feet of descent per mile here into Telluride. So we are hanging out here through the cutoff. We're going to grab some unique interviews, talk to some folks along the way, and jump back in when we can. Talk to y'all soon.
Thanks, Don.
Awesome to get a vibe check from the ground there in Telluride. I was just popping over to the tracker to see about, looks like there's maybe 20 or 30 still out there en route to Telluride.
Yeah, there's a pretty good group. And here on our screen, let's see, let's catch who this is.
170.
Kyle. Is this Kyle?
71, I think, yeah. So Kyle
Markisish?
Salt Lake City.
John Tidd is not too far behind him, and it looks like Cody Draper has crossed Mineral Creek. So we've got 3 men on their way to the finish in Silverton that are across Mineral Creek and into the last 3 mile section. A little note about Telluride. It is a big old climb out of there through Wasatch Basin. As Don was saying, it's 9.7 9.7 miles, I believe he said. 9.3.
Yeah,
I'm
in that 9-ish range.
And it is a big, long grinder up and over Oscars. There's multiple false summits in that upper basin. You think you're getting there, you get up to a knoll, and then you're like, nope, I'm not there yet. And it just keeps going over and over and over again. And then once you get up to the pass, you actually drop down through a bunch of shale and rock, and then you have to go back up officially over Oscars to another little pass. So, and then you do the plunge down to Chapman, and it's extremely rocky. It is probably one of the most heinous sections on the course, in my opinion. And it's south facing, and it's very hot, very exposed. This is a great view here of Kyle. Well, I'm just going to call him. We're going to call him Kyle M. So I don't butcher his last name. But Kyle on his way into the finish. Great view back across Silverton. And that is back where they came down over to the right of the screen. That's the far right where you see kind of a couple of peaks back there. That was the canyon they came down off of Putnam.
So I went and jogged kind of the last few miles of the course here as it comes in this direction. And two things that kind of shocked me, which I could totally see like me getting in my head about at the very end of the race. Like one, it kind of looks like you're bypassing all of Silverton, and you're like, when am I going to turn down and actually go into town? Because it looks like the whole town just starts going by.
Yeah,
and
right.
You're like, what the heck's going on right now? Two, when you pop off the trail and hop onto this dirt road, this climb is so much longer than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, yeah, it feels a lot longer at the end of the race.
In my head, I expected it to be flat, but then it's just like up, and you're like, why am I still going up now? What is feeling like out of town? Like,
yes.
What gives? So it's, yeah, there's no free miles here at Hardrock, it seems like. Got his phone out. I wonder if he was
Kyle Markusic. Thank you, Dan Richards, in the chat.
I was wondering if Kyle was going to pop into the chat here. I saw he was holding his phone. I don't think we've had anyone on the race pop into the chat other than maybe Jamil.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some chatter about his shorts. I'm liking the two-tone.
Yeah, it's
Those
cool.
are pretty dope.
Yeah, and a good call that he put the bib number on the lighter side just so it stays matching.
Yeah, totally.
Now he's making his way down onto the single track.
Yeah, he is
popping his way. He'll come through the neighborhood, and then I think maybe he takes two turns before.
Yeah, he's got two turns, maybe
three,
4 blocks, and once he hits pavement.
Yep.
I know, it's so hard.
Yeah, making that last turn off the dirt road onto this trail, that's got to feel good.
I also have to do the job.
This is Kyle Markusic, 13th male from Salt Lake City, Utah. Someone in the chat asked what shoes. I feel like it was a Tecton X3, but I didn't get a great view. Yeah, I think we're going to go with Hoka Tecton X3.
It's deeper.
I have loved seeing the evolution of shoe choice over the course of Hardrock, and I mean, even from like 15 years ago, just rocking like racing flats and stuff.
Yeah, people were wearing road shoes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hal wanted a pair of road shoes.
Yeah, the
Adidas
Adios.
Yeah, that was one of the greatest shoes of all time.
I had that shoe too in the early days, man. It was a good shoe.
Yeah,
it was a good trail shoe. It was light. It was like 7.5 ounces or something.
Yeah, Brian Powell's done the New Balance 1400 a bunch of times. What I've ultimately always learned though is that, as hard and technical as this race is, comfort still seems to be king. Like, wear the shoe that's fits your foot the best, gives you the least amount of problems, one that involves the least amount of thinking. This always seemed like the answer for this course. A lot of people in chat are like, what shoes would you be wearing? I was like, I think I'd be wearing the ones that I just like the most.
Yeah. And here is Kyle in the home stretch. I'm sure he can hear the people with the cowbells.
Yeah, it's fun whenever a runner starts making their way into town. Dale Garland, the race director, comes running into the gym and he says, "I need to get everyone's attention." And everyone stops and is like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Y'all got to get outside because we got a runner coming in." So then everyone comes outside, gets the cowbells ready, cheers them in. Dale's there to greet them, which is pretty cool. And I think he's literally right behind us, right in front of us right now.
He's getting ready to make the right-hand turn into the chute.
Here comes Dale making his announcement. Yeah, if our windows were all covered up.
Kyle Markasic finishing. Looks like it's going to be about. What does he get? 31, 14.
Solid.
Congrats, Kyle.
Everybody, Kyle Markasic. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I mean, that says something about how hard this race is. I mean, 13th male, I think 15th overall, 31 years.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, okay.
Come to your dojo.
That might cause.
Oh yes, came in solo.
Yeah. Shout out to the solo runners. Much respect.
I mean, these guys have it handled. There's nothing.
I can relate to them. In my early days, when I had little kids, I did everything off drop bags and solo. No pacer, drop bags.
Have you done Hardrock solo? Or have you gone pictures for this?
I have gone solo drop bags here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's
my first time here.
Oh wow, you really just threw yourself.
Yeah, I just threw myself into it, man. Yeah. Actually, I take that back. Right at the last minute, Jason Coop, a young 20-something Jason Coop, jumped in and paced me. I think it was his first time at Hardrock.
Oh wow.
He's come a long way since then. He paced me just from Uray to Telluride.
Okay.
That was my first time meeting Coop.
Oh, cool.
So Coop and I go quite a ways back.
Hey, you guys have been racing each other for a while. Kyle looks pretty
he looks pretty chatty and smiley.
Yeah, looks good.
All right, so it looks like I'm going to refresh my tracker here, and we should have John Tidd and Cody Draper coming into here soon. Somebody said Cody Draper was charging, so he should be really close to John as well. They should be really close to each other based on the tracker. And last time it pinged them. Which means we should have one of our runner cam going back out to meet those guys coming in. The next two finishers.
Some people in the chat were saying it didn't look like Kyle's got any poles on him either. Imagine no
it doesn't
pacers,
look like
no poles.
Wow.
That's hardcore. That's old school.
Yeah, I did my first one without poles.
I was trying to.
I used poles in 14 when I got back in, though.
Yeah, I'm definitely going poles. I think the last person to win this race no poles is Hal Kerner, 2012.
Wow.
Because he's not a poles guy. He's not really a stuff kind of guy.
I
hope we can maintain a working mic this time.
We're gonna swing it back to
like
tell you
testing
right.
the mic, and all of a sudden
you're live. I was like, queued up for us.
Like, we're gonna scramble, make it look like you knew it was coming.
Someone else is trying to get in on this too.
You what?
Another camera operator's like, am I live? Am I live?
Fight to the death.
We are live here in Telluride. So we are currently sitting inside of the timing tent just to set up where we are. So runners will be coming in from just in front of us here. They'll come past this table and checking in with their bib. So I'm sitting here live with David. And David is, for the 4th year, the timing manager here at Telluride. So I'll let him kind of just walk us through what the heck his job is here and what we're doing here in this little tent.
Yeah, so our job is to make sure that nobody gets left out on the hill unaccounted for. And so we very meticulously check in every single runner, every single pacer. We check them out. We timestamp it. All the information that you see online is coming from us with Open Split Time. And we communicate drops. We coordinate with our ham radios for emergencies, which unfortunately is something that happens. And that's about it.
Yeah, and you're obviously not working alone here in this tent. You have redundancies built in. So I'm watching you. You have the tablet set up. You have the actual handwritten old school. We have Rachel, David number 2 sitting across from us, and a whole staff. So what has it been like? It seems like you've been here, since I've been here. So you couldn't do this without the other volunteers around you, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we have our ham certified radio operators. We have 2 that take turns. We have a number of communications volunteers who are fantastic, and we try to take turns getting sleep. We try to take turns getting food, but you are here at a mile 75-ish aid station for a very long time, so teamwork is key.
So this is David's 4th year here at this aid station, but he's also, while volunteering, he's been trying to get into this race. So David finished 3rd on the wait list, very close enough to make it really hurt. What is it about this race, both as a volunteer but also as a potential competitor, that is appealing to you?
Yeah, it was a wild ride. I got 17th on the wait list originally and thought, oh, there's absolutely no chance. And then people started dropping like crazy, and I found myself at 3rd. So all of a sudden, we're coming to Hardrock not just to volunteer, but to potentially run. But you have no idea if that's going to happen until 10 minutes before the race. And somebody else in my similar situation did the exact same thing, and he did get to run with 10 minutes notice, so he was frantically putting on his vest and going to do 100 miles on one of the toughest courses in the country. It is, I've done a fair number of different races, and this one is by far the biggest and coolest that I've ever seen in the country. The magnitude of how big this course is, it cannot be comprehended, in my opinion, unless you see it. So last year I did a soft rock. A friend, Jeff Pelletier, made a nice little documentary about it on YouTube. Great drone shots. It really shows you during daylight 100% of the course. And there's just nothing this tremendous. I'm staring at a sign right now. When we go the other direction next year and last year, 4.9 miles and 4,300 feet of gain. It's just preposterous, the density of climbing here. And also, it is a true loop course. There's nothing like it. And so, lastly, community. When you run here, you feel like a truly special person. We have a lot of rules. Like, for example, at the aid station, you should not be able to tell based on the food available whether the first or last person has come through. Every single person gets 100% care, doesn't matter who they are. So it's, I hope to one day be on the other side of the fence and have that special experience.
Yeah, and it'll be just watching this, and I've been to most of these aid stations for the last handful of years watching this, and you're exactly right. It is every single person that comes into these aid stations gets that VIP. They are the most important person in the world to that volunteer or that team of volunteers, and we could not do this race without you, without the rest of these volunteers, and it's the special part of this race, the community that gives back. And we look around, and pretty much everybody here that's volunteering has a story of, oh well, I did my qualifier last year. You did High Lonesome?
I did.
Yep. So High Lonesome qualifier here. We have a Run Rabbits over here. It's just everybody that's volunteering. This community means so much. So I'm certainly inspired. Thank you for volunteering. Hope to see you back here on the start line next year.
Thank you, Don.
All right, thanks, Don, for that. We're looking at John Tidd making his way off the last bit of single track and into Silverton to finish the 2025 Hardrock 100.
A big shout out to John. He is 61 years young, and he is still charging strong. Finished Tour de Gent last year, 330K for 12th overall at age 61. And Western States last year at age 60 with a 2016 at 60 years old.
Wow, dude, this is good. Get it running. Respect.
I hope I'm still running that fast when I'm 60.
Oh, yeah. I think someone said in the chat that John has been waiting 15 years to get into this race.
Oh, my goodness. That's what I was trying to see on Ultra sign up if he had done Hardrock before. I think this is his first Hardrock. Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't see any Hardrocks either. A lot of big races, but first Hardrock here.
And he is in the home stretch. Solid run for
Looks
John.
Really good. He ran that whole last hill.
That last climb. Solid.
Yeah, huge props to our runner cams who are logging some pretty big miles right now because
at altitude.
They're running pretty far out, running people in, booking it back out, and they'll basically go as far as, they'll go as far as they can until they hit another runner. All right, Dale. Race director Dale just made the announcement that a runner is coming in and everyone needs to get up out of the gym, start screaming. He's going behind our studio here. We are somewhere in one of those windows, I think. Yeah.
Actually, I think we're facing west. We're around the corner. Yeah. Actually, we would have seen him down the street that way across the old parking lot.
Yeah.
If we could see out the windows.
We're in that building.
Yeah, we're in the brick building. I just see them turn the corner.
Sky and we got artificial light here. John Tidd getting ready to kiss the rock.
Get John!
Good job, John. 31-25.
You're a hero, John.
No, my man with no legs.
Doesn't look that way.
I will take you down the
Remember a couple times I saw last year. Usually at night is so the rock, or at least this particular generation of hard rock, it slopes like inward a little bit, like a bit of an overhang. And sometimes with the headlamp and the white paint, I've seen people come up to it and just like smash it with their face a couple times. Like one guy like cut his forehead a couple years ago because like the depth perception with the headlamp.
Yeah, right.
Out there for 30, 40 hours.
Here's Cody Draper. He's right behind John, so he's coming up the road now. Race director for the Bear 100.
Very cool.
He's got a Bear 100 shirt on. I see that logo.
Rep your brand.
Cody, I used to train with Cody when I lived in Logan, Utah. And solid runner.
If I wasn't doing Pine to Palm this year, I think I would actually be doing the Bear because at the Twisted Fork 68K, I had the opportunity for one of the Bear tags.
Oh, yeah, they give Bear tags now. Yes.
Yeah, and it rolled down to me.
Ooh.
And they were like, do you want to run the Bear? And I was like, this year? Maybe you mean next year? And they're like, no, it's for this year.
No, it's just for this year.
No. That would have been such a sweet opportunity. I was like, I got to prioritize Pine to Palm this year. But the Bear is slowly creeping up higher on my list of races I want to do.
It's a cool course. I've done it twice.
Yeah, it looks really pretty.
I've finished it twice and dropped once, so I've been there 3 times.
You've done it like
I had a fall.
2 point something times.
I had a bad fall at mile 58 of the Rocky Mountain Slam.
Oh.
It's the last race in the Rocky Mountain Slam, and I fell at mile 58 and dropped at 85. I could barely walk.
What happened?
I kicked a rock and punched a rock into my quad.
Oh, Yeah. So then it was just like.
Yeah, I had an indention across my quad.
Oh gosh.
I still have a little bit of one.
Huh. Wow.
My bodywork guy constantly is trying to work it out.
Might just be a part.
That was
of
2023.
It might
It's just
be a part of
permanent,
you forever,
permanent
yeah.
little bit of scar tissue there.
Right. Yeah.
Just to remember the bear.
Yeah.
Every time I feel it, my right quad.
You're like that damn rock. A little bit of cloud coverage over here in Silverton, which has definitely got to feel nice. Get a little bit of shade. All right, so Cody's off the dirt road on this little connector piece of single track before popping into town. So far, the the smoke haze has done a pretty good job of not settling here into the valley.
Yeah, we've been pretty fortunate. I don't know how long. I think this is Cody's first Hardrock as well. I think he waited a long time to get in. I didn't see a Hardrock on his list. But it takes a while to scroll through. He has 67 results on Ultra Sign Up.
Okay, so
we have 18 years worth of results. Long time ultra runner. He was my adventure guide in Logan, pretty much, because he's a local in the Bear River Range.
Showing you the ropes.
Yeah, he showed me a lot of cool routes.
That's cool. Has he been the race director of the Bear for
3 years, maybe 4 years?
Okay, so
he took over from Leland. I can't remember what year. There was a transition year where they kind of shared, and then he took it over. Maybe this is third or fourth Bear that I think as race director. Actually, someone from Utah might know in the chat. If you know out there in the chat, give me when did he start as the race director for the Bear?
Cody's got a little bit of pep in his step. No
Yeah.
ultra shuffle going on here. Looks good. A little bit of spring. I can definitely see there's moments of time where both feet are off the ground.
Yeah.
Good enough. Army crawl.
Cody Draper from Logan, Utah.
Yeah. Everybody, Cody Draper.
Yeah.
I got it.
Congrats to Cody.
Way to go, Cody. And Beth. Yeah, come over here and let's talk RD stuff. Yeah. I gotta stop my watch. We got your time already, Cody. Okay. Yes. Everybody, Cody is the RD of the Bear 100.
I love how Dale not only, congratulates every finisher, but makes the announcement of like, and welcoming back into town is.
Yeah.
It's just a cool way to be congratulated of, the massive accomplishment.
Yes. Tara Warren, thank you in the live chat. This is Cody's 4th year as race director of Bear 100.
Okay.
This coming Bear.
Him and his wife. Cool.
Him and his wife. I'm sure his wife was very relieved for him to get here safe. And I know Cody in the past has struggled with some rhabdo issues. He had a pretty bad rhabdo at one of his races way back in the past, where he had to go to the hospital after a race when he dropped. But he and I have talked a lot about sodium. And he ended up getting the precision test, and we talked yesterday when he hit grouse. I jumped in and ran next to him for a second, just chatted with him, and told him to up his sodium a little bit because it was hot, and obviously it helped.
He looks great.
Yeah, he looks great, and he used to be pretty hammered at the end. Like I've seen him at a lot of races over the years, and it seems like he's really found his stride with the sodium thing. We texted back and forth a lot. He was a good running buddy when I was in Utah for 2 years.
About 31 and a half hours for Cody. Refresh some trackers here. So
next should be Katarina, maybe?
Next. Yeah, I think it should be Katarina. Her tracker is kind of gone a little AWOL. Hasn't pinged in an hour and a bit, but yeah, either Katarina or Chris Roberts potentially. Again, the trio of Katarina, Amber, and Stephanie Case are going to be pretty tightly bunched three.
Yeah, and I would say this, that section through there going down into Bear Creek is a pretty narrow canyon, and once you drop below Putnam Basin, it is pretty wooded, pretty thick. There's a good tree cover there, so I'm sure the trackers are probably having trouble pinging in those sections. That's why we see them jump quite a bit every once in a while. They're probably missing a ping or two.
Does this little canyon here heat up, or does the extra tree coverage help keep the temps?
The tree coverage helps once you get down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not too bad. If you're just joining us, Cody Draper from Logan, Utah, just finished Hardrock. And we should have Katarina coming in soon. It looks like we're having trouble with her tracker.
Yep. And we're getting some more runner cams all situated. Just overhearing some of this runner cam chit chat right now. They're all melting out there. We're gonna flip back over to the Telluride aid station. Looks like Don's pulled Billy Yang over for a little chat. So let's see what's going on over there.
It's a really long.
Okay, you're live.
All right, we are live back here in Telluride. It is just pushing past 1:30, and the day is getting warm. Special guest here, Billy Yang, in multiple capacities out here, but most importantly, crew member for his partner, Hillary. So, Billy, how is she doing? How's she feeling? She came in, she left, she was looking good from our perspective, but what are you seeing? Give us a recap of her first 75 miles.
Let me see. First 50 miles was absolute just mayhem. Her stomach from the jump had a hard time cooperating. I think she had some like smoke-related asthma stuff going on early too, and like her legs weren't firing. So, but mainly the stomach. She's had this before at high-low, and for some reason her stomach just will not cooperate at altitude, and so could not get in calories, which caused her pace to drop dramatically. And here we were just throwing everything, the kitchen sink and everything against the wall to see what would stick. And finally, I think it was a combination of getting down low at Uray and Uray. I'm getting
We'll give you a pass.
educated on how to pronounce Uray. I think a combination of getting down low and then like introducing some like fruit products like smoothies and whatnot, and she was able to come back around and get in some real calories. So yeah.
All right, catch us up on kind of her aid station stop here.
Yeah.
She was here for a relatively quick amount of time from where a lot of people are. So looked like an efficient aid station. What did she do? What was your role here?
My role was just to like point a camera and like let the real organized people do the work. Who do we have? Like Emily Hoggood has been such a great person to have in our corner with her wealth of experience and just like coaching knowledge. We had Katie Asmuth, with all of her like hype and energy, and my boy Kevin, who paced her for this last section, got her turned around. Kim, who works in medical here, who's also our friend, taped up her feet. I mean, it really took a village to turn this train around, and she looked great leaving here, ate some real calories, got a gluten-free burger, and so
nice.
Yeah.
All-star crew, it sounds
All-star
like.
crew.
Her pacer came in just jazzed about life.
Yeah.
And the energy that he brought definitely, it seems like,
that's Kevin.
carried over.
That's
Yep.
Kevin. And, I was actually going to do this section, but Kevin stepped in at the last second, and he was the perfect person for the job. I think things went, turned around so well. I think they actually had like tequila shots at Kroger's Canteen.
I heard that.
Both of them.
Yeah.
So I was like,
all right.
When he texted me that, I was like, all right.
It's on.
It's on. She's feeling good. Let's keep this rolling.
All right, you said your job here, hold the camera.
Yeah.
Obviously, most people know you've done some incredible work in the storytelling and the documentation space of Altra.
Yeah.
What's it like filming your partner versus filming any other subject?
Nothing that different. Obviously, I have a lot more access to her, which is nice.
Nice job.
Let's go. Good job.
More athletes rolling out.
I really try to treat her like any other subject, and I do think she has a good and powerful story. I think it's just a great opportunity to feature a female athlete in a race like Hardrock, where it's not as widely told, or I guess the number of participants is not as high. So I think it's just a great way. I think the power of media and storytelling is just a great way to inspire future generations, and hopefully somebody will see this one day, or hopefully there's some other content being made out here, and just will inspire future generations of girls, young athletes, just anybody who's interested in the sport to find out more about why we're so drawn to it, all the good and the bad and the ugly.
Yeah.
So,
It's been so amazing. Obviously, us here with the broadcast at Hardrock, just slowly every year elevating. This year we were able to get some drones up.
Yep.
People are starting to see the community and the beauty of this course. So, Billy, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you've got some pizza.
About the live stream at States, just a quick summary how you guys trained.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're getting some questions from the studio now. So give us a recap. You manage the Western States broadcast. So for everybody that's not aware, he's the man behind pretty much all the shots on everything you saw from Western States, right? So give us the recap there. How are you feeling after that?
Oh, it's just like one big car accident. The car's just spinning and spinning and spinning. Finally, it just crawls to a stop, and then you're just like, what happened? I can't, there's so many people behind the scenes, not just myself, the people on the board, the committee, are obviously talented hosts, the organization as a whole, the president, Topher Gaylord, and my boy, Ethan Vodsberg, who, was introduced to me one fateful, email exchange by our race director, Craig Thornley, as, he was all of 17 at the time, but he was instrumental in shaping the broadcast. And, you know, it's still a pinch me type moment, this race that I like fantasized about. And, you know, was like when I walked in there 2014 for the first time, I was just like blown away. And to think like 10 years later, I get to help shape the storytelling and its reach. It's an incredible honor, and there's so many people behind the scenes I want to thank, not just myself, including the Mountain Outpost team. So yeah, it takes a village, just like this race, and I'm just happy to play a small role.
Dude, it's so cool. You're one of the most talented people in this space, in storytelling space, and every answer that seems like you've given me, you've just highlighted other people. So just an incredible amount of respect for you and what you've done and what you're doing to elevate all of us in this sport. So thank you for the time. I know you've got some pizza. Shout out Brown Dog.
Yeah. I built up Detroit style pizza here at Brown Dog.
So good.
That's also my role as I'm gonna play assistant and just run and feed the crew.
It's one of the surprisingly hardest things to do about a crew member is stay fed yourself. You're so focused on the station, feeding your runner, getting in pacing, and then 8, 10, 12 hours go by, you're like, oh my gosh, I haven't eaten anything. So thanks for the time. I know you got pizza. Go get it.
I'll get you a slice.
Thanks brother.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with 2 speeds, beast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding, gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein, and they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at TheFeed.com.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
All right, welcome back to the 2025 Hardrock 100. Great insight from Don and Billy Yang over there at Telluride. We'll be closely tracking Hillary's progress as she makes her way up and over 5,000 foot climb coming out of Telluride. That's what it is, Jeff?
Yeah, it's a big old climb. And it's hot today.
Yep. For those who are just tuning in, I'm Brett Hornig, and I'm joined by Jeff Browning. We're going to be calling in a few more finishes and chatting with everyone here who's just as big of a fan of this race and the sport as we are. We are just swapping out runner cams. They're these like little satellite backpacks, and the battery life's only so long on them, but fortunately we have like 4 or 5 of them here all charging in the rotation, and part of that too is that we're rotating out the human bodies as they keep logging quite a few miles, and it's getting pretty hot out there too. They're coming in.
Yeah, and we apologize for the tracker on Katerina. We can't get it has not pinged her since I think up in Putnam.
Yeah, so we're kind of flying blind with Katerina's progress right now, but we're trying to get a camera up the road
and we know Amber and Stephanie are really close to each other in 4th and 5th. Based on pings, we're not sure if they're running together or they're slightly apart. We obviously don't have a camera visual on them until they get down across Mineral Creek. We will give an update as soon as we know more. And we're trying to get a camera on Katerina as well.
Yep, our runner cam just left the gym. Everything got booted up, and they're headed back out on course. So they're just going to start running in the opposite direction until they run into Katerina, and then run her in. And Katerina is our 3rd place female right now on course. Who was 3rd last year? Right, so back-to-back podiums.
I would have to. I think so.
She's rocking the number 3 bib, and I don't know if that's exactly how it works, but
here I'll look that up.
Okay, yeah. Fact check me on that one. We're also approaching 2 hours till the Telluride cutoff.
Yes, Katarina Harmuth was F3 last year.
Okay.
So she's on her way to another podium finish here at Hardrock. Unless something crazy has happened that we are not aware of. We just think her tracker's just not pinging and something's happened there, but as far as we know, she's still moving.
Yep. And I'm looking at the open split timing, just counting how many people are left to check in. We've had 3 drops at Telluride today, and it looks like there's 14 runners left that still need to leave Telluride in the next two and a bit hours. There's 2 runners in Telluride right now. Pretty awesome for Katarina to get that back-to-back podium, which, you know, 2 totally different courses.
Yeah.
Getting that on back-to-back years, so.
True hard rocker.
Very cool.
That's what I told Ludo this morning. Now he's a true hard rocker.
He's a true hard rock champion.
You have to go. You have to go both ways before you're a true hard rocker.
Yeah. I don't know where Aid Station Fireball is, but I would love the stat on how many champions we have who have won in both directions. I mean, I'm sure it's it's probably not the biggest club of people, but I mean,
Killian.
I was like, I know
Ludo.
Killian, Ludo, Courtney's done it. I'm sure there's more from past
From
years.
farther back.
Yeah, but it's probably not that big of a club.
Really shaping up to be a close race for our women's 4th and 5th.
And maybe even
Amber
3rd.
Weeble and Stephanie Case are really close together.
Yeah. And we still don't know officially for Katarina either, so it's like the race for 3rd could potentially be on.
Yes.
You know,
I mean,
looking at the last checkpoints, it should be Katarina.
It should be Katarina, unless she had really struggled on the downhill, on this last downhill. That would be the only way.
Yeah.
So we just don't know. We apologize.
Yeah, we're sitting at the edge of our seats, just like all of you right now. Yeah, it was pretty funny listening to someone in the chat was talking about when Ludo and Dale were talking after Ludo finishes. Ludo was like, now I need a 3rd direction to try.
Totally.
I remember in 2023 when I was here and kind of learning about some of the original history of Hardrock, one of the original plans was to start the race in one of the 4 towns that the race was supposed to go through each year. So it was like 1 year will be Silverton, then another will be Lake City.
Yeah, maybe in the early days they tried that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, like, logistically that sounds like an absolute nightmare, but I guess that would be Ludo's only chance to
yeah, exactly. Have a different course.
Win it with from a different viewpoint. It would be super interesting, though. I mean, I love Silverton as a start and finish point. It's really special. And the daydreamer in me is, oh, cool. We've got we're gonna flip it back to Dawn over in Telluride as we await our next finisher.
Go.
You're good to go, Dawn.
It's just like anxious, and then all of a sudden it's like, we'll be on.
Okay.
I'll give you. All right. We're good? All right. What is up, Mountain Outpost? Coming back from Telluride here. Dawn with Kim. She is our medical lead here at the Telluride aid station. She has been up for a very long time and is very, nobody's counting. She's very excited to be here talking with us. I'm fascinated. I've heard just bits and pieces. We're all tired. Bits and pieces of her experience. So first of all, give us the kind of the overview of you and your team. This is not just you. That's the most important thing. What your role is here, what you've seen so far during this race, and kind of just an overview of the medical team and goals here.
Okay, well, thanks for hanging out with me. Well, yeah, first of all, Telluride, we're open from, we saw our first runner at 8:45 yesterday evening, and our aid station, technically the cutoff here is 4 p.m., but we do also wait for the last person to come through to make sure they get safely to Chapman. So during that time, we see a variety of stuff. Sometimes it can be totally chill, but as the day goes on, as the athletes are out there longer, the team sees a lot of feet. There's a lot of water on course, a lot of sand, so blisters, kind of maceration, just breakdown of skin. And then you see some musculoskeletal things, so some injuries that may have occurred over just the duration of the race or pre-existing stuff. Abnormal swelling in
potential spider bites,
potentially, maybe. So a variety of stuff. Nothing too crazy this year, knock on wood.
And
but yeah.
And your job is never to keep an athlete here, right? So let's walk us through. An athlete comes in and finds you. What is your process with your team to assess and treat and get them out?
Well, I think the most important thing to say is that we're all athletes too. Everyone.
Oh, we'll get there for you.
No, please. No, but as a team, right? We all have been maybe not in Hardrock specifically, but we've been out there, and so our goal is to always get someone to the finish line. Of course, that's number one. But given backgrounds and experiences, we do like to share our opinions as they're warranted, right? But the goal is to always let's do whatever we can to support you to get your goal, which should ultimately be the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. So I teed this up a little bit, but you're also an accomplished ultra runner. So you volunteer at these events. You run them yourself. So give us a light overview. I've heard rumors of Cocodona in your past. Tell us some of your experiences out running.
Well, I'm an aging athlete, so I'm 45. Started in the sport, 2011. So so I love the community. I'm much slower now, so I just maybe choose longer things. Cocodona, the initial year was the hard year, as Steve Adderholt will tell you, but that was a vision quest of transformative experience. But to that point, I think that was the first time I really experienced the power of blisters and foot care. And it set me on a personal journey of I gotta learn how to help people because I got tore up. So been at Cocodona almost every year since, and so I really have a soft spot for the multi-day races and just what it does to the athlete, and where you can come alongside them in that vulnerability and enter into that, which is a really unique thing in the real world, I think.
All right, give me a shout out to your team. Maybe some of your backgrounds medically. I've talked to a few medical staff members at multiple aid stations, and it seems to absolutely span the gamut of medical. So shout out your team. Tell me who you guys all are medically.
And can I just have them say hi?
Oh heck yeah!
Can we do that?
Let's move over on our cot here.
Yes, come on.
This is it. We're gonna get real cozy.
Love this.
All right. So if you guys just give me an introduction, who you are, a little bit of your medical background, and maybe why Hardrock is a race that you're happy to be at, you're proud to be at.
My name's Laura. I'm an ER nurse. I actually work here in Telluride, so this is a really easy aid station for me to help at. I live obviously locally, and been following Hardrock for many years. This is my 3rd year volunteering, and I just love the San Juans, and it's really awesome to see people push themselves and find their limits here.
That's so amazing. 3rd year. Well, thank you so much for your time giving back to this incredible community.
We love them.
Yes. All right, next up.
My name's Danny. I've been a nurse for 10 years and longtime lurker on Mountain Outpost. I've been watching this religiously for 3-4 years. And Laura called me and said, do you want to be medical aid station? And I hopped right on. So it's been great. And I've learned so much from Kim and Laura.
And Kim, we never got your official medical background and how many times you've been here, and maybe why Hardrock for you too.
I stayed at a Holiday Inn last night.
Love it.
I'm a physical therapist and a woofer too, just for kicks. But
the wilderness first responder for those that are confused.
What was the other question? I'm sorry.
Why Hardrock?
Why Hardrock? Oh gosh, I just told this story to Megan Hicks. I think last night, sometime in the middle of the night. What time? I think it was, 10 years ago or so. I read an article about this magical place in this quirky town of Silverton, where these kind of like ragamuffin people would gather together in July and do this really hard, beautiful thing together. And it was like this mysterious place. And then I saw pictures and I was like, someday I want to be a part of that. And yeah, I just kind of started weaseling my way toward the San Juans in 2022 was my first year, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
And any interest in running for any of you guys?
I started with an interest of running Hardrock, and then each year I go through this cycle of like, when I'm away, I'm like, yes, absolutely, I want to be the person that runs Hardrock, and then I come and I do sections of the course, and I'm like, hell no, this is the hardest race ever. I could never do this. So it's very bipolar.
Yep. Any interest for you too?
I would do soft rock. I want to sleep
Okay.
I want to sleep in between.
I'd rather sleep in a bed between my...
If anybody out there doesn't know what soft rock it's doing the course over multiple days. I think most traditionally over 4 days, where you get a hotel room every night and a shower, and you break it up over multiple days. So the bougie Hardrock. So I think the best part about doing this interview right now is that nobody is in the medical tent right now. That's the kind of the underlying benefit of doing this. And so a question from the chat is how much longer are you here? I know you said you're going to be here after cutoff, which is about 2 hours, exactly 2 hours from now. But there will be potentially, unfortunately, stragglers coming after. So how long do you anticipate being out here tonight?
Well, these lovely ladies were scheduled till 2, but they've offered to help stay as this last rush comes in, which we'll see if we take them up on that or not. But one medical person, i.e. me, will stay until the last person gets to Chapman. So assuming we have someone come through, kind of get in and out before cutoff, that could be 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
Sure.
Depending. I forget what the cutoff is at Chapman, but so it could very well be 8 o'clock, but we just need to make sure they safely, because they could always start turning around, or we need to assist in going out there. So.
Well, I absolutely, on behalf of everybody in the Hardrock community, thank you guys for being out here. Obviously, we're putting our bodies through challenges to be on this course, and having qualified medical professionals at every single stop of the way. I know it for me as a competitor, it makes me feel better, and I'm just so grateful, and everybody is so grateful that you guys are doing this on your own time. So thank you for what you're doing, and I hope to see you guys back out here next year.
Oh, for sure. Thank you so much.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Aw, thanks. That was fun. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for jumping in. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right, thanks, Don, for that awesome interview. We are still making our way up course, looking to find Katarina, who should be making her way into town maybe in the next 10 or 20 minutes. I'm looking at the splits here, and she split through Putnam at 12:51. 70 minutes would be very fast, which is right about now. So maybe 10 to 20 minutes, which means our runner Cam should be able to find her up there on course. So as of 15 minutes ago, Amber and Stephanie's trackers both haven't pinged in 15 minutes. So as of the 15-minute ago split, they were 0.4 miles apart, with Amber leading and then Stephanie chasing behind. Cool view of the Hardrock finish line. Finally get to see all the flags. I see my home state of Oregon flag on the left side. I forget if it's the only one. Someone can fact check me on that. It's one of the only double-sided state flags. There's 2 different things on it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we've got the state
I've been in
seal.
Oregon for 17 years. I didn't even know that, man.
There's a beaver on the other side, and all the other flags, it's the same on both sides.
Right.
Which also means the Oregon flag is a little bit heavier because there's more stuff, so it needs a pretty good sized gust of wind to actually start blowing. Okay, yes. Oregon is the only 2-sided state flag.
Interesting.
Yep. Now you know. You learned something new.
Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, I don't contribute much, but when I do, it's things that take up unnecessary space in your brain. All right, while our runner cams are still making their way up the course, we are going to pop back over to Telluride again for another interview.
Just gotta get in line here.
And also, you need to go. You just go.
Yeah. I need to sit for a couple minutes.
You're going to.
We're good? All right, we are live back here at the Telluride aid station. Real special guest. He's pounding down some salted potatoes right now, getting some substance. I'm going to have him introduce himself, and we'll go from there.
Hi, I'm Brian Schumann from Laramie, Wyoming.
Laramie, Wyoming. This is his how manyth?
This will be my 3rd in 26 miles.
Yeah, we are going to get him to that rock here.
Exactly.
And he'll officially be a true hard rocker after this. This is his first time in this direction. So just give us a little bit of a recap of your day so far. We've been trying to tell stories along the way, but you see things like firsthand. So give us a recap of the first 75 miles.
Well, it's been beautiful. I mean, it's just been awesome. It's been hard up high, up, and the smoke in the beginning of the race was a little bit tough. Okay. Definitely was feeling that. But I don't know, a highlight for me this morning was coming down over in Ouray, coming into Ouray in the dark, coming down Bear Creek, and I saw a mountain lion.
Whoa.
Yeah, up right at the top of the switchbacks coming into town there.
Okay.
And it was watching me up in a tree, and I could see its eyes reflecting my headlamp. So it was a little spooky.
Yeah. What do you do for that?
I just kept watching it, and it kept watching me, and then I kind of yelled at it. I was like, "Hey!" But it didn't seem to move. So.
And you're sure it was a mountain lion?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, it was definitely
Nice. So how does this year compare to your past experiences? It feels a little hotter maybe? Like give us maybe a comparison between your last experiences.
Well, this is the first year I haven't gotten caught in a lightning storm and up high. Great. It is a lot hotter. It's so much sunnier, but it's beautiful. I'm definitely having a harder time up at the high elevation. Okay. I think it's in part, just like out in the sun, and the smoke in the beginning was tough. But the other 2 times I've done it was amazing. So I
I actually have some really incredible memories of the lightning storms that I've been caught in.
Yeah.
So, but I'm glad not to do that. At least I'm hoping I make it the rest of the way without that going on.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna get you out of this aid station in a second. I got one more question for you though. Why Hardrock? Like, why do you keep coming back? This is the third time for you.
Yeah.
So why?
This is how I got into ultra running. I was here in 2003 just by chance in Silverton. I was hiking the Colorado Trail with my wife on our honeymoon, and we happened to be in Silverton for Hardrock weekend, and I was like, what is this crazy thing? I need to do this. We watched Carl Meltzer come in and win the race, and I thought this is insane but awesome. And so I spent 15 years trying to get in, and finally did it in 2018, and now I've been back multiple times.
Amazing. Well, you have a rock to kiss. Anybody that you want to just give a shout out to, say hi to?
Yeah. Hi to my wife, Cynthia, and my kids, Emmett, Henry, and Eleanor. Hope you're watching. And hi to my mom, who is also a big runner.
Amazing. Go kiss that rock.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes
I know
in the
my
Wild.
son is watching.
Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung, muscle-clad creature with two speeds, beast and nap. These creatures require constant feeding, gels, bars, electrolytes, supplements, protein, and they forage at the feed, delivered fast like them. Please feed the animals. Shop today and get a free animal bottle at the feed.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
And we're back. This is Jeff Browning.
I'm Brett Hornig.
And you're listening to the live feed presented by Altra at Hardrock 100. We are looking at the finish line awaiting third place woman. She should be in here hopefully soon.
Yeah, maybe in the next
We got a
10.
tracker that's being finicky and not working.
Yep. We have 2 runner cams running out on course in the opposite direction, hoping to run into these runners coming in. It looks like we might have a third. I see Shad, who is one of our most famous runner cammers. I think one of the years at Cocodona, he tallied up like 90-something miles.
Oh, my goodness.
Just running people in from Buffalo Park into the finish on the pavement, back and forth there for like 20 hours. So we're about to have 3 runner cams on because we want to have full coverage of this race of F3, F4, and F5 as they make their way into Silverton. So we're going to have...
Yeah, our third, fourth, and fifth place women are not. They're all past Putnam, the last aid station, and we're awaiting those 3.
Yeah, so going over Putnam, Katarina had a decent-sized gap on Amber and Stephanie. It was about 30-ish minutes, but then from Amber to Stephanie was only 6 minutes, and that gap has stayed relatively similar, or even shrunk a little bit. So, and then with Katarina's tracker not really existing at the moment, I don't know. We're building up a potential fun race story right now, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out. You know, not too often do you get, I mean, honestly, like multiple people racing into the finish. I mean, it was an absolute treat to see Katie Scheid and Zach Miller duking it out in the final
That was
miles
great.
today.
Yeah, I this last downhill is technical. It's rocky. It's pretty steep, and then you still have about a 5K to the finish once you cross Mineral Creek.
Where you kind of have to like run.
Yeah, you have to run, and it's a slightly downhill, but with some grunt ups, and then you have the run up the road, above town. You almost look like you're going by town.
Yeah, it looks like you're passing it.
And then you drop down into town again. So it is a slower section. I mean, I think the fastest we've seen today was David Ayala charging at the end for 4th place male. He did it in 56 minutes.
Yeah.
But Ludo and the top 3 men did it in a little over an hour.
Katie did it in 59.
Katie did it in 59.
She got the second fastest.
Time today. And I think, I want to say, this is off the top of my head, but I think Courtney did that in about an hour and 15.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And she was running hard, too.
Yeah, so
it is a tough section.
Katie's split from Putnam to the finish was absolutely unreal this morning. It was so fast. I mean, the wild thing, too, is like that split kind of needed to happen to get the course record and to have any chance of breaking 26 hours, which we thought was going to be like a big reach because we knew Courtney did that section in 75 minutes. We're like, well, Katie needs to do it 5 minutes faster than that. Or was it 10 minutes faster than that to break 26 hours. And then she knocked even more time off and came in at 25.50.
Yeah, she did that for sure.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing to see the progression of this course record and just how it's just tumbling. Like Courtney was the first woman in the 26s, and that wasn't that long ago. But the course record was in the 27s, and now Katie's in the 25s.
Yeah,
it's like we're talking hours here.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's also a testament to we're becoming more of a pro sport. Where people don't have day jobs anymore.
Yeah.
The elites don't have day jobs anymore, so it
I personally
definitely
think
helps.
it would be a big help to have the whole day to operate around my training.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I have a job.
Yeah.
I've always had a job.
Would be nice.
Yeah. We are about an hour and 46 minutes from the cutoff at Telluride for the back of the pack. I think last count we had 14 people making their way down to Telluride.
Yeah,
we haven't checked that for a while.
That's what I'd counted on the tracker.
So we'll do a refresh here and see if we can't get a count on the cutoff.
So I just gotten a little insider bit from Gus Gibbs, who might be one of our runner cams, but he said F3 and F4 are pretty close to one another. F3 is moving on the slower side, looking a little discouraged. F4 was moving very well downhill. F3, so this is Katerina, had just crossed the creek, and F4 was about to cross. So.
And F4 Amber?
I believe that would be Amber.
All right, I have to give a little cheer for Amber. Come on now. She's one of my athletes.
Yeah, I mean, acceptable by.
And she just did Western States 13 days ago.
Yep. Okay, Iron Far also had an update that Katerina just crossed the creek. We've got eyes on. This is probably Chris Roberts coming in right now. So this is Chris, and Chris is almost into town. He's got a little bit more of this dirt road before turning right.
Yeah, last ping on him was about 24 seconds ago, so he is on the road.
Just on the outskirts of
Not
Silverton.
much to go. There's a little bit of a gravel road climb up above town, and then it takes a hard right or a 90-degree right and drops straight down into town.
So just in the last few minutes, Gus Gibbs has seen F3, F4, and F5. He
Cool.
said F5 just came down into view, descending. So
So who
we're
has
gonna have a little race.
who
here
can run
after
the best
river.
5K from the creek in?
Oh, that sounds so terrible.
I wonder how close. Did we know how close? Did F4 and 3 have a visual on F3? If she did, ooh.
Yeah, it'll be. I'm unsure if F4 was able to see Katarina across the creek or not, or if Katarina got out of sight. But yeah, we're following Chris Roberts right now,
Who will be our next finisher?
making their way in, and then we'll get more eyes on Katarina, Amber, and Stephanie, the trio of female finishers who are racing their way into Silverton.
Yeah, and their trackers are not working.
No, we've just
given up on their
gotta
trackers.
hang
We're
out.
just trying to get our runner cams on them.
We just got to watch TV and talk about it.
Well, and I'm going to throw a question out to the chat. If anybody has been on this course before, if you're a hard rocker and you're tuning in, what are the wildlife encounters you've had in the San Juans on the course?
So far, all I've seen are marmots. I do like those guys, though. They're furry and they make funny squeaking noises.
Yeah, they do squeak at you. I have a good one. I have had a mountain lion scream at me in the night, and I've seen 2 mountain lions together.
Wow.
Like 40 yards above me.
Interesting. They're
in Pole Creek. All of them in Pole Creek.
weird. They're pretty solitary animals.
Trevor Bain, moose last year.
Moose are a little scary.
Yeah, they are.
Because they're pretty dumb and angry.
And they don't see very well.
Yeah, that's just...
They're kind of like, they have like a weird eyesight for some reason.
They
and
got bad eyes, they're pissed off, and they're huge.
And they're huge, and they'll
fast.
charge you at the drop of a hat.
Like Canadian geese, except heavier.
Chris Andrews, no, that does not count. Me frolicking, I am not a wild beast.
But Bronco.
Yeah, I guess Bronco could be a wildlife. Elk, moose, marmots, and of course elk. Yeah, I've seen elk too.
Yeah, Ludo's like Instagram reel of his battle with the marmot that was like trying to eat his car.
Yeah, trying to eat his car.
That was amazing. He just like cuddled up in like the engine.
Those things are
bay.
ornery, man.
They do what they want. it
Yeah,
seems
they
like.
do.
They seem pretty stubborn.
Yeah, I like the Pika. Oh, yes. I just got a triple breve before the coffee bear closed.
Right on.
I might get more chatty here. Give me a second.
Here, grab your coffee. Coffee gets you through 90 minutes.
Yeah. Kim B, Moose and Cataract Gulch. That's a good one. And here's a little tidbit on why the marmots. One of the reasons marmots like to get in your vehicle. Some car manufacturers use soy in their cables and their housings and their lining of, like, say, brake cable or brake lining, and they're attracted to the soy.
Oh, so they have a reason. I always
They like
figured
to
it
chew
was just
on
like
it.
warmth and protection, but it's the food. They like the spicy wires.
Tropical John, moose bears and the most unusual, a speed goat.
Yeah, I've had a couple speed goat sightings.
Yes,
on roads.
Andrea Sterling, moose frightened me too, and grizzlies. I lived in Bozeman for 2 years. That I never did get used to the bears. So many bear sightings.
Yeah.
And I run solo a lot.
I've never lived in grizzly territory.
Oof.
Just black bears in Ashland where I'm at, and they're pretty dopey and pretty scared of everything.
Yeah, same in Flagstaff.
Yeah. They'll like sit there 10 feet off the trail and just watch me go by.
The other thing I've seen is a porcupine on this course.
Oh.
My first Hardrock in 07, thought I was hallucinating in grass and Wasatch Basin in the middle of the night by myself, no pacer, and the grass was moving, and that's back in 07 when the headlamps were horrible. It was like basically looking through a candlelight, and it was moving down the trail, and I thought it was grass. It was all flared out.
That sounds terrifying. That would be a pretty painful thing to kick.
They were on either side of the river from each other, and so that might take preference. So
That's fine. This is not really that interesting.
it is though. It's one of those things that people always want to see. If they're always just on the internet seeing it, they never get to this part of it. And it's the people like you and the rest of the aid station that brings this race to life. Yes, Magdalena, who is the aid station captain here in Telluride. I'm going to just totally hand it off to her. She's going to talk a little bit about how many years you've been here, some of the changes you've seen here at the Telluride aid station.
Yeah, so this is my 5th year in Telluride, my 6th year at Hardrock. And so this is a brand new building. It opened a month ago. And we used to be in this teeny tiny warming hut that was actually out the window behind us. And it was like one tiny dark room. It didn't have any overhead lights, so we had to string up Christmas lights to see what we were doing. And then this building has just been a major improvement. It's got, so you know, Hardrock is all about sustainability. We have all plastic plates and dishware, and we wash everything. So we've got, this building has like a commercial kitchen style sink setup on the back side of the building, but it's gorgeous. It's got an electric fireplace with like the flames for ambiance. We had that going overnight. Much nicer than the old warming hut that had a fireplace, but I don't really know how it turned on. So this building has been like amazing. The park has been great to work with. We have I contact her name's Amanda. She gets us in here. She helps set everything up. She gets all the doors unlocked. So we can we get in here as soon as we get to Telluride. When we load out from Silverton in the morning, we come here, we set up, we get going. And then we see the delicious food options that people started prepping last night at about 7 o'clock.
We're gonna get to that in a second. I just want one more overview question. Give me an idea of how many volunteers it takes to make this aid station work.
Yeah, so Telluride is one of the big 4 aid stations, and so we have about 30 people helping us every year, and that's we have them assigned into 5 different shifts. We have like a Friday night, like 7 p.m. till 2 a.m. shift, then we've got 2 a.m. till 8 a.m. We've got a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift, and so you'll notice that those overlap because our highest volume time is that 6 to 9 a.m. window, and so we have almost all of our volunteers will be here, and there'll be times where we're like, that's a new runner, but we need to like divert somebody from something they're doing because there's too many runners here, and which is a great problem to have. So yeah, we have about 30 volunteers.
Awesome. And one of those volunteers. We'll come back.
Everybody, Cody Reader.
We just got Chris Roberts
Yeah, Chris.
for the finish.
He was absolutely motoring off the trail and through town. One of the best looking strides after 100 miles I've seen so far.
Congrats to Chris on his Hardrock finish. And approximately 32:26. I like his picture. He's got a big old smile.
Lots of excitement there.
Here we go. He's from Kirkwood, Missouri.
I wonder what the vert's like over there.
I have run there.
Yeah, how is it?
There's not much.
Not much.
It's the Ozarks, but it's small.
Yeah.
You know, it's 150-foot climbs.
A lot of repeats.
Yeah, a lot of repeats. And coming early, hopefully.
Yeah, that would definitely be huge.
I mean, I feel like that's something we could have a conversation about. Like, that's one of the, at least for the folks I coach, if they get the opportunity to get into Hardrock, you might be waiting 8 years, 10 years, 13 years. You should make a big vacation out of it and come here for at least 2 weeks before and do your last training block 2 weeks out and then taper here, sleep here, get used to it, hike on the course, get used to the dry air.
Yeah, that familiarity with not only the course but just the environment.
Yes.
And just kind of understanding like your operational limits and like how hard should I be pressing down on the gas pedal? If I overdo it, how long does it take to come back from that? Like the only place to really learn those things is when you're out here on the course.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest mistakes I made in 07 is not coming here before, not coming, even trying to come early. And not everyone can do that with jobs, and some people can work remote or they can take extra vacation if they have it. It just depends on the person. Obviously, there are restrictions with regard to that, but
yep. Let's see.
So what
do we've got?
We've got a cam, runner cam.
Okay, well, that's Katarina Hartmut there in the orange Hoka kit. I recognize that.
So she is almost to the road. There's a little descent here. You can see the road in right in front of her. She's going to dump onto the road here in a minute.
Okay, so after all this time, Katarina is our F3 currently. Will be interesting to see if we get eyes soon on F4 or 5, but at the moment, this is our third place female at the Hardrock 100, looking to repeat from a third place last year. True hard rocker, doing both directions and running this climb. I wonder if she knows that there are 2 other women like
breathing down her neck.
Yeah.
Is that Howie?
I'm not sure.
That might be Howie Stern. Longtime race photographer at Hardrock.
Absolutely.
Lives here in Silverton. I think it is.
Cool pacer to have.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, it is. He's looking over his shoulder. We need another cam out there.
I know we've got at least one more. They must still be backtracking.
Oh, with Chris.
Here we go. We've got another one.
Here, this looks like Amber. Amber Weeble.
So that's Amber's in 4th, and
she is not very far back.
Solo?
Yeah, she is solo.
She's solo.
No pacer. She had a limited crew in the first half.
Wow, baller.
I think Telluride was the last place she might have had crew. No. I think she was going off a drop bag at Telluride because it was going to be in the night.
Okay, yeah.
She didn't want her husband to have to deal with it. They have 2 smaller kids.
Respect.
She is coming off this is almost finishing a double. Western States, Hardrock, 13 days apart.
Just one big old long run. Okay, so still on the trail. So there is still a hand.
Yeah, this is.
4 or 5
I think she's safe. I think Katarina, she's moving well enough that Amber is not going to catch her.
Yes, but Amber has to keep the gas on to not get caught by Stephanie
Case.
Who is
Stephanie
also
Case
right
is
behind.
breathing down her neck.
Yeah. Anyone who's tuning in right now is getting to experience something somewhat rare where this race just normally gets really spread out. We watch one person come in at a time.
And Brett, I'm going to have to step out when Amber finishes.
I understand.
So I have to step out of the studio for a second.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, for those who are just tuning in, Jeff coaches Amber. So this is an exciting one. Have you coached a doubler before, or is this your first runner that you've coached who did the Western States Hardrock double?
I'm thinking. I think this might
be your
my
first
doubler.
Very cool.
Unless I'm not remembering right. I didn't get a ton of sleep last night.
It's true. Yeah.
So
as far as you recall,
and I am almost 54. So
yeah, you've probably
there's that factor, the old dude factor too.
Coached a handful of.
You got too much. I think it's just too much stuff bouncing around in your head from all those years.
You'll like text me in like 3 months, and you're like, "Oh yeah, there was."
Oh
one
yeah,
other.
Brett, there was another one. Actually, I'm trying to think. Maybe no. I was thinking Shad Micah from Colorado, but
Shad,
do you know
doubling?
Shad?
He's doubling this year.
No.
No.
I feel like he got into Hardrock and no, maybe it wasn't him. I don't know. You're really putting me on the spot here, man.
Yeah, my bad. That's okay. That's what this is for.
Looks like Amber has some legs still, even with Western States on him 13 days ago. And Katarina is running the whole climb. She is moving well. So she should have a safe third place. And on the right, we have Amber Weeble. So she will be our women's fourth place, most likely.
Yep. Yeah, everyone's moving a little bit.
And Stephanie
too
Case
good.
is not very far behind her.
Yep.
I think we just recently got a tracker update. Last tracker update, let's see. Stephanie's close.
I think Stephanie's like a third of a mile.
Yeah, our guesstimate in the studio is about a third of a mile gap between fourth and fifth.
Yep. Is that Shad Cam's trying to...
The Shad Cam's trying to get to Stephanie Case.
I just want there to be an opportunity for the producers to go triple screen.
Yeah, we went triple screen.
I want to see that third screen.
Oh yeah, triple screen.
We are almost 3-screen eligible.
Triple screen here at Mountain Outpost.
It happened a couple times yesterday when we had Uray and Telluride racing going on with the men's and women's races. But if we can have 3 runners on F3, F4, F5, that's going to be one of the live stream highlights for me at the race this year because, yeah, it's just so cool. I love it.
Yeah, that just doesn't happen very often. Not in something like Hardrock. Hardrock's such a big course. You end up spreading out, and there's not a ton of runners.
Yeah.
Like other races. So it's
an absolute treat.
It is. You get to run. You kind of have the course to yourself a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. So we have a drone footage of Katarina coming down.
And Amber running up the road.
Amber's running up the road. So probably about a 5-minute gap. So Katarina is going to be our F3.
She will round out our women's podium. And another podium finish for Katarina Harmuth.
Yep.
She had 2 strong years at Hardrock.
True Hardrocker.
I thought they were joking in 2007 when I finished, and they said, "You're not a true Hardrocker until you go both ways." I was like, "What?" I just went to the well, dude. Yeah, I got to come back and do this
like,
again.
"Oh yeah, the other way is harder." I'm like, I don't know which one you did first.
Well, luckily, it was this way my first time, and then it got popular in that time from 07, and I got back in 2014.
Okay, yeah.
And luckily it was the other way. So then as soon as I finished the set other way, I was like, I'm a true Hardrocker.
Nice.
Then in the meantime, I got kind of addicted to this race.
It's hard not to. I mean,
it's such a cool
really
race.
Cool being here. I mean,
those of you out there that are 8-10 years in and have and trying to get into this race, if you have not been here during the race, you should come volunteer, hang out, train on the course a little bit. It's even more fun to come here and not run. That's my favorite part of being at Hardrock.
Yeah, the community here is really amazing. So at the top of our screen, we're looking at Katarina Hartmuth, who's our third place female, making her way into town. She's got just a few more turns. We'll hear the crowd get going. And then on our bottom left, we have Amber Weeble, who is our fourth place female, making her way into Silverton, about 5 minutes behind Katarina. And then we have a third runner cam that is running back on the course right now, trying to get eyes on F5, Stephanie Case, who should be maybe 4 or 5 more minutes behind Amber. So we've got some, our producers are doing a good amount of juggling right now.
Katarina about a block away from finishing. Getting ready to take the right turn.
Going by our studio. Here she goes. Into the home stretch. This is our third place, rounding out the podium in the women's division for the 2025 Hardrock 100 Hoka athlete Katarina Hartmuth. Her second podium at Hardrock. 32 hours and 39 minutes. Sounded like Katarina was definitely battling a couple low moments in the final third of this race, but really just kept the podium by guts and determination.
Yeah, congratulations, Katarina.
Definitely showing a little bit of emotion at the finish. She must have been really looking forward to this one for the last few hours.
And our awesome team in the studio is working on getting runner cams.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Huge thanks to our production team and the runner cams for making the coverage of this Hardrock possible.
There's a lot of bloodshot eyes in this studio.
Yeah. And it's not hazy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the flood of emotions that must hit you when you're like that deep into the pain cave for that many hours, and then you finally get to be done.
And just to pull it out and know that someone's
And to do
breathing
it, yeah.
down your neck for the podium. Whew.
Yeah, to still have it in her to like not just like finish, but like continue to compete and like hold on to that third spot. Oh, that takes a lot. All right, so at the top of our screen we've got Amber Weeble, and then bottom left we have eyes on Stephanie Case now, who is also on the road. And then our bottom right we have third place female finisher Katarina Hartmuth. Round of applause to the studio team for a useful triple screen.
Triple screen.
They're not doing it just to show off. They're doing it because it's necessary.
We've got our Amber Weeble in 4th place and Stephanie Case in 5th. All about 5 minutes apart or so.
I know. I'm looking to see, like, on Amber right now, you got the big S bend. I'm like, man, are we going to see, like, Stephanie's bright colored shirt pop out of the trees here?
And Amber is almost to the turn.
Yeah,
you can see people hiking up. That is the turn she's coming to in the bottom right corner.
It looks like Amber's going to hold off Stephanie for 4th place in this Hardrock 100 to complete the Western States Hardrock double off of 13 days.
Yeah, the hard double. Normally it's 19 days. In most years, it's 12 or 13, depending on how you look at it.
That is a significant amount less
Oh,
time.
Big time. That extra week makes a big difference.
Yeah, definitely step out. Jeff, go cheer on your athlete.
I'll be back shortly.
Yep, I'll hold it down here. Maybe I'll make one of these producers, put them on the spot, have them sit up here with me and talk into a microphone. Nope, I got 4 hard nose pretty quickly. Zach, they're all busy. They're all like, "Oh, I got buttons to press all of a sudden right now." Claire, if you wanted to pop in for Jeff for a few minutes, you're more than welcome. So if you wanted to pop in for Jeff for a few minutes, you're more than welcome. So we're looking at Amber Weeble making her way into town. Final descent, 2 more turns. This has been an amazing race. I'm sure F3, F4, and F5 all elevated each other's performances, knowing that they were all right around each other. Definitely helping keep the motivation high. Little carrots dangling in front of them to get to that finish line. Looks like Amber's running in with her family here. Super special moment to see from South Lake Tahoe, California, and most recently finished the Western States 100 13 days ago. Amber was 18th at Western States this year, running 21 hours and 28 minutes. So this is a fast double as well. All right, so we have 4th place at Hardrock 100. This is Amber Weeble making her way into the finish to kiss that rock. Welcome back to Silverton. This is Amber Weeble of South Lake Tahoe, California. We got Coach Jeff Browning down there on the finish line cam. That is why you hear me talking to myself, and that's all right. And then as we celebrate Amber's finish, we're going to get eyes on Stephanie Case, who will be our next runner in, and she has turned off of the dirt road and is making her way down the single track connector into Silverton. Stephanie Case has an 8-month-old child. Absolute badass mom. Living out in Chamonix, France. Pretty solid place to train, I've heard. So recently, Stephanie won the Ultra Trail Snowdonia 100K earlier this year in May. And what everyone is watching is an absolute treat. It is not every day you see the gaps between third, fourth, and fifth this close. Oftentimes they're 1-2+ hours apart, and in this case they're minutes. And fortunately we had the camera personnel to get 3 runner cams out there super last minute to make sure that every single one of these finishers got basically the attention they deserve to see each of their finishes. So we have Stephanie Case, few blocks from the finish. Everyone that was out there celebrating Amber's finish needs to just stay outside, keep on cheering. And Stephanie Case is going to round out our top 5 here at the Hardrock 100. I think Aid Station Fireball might be sleeping right now. I saw him this morning at about 5 a.m. and he looked pretty ragged. So we'll have to bank some of these stat questions because you're right. I am definitely curious when the last time any amount of 3 female finishers were this close together. We've got Stephanie Case making her way down through the finishing chute to round out our top 5 in the women's race. Oh my God, the baby! The baby! Coming in with the baby. Oh, what a special moment to get to share. Holy crap. This is amazing, folks.
All right, I'm back.
So incredible.
Good job, Stephanie.
Do you see this little baby? This is
Oh, yeah.
This is her 8-month-old.
Wow, I can't believe she is running Hardrock.
It's an amazing return.
Later.
She ran Snowdonia in May and stopped. I think it was 3 times to.
Oh, and
to
breastfed. I saw
her baby.
that.
Yeah, 3 different times during the race.
I fully support that.
That's amazing.
My wife was a big La Leche League breastfeeder. My kids did not have a pacifier or a bottle.
Yeah.
Shout out to my wife, Jennifer.
Shout out to all the moms out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Crushing it.
Crushing it. What an awesome women's race.
That was so cool to see. These last 20 minutes has been so exciting. Gosh. I mean, it's one thing to finish Hardrock and then another to finish Hardrock straight into mom
Right
duty.
back into mom.
It's amazing.
And
just like, here, I got you a medal. Check
and
this
baby
out,
always
shiny.
wants mom, not
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah.
They got to be a little older before they want dad.
Yeah.
It takes a little while. At some point they do.
Yeah.
But see, crying. She's like, Mom.
It's just
Like, I don't want
gosh,
dad.
immediately back to work. It's amazing.
Dads suck.
It's absolutely incredible. We got Guy Love coming in.
Guy Love from Boulder, Colorado.
16th male from Boulder. He's in our bottom. Oh, he's full screen at the moment, actually.
About to make the left turn. And about a third of a mile to go.
So incredible, so incredible. I'm going to go refill my water bottle so I do not get dehydrated. I'll just talk about electrolytes. I've got a mortal hydration that I'm going to dump in.
Right on.
Sip on some salt. Be right back.
We've got Guy Love from Boulder, Colorado on his way to the finish line. Our 16th male finisher. Got quite a crew with him. He's bringing it home strong. Guy Love rounding the corner into the chute. Welcome back to Silverton, Guy. $32.57. Way to bring it in under 33. I'm definitely always motivated by the time. Sub 30 minute whatever. If your A goal is 32, then it falls off, then it's sub 32:30, then it's sub 33, then sub 33:30. That keeps you motivated. Oh, in the chat, someone was asking if I could share any words from Amber at the finish. She said there were some dark moments out there, and she did not even know that third was in front of her. She was running on and off with Stephanie Case. Said it depended on who was puking at the time. So definitely had some rough stomachs at the end, her and Stephanie both. yeah, so she had a good run. I mean, obviously she had to go to the well a little bit running Western States less than 2 weeks ago. But strong finish on both of them. I have to say, I'll share this. I told her I regretted not going to Telluride last night because I knew she didn't have a pacer or crew. She ran solo off drop bags from Uray in, and I should have gone there and tried to pace her or something. I regret not doing that. And I guess someone's asking where are the 3 women medical. I do know Katarina's was getting checked out by medical. I'm not sure what happened, but it was a very hot day out there yesterday and today. There is Stephanie Case taking photos. She went straight into mom duty when she crossed the finish line. Shout out to Stephanie. That's pretty tough.
We've just clicked over the 33-hour mark at the Hardrock 100. 15 more hours of racing.
Ooh.
Yep. Had to double check my math on that.
15 more hours. And we are an hour and 1 minute away from the cutoff at Telluride.
Oh, yeah, let's do a
for
check
the back
in
of
there.
the pack. We're going to give an update on that now that we've had these finishers come in. We had quite a little surge of people.
So refreshing my tracker here. So Telluride, it looks like 1 runner's in the aid station right now, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4 others that we are waiting on to come into the aid station. According to the open split tracker, I'm gonna take a peek at the satellite tracker, see if that checks out. So you can see there's three runners that are imminent to Telluride, and then 1, 2, 3. There might be 4 other runners, and then on the map progress tracker, there's a little snail that goes at the cutoff pace.
Yeah, that is the cutoff pace.
There are at the moment a few trackers that are behind the cutoff.
Yeah, there's quite a few people on the Traverse after you come out of Kroger's Canteen, and it looks like those folks are gonna be probably behind the cutoffs. We probably have 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 people. Looks like they may not make the cutoff at Telluride, but we've got 3 runners coming into Telluride. Looks like they're gonna make it.
We've got eyes on 1 runner coming in.
Yeah,
right
here we
now.
go. Trying to see who that is.
Yep, so we're looking at the trail that's coming into the Telluride aid station at the moment. We've got a little break in the racing at the finish.
This is
so now we're back to the other race within the race, that is racing these cutoffs.
Yep. And these runners, this is when it gets tough for these back of the pack runners. Sometimes they might need to take a little more time to get square in the heat, but they can't really afford a lot of time sometimes. So that as the more they push the cutoffs, the more they just have to it becomes almost like the elite race at the front, how fast they transition. They're in and out in less than a minute, 30 seconds. Sometimes these runners, if they're pushing cutoffs, have to do those kind of transitions, and they can't sit, they can't mess around. They got to get in and get out of the aid station and check out before the cutoff. These three runners coming down should be fine.
Yep.
They still have almost an hour, 58 minutes. So they should be okay to get down in. You can see here we're a good view of runner making that turn. You can kind of see right down. They go right down. You can see the road. So they're going to come down, do a big switchback, and then drop into town.
So looking at the open split tracking, it looks like at least at last through the previous checkpoint at Kroger was Junko Kazukawa. And I'm going to look at their satellite tracker, their bib 158. So take a look, see where they are.
Yeah, and they're still up on top behind the snail.
Yep. Yeah.
On the tracker.
So we'll be paying attention to that. Yeah, I think we're gonna cut to the Telluride aid station for another interview. I think we're gonna talk to a couple of the aid station volunteers.
Looks like we are 55 minutes officially from the cutoff here. We just had one athlete come into the aid stations a few minutes ago. That was Tina. She is taking care of herself outside. But right now we are in the warming hut. Wanted to kind of introduce a couple people that are helping all of the athletes, all of the pacers go through and get back out on course. So I have Dan and I have Grace and their soon-to-be baby girl. Yeah. They have been here helping. So I'm going to just turn it over to you guys. Tell us a little bit about what you've seen from the athletes. What are the options that you guys are giving them? Maybe a little bit about kind of your take on how many cups of coffee and things like that you've seen out of here.
Yeah, so we've seen the lead runners come through last night. They want nothing to do with the aid station. And they had French charcuterie boards set up for them, which tracks well. But this morning, with kind of the mid-pack, we've gone through a lot of coffee. We've probably made, so that guy's probably like 2 gallons. We've probably made 15 to 20 pots.
All right.
And it hasn't been enough. We've had lines for coffee. So tons of coffee.
Lots of eggs.
Lots of eggs.
Lots of bacon. We went through the eggs and the bacon really quick.
How many pounds of bacon have we sent out today?
I don't know, but it was like an entire trash bag full.
Yes.
Like it was like this giant, I was like, is this a quarter of a pig?
That's how I get my bacon, is in trash bags too.
It was like,
the bag oinked at us.
Yeah, it was a lot of bacon.
It was insane. I've never seen that much bacon, and I've never seen that much bacon consumed, and I've never dealt with that much bacon grease.
It's a lot of bacon grease.
All right, what are the other options here? We have crock pot set up. We have hot plates. I know there's an air fryer over in the back. Like, this is pretty full service. So walk us through the options that people can choose from here.
Yeah, we've got lots of soups. So we had potato soup, we had veggie ramen, we had chicken noodle soup, we had miso. Do you want me to hold it? Okay. We had miso soup, and then we had rice and beans, tater tots, potatoes, sweet potatoes, lots of hot options. Oh, and then brisket.
I was gonna say, talk to us about the brisket.
What?
Vegan options?
The vegan options. So the ramen was vegan. And then we had lots of gluten-free options as well. What else was
Tater
vegan?
tots.
Oh, the potato soup was vegetarian. So lots of different options. Tater tots were gluten-free and vegetarian, vegan.
Amazing. So why are you guys volunteering at Hardrock? What brought you here, and what's the allure of being here volunteering?
We volunteered with some friends just on a whim maybe like 5 or 6 years ago in Cunningham, and we had so much fun. And for us, it's just about being with the community. And
for sure.
it's just such a fun atmosphere and getting to know the
Yeah,
runners.
it's nothing beats Hardrock. It's like true old school ultra running, and like it is just on point with the culture and with the vibes. And like hopefully we can get out. Like we got out yesterday, around the course after this, do a very sleep deprived trail run up the course, and just like to be in it, be submerged in it, and hopefully run it someday. Definitely want to get points and keep putting in. I'm probably 7 years of putting in, and we'll keep doing it until we get it. And if not, no big deal. I'll keep being out here volunteering. We will with our girl too.
Yeah, I love that. Basically, until it's my turn, like I'm a fan of everybody mentality that it seems like all of the volunteers have. So, Dan, Grace, future baby girl, first time future hard rocker. Thank you guys for taking care. It's been we've been here for over 24 hours now, just kind of watching you guys take care of all these athletes, and it's been inspiring to see that first class experience that every single person gets. We are still looking for, I believe, 2 more athletes, is the word on the street, that are within striking distance of this aid station. So we're going to be standing by. We're going to be here through the cutoff. And as things develop, we're going to be bringing that information back to the studio.
All right. Thank you, Don, for giving us a little insight as to what's on the menu at the aid station Telluride. I mean, I would have a hard time turning down any amount of brisket, really at any point on the course.
Yeah, me too.
Even, just a taste, even.
Brisket sounds good right now. Can we get someone with a drone, fly it over here from Telluride?
Can we get a little brisket drop, please? Where's our prime service?
Oh.
So we still got eyes. We're watching a runner make their way into Telluride right now.
And I think we have 2 runners who, like Don said, are within striking distance of Telluride and coming in under the cutoff. So, and they should be in shortly based on the tracker.
Yeah, I see 3 on the tracker. Like, I think we're maybe looking at Lori Nakauchi potentially coming in, and then Tina Ure and Lieko Earl are the 3 that are towards the bottom of this Telluride descent.
Well, I think Tina had just come in.
Tina had just come in? Okay.
Yeah, so I think we have 2. Her tracker was 18 minutes ago. She's already in.
You're right. Yeah.
So we have 2 within striking distance. And they're on the lower end of these switchbacks right before you come into town.
And then the first person who is right behind the snail is Patrick O'Neill, who I know. I've been listening to Chris Warden and Andy Jones-Wilkins prior to us coming on, and they were talking about Patrick, who was, I think he was the last runner to come in through Governor a while back, and is fallen a little bit behind the cutoff pace, but sometimes gravity decides to be on your team.
Yep.
Sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does. So we're keeping our fingers crossed for Patrick here, who's the first one behind the cutoff pace.
He is. He's about probably, looks like by the tracker, probably less than a half a mile behind the snail, behind the cutoff kind of time. So we'd like to see him hopefully rally here and make it through. Maybe he could be our 3rd person through that's left.
So I'm getting word
he's
that
right on the cusp.
Tina and Lori are into Telluride. So
cool.
That's 2 of the 3 that were in the danger zone, but likely going to make it. Now the question I have is, so if the cutoff is at 4, do they have to be out of the aid station at 4 or in the aid station by 4? Because I know it kind of depends on the race.
I think they have to be checked out by 4.
That's traditionally what it's been.
Yeah,
it's
like you have to be out by 4 p.m. on the dot. Like you need to be checked out of the aid station and leaving.
Yeah, which is tricky then, because it's like you come in at 3:59, you got to just fill some bottles and leave.
Fill some bottles and leave.
It gets harder and harder.
And I would say this too, for those who are ever challenged with cutoffs, one of the things we work on in coaching is we work on drop bags and crew efficiency. We talk about doing everything on the move. Like if you need to grab food, you have a Ziploc with you, and you grab food and put it in a Ziploc, and you get out of there and walk.
That's
and
a
eat.
veteran move right now. Is having the empty Ziploc always in your pack.
Yep.
Because like you never know when the nutrition's going to go sideways, and you're like, dang, I've only got 2 hands. I can only hold 2 quesadillas. But it's like, well, we could put a stack of them in your Ziploc.
In your
here.
Ziploc. And then if certain solid foods are working for you, you can just grab those at the aid station and have something to kind of like munch smaller portions of all the way through the next section to the next aid.
Yep.
It's a great way to leverage the aid stations.
Yeah.
Especially if there's stuff you really like.
And then you're not just standing there eating.
Yeah, you're not sitting and the other is beware of the chair.
Yep.
We just say think of it almost like a fast pack. We're always on the move, doing everything while we're moving. If you got to adjust gear, you adjust it while you're moving. You do it in training. You practice in training. You never stop. You just keep moving forward.
Yep.
One of the things we like to crunch numbers after an event. I think this is one that people can, if you're really struggling with making cutoffs, the next time you run a race, look at your stop time. Strava will keep track of your move time versus your stop time, and so will Garmin, your Garmin Connect app, and so you can really like leverage like, whoa, you'll be surprised how much time you aren't moving. Many times it's hours.
Yes, absolutely, and it is amazing how it can add up, and a little efficiency at each of the aid stations can go a long way.
The other thing another tip here, and I while we're looking at the beautiful views in Telluride of the descent into Telluride, this is the trail coming into Telluride. Another one too is simply investing in a light kit.
Mm-hmm.
So meaning, instead of thinking about having to have everything in all your drop bags and not knowing what you need and where, you just have invest in really, really, really light full rain gear, micro down, waterproof over mitts, and you have a little dry bag kit in your pack.
Yeah.
And the gear is so light now. If you got a little bit of a budget and you're willing to invest the money in it.
Invest in your hobby.
You invest in your hobby, because if you can shed 1 ounce off your pack in 1 hour, averaging 170 steps a minute, you have to carry 638 pounds less per hour.
It's one of my favorite stats.
Boom.
I love that math.
I'm a
stat.
geek, dude.
The other thing
I'm a weight weenie too because of that.
The other thing
fact.
too with drop bags that you mentioned is you can put stuff back into the drop bags. You see the accumulation of stuff in packs over the course of the race. It's like remembering that you can actually take some things that you have. And you see people who come in, they like finish the race and they dump out 35 gels.
Yeah, right.
But they're like, I've just been eating PB&Js, but I kept grabbing my bags of gels at my drop bag. It's like, you could have replaced some of those things.
Yeah, totally.
Put some stuff back.
Totally. Yeah, I think that's a really good point too.
Yep. So we've got eyes. Our incredible drone pilot out of Telluride, who I understand it is more important for them to follow the runners coming in to the aid station than to try and deliver us a brisket sandwich.
We were kidding.
That's okay. But we are watching the race within the race right now, and that is the race against the cutoffs. So looking past Telluride, I'm jumping the gun just a little bit, but the next cutoff is at the Chapman aid station, so that is the very next aid station. When is that cutoff? 2045. I'm so bad at like Army time.
Oh, what was the time? Sorry.
2045. What the hell time is that?
You're making me do math. There's hardly any sleep.
That's 8:45.
Yeah, 18, 6 o'clock. So 20 would be
8:45.
8:45. Look at our math skills. Mad math skills. We needed a David Aiella in here. He's a math professor at Montana State. Quantum physics. But it's math
he
too,
should
right?
be able to help.
Like he is one of my favorite dudes to hang out with in Bozeman, because I would go to the coffee shop and he'd always look like the disheveled professor. Hair sticking up, black coffee, an old sweater. Okay, cool. Cool. So we're gonna have pretty soon. We're gonna have Luke Nelson and Cody, a Hardrocker, and Cody Draper, the race director, Bear 100, who just finished Hardrock, come in the studio for a little chat, and we're excited to have Luke in. Luke is race Scout Mountain Ultras in Pocatello, Idaho. Just became a Hardrock qualifier. He's pretty stoked. He's been wanting that for a long time.
That's a big deal.
He's been wanting that qualifier for a long, long time. I wrote a letter for him at one time. I've run his race. I won his race.
Pretty much guaranteed immediate sellout as well. Like
yes, it's a great race. If you guys are looking for a June 100 in southeastern Idaho, it's an amazing event. He runs a really good ship there. Solid event. And a great course. Fun course. There are moose on that course.
But are there trees to hide behind?
Oh yeah.
When a moose charges? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, there are.
That's all you need. All you need is one tree.
And it's a legit course. Like if you want a good mountain race, like that's like kind of Bear 100-ish or Wasatch-ish, it's a legit like Hardrock qualifier too.
Yeah.
All of us who have run it, we're like, oh dude, this needs to be a qualifier.
Yeah.
Like this is a better qualifier than some of them on the list.
Yeah. So I think on the right side of our screen, I just got word that who is it? Tina is in the aid station at Telluride on our static cam on the right side. Tina, you're spreadsheet. Well, that is a nice waterfall on our Sky Cam, sponsored by The Feed. The one-stop shop for all of your running nutrition, pre, during, post. They got the carbs. They got the protein. They've got like special recovery towels that you can put on your car seat so you don't stink up your car. Someone in the chat asked, when am I going to run Hardrock? Well, I would have to run a qualifier first. And that's definitely one of the big obstacles for me. I've so far learned that I'm actually better as it gets flatter. which is not in the right directional trend for Hardrock.
Yeah, this is in the opposite trend.
I'm Hardrock curious. I'm like Big Mountain curious. I love talking about the race. I do one run, up here every year, do a long run, and then like my toxic trait is like, oh yeah, I could do this a dozen more times. And I'm like, dude, this would be like double the longest race I've ever done in terms of like time on feet, probably.
Right. It's still my longest my longest time out in 100.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it would be cool, but I also love where I'm at in my relationship with this race right now, getting to work media, commentate, celebrate all these runners coming in. Yeah, it's super cool, but I'm not putting a hard no on it. Yeah, and for those who are just tuning in, I'm Brett Hornig. I'm joined by Jeff Browning, and we are currently watching the fight against the cutoff at the Telluride aid station. The aid station is open for 36 more minutes. The official cutoff is at 4 p.m. There are a handful of runners in there right now who should, safely make it out. There is one runner who is on the bubble. I think currently on the wrong side of the bubble, but their tracker hasn't pinged in a little bit. Yeah, there are a handful of runners. Looks like there's 3 runners who are behind the cutoff pace coming down into Telluride. The question mark is Patrick O'Neill. His tracker hasn't pinged in 20 minutes. Would probably show up slightly behind the cutoff pace, but if there's an opportunity to make up like a significant amount of time, it can be on a descent like this.
Yep, this would be the place to do it. It is a steep downhill. I would say this, that especially up top, it is. You plunge like 4,400 feet in 5 miles, I think.
Yeah, that's like not actually like a fast downhill. That's
well, and it's really the first mile out of Kroger's is a traverse.
It's just like
it's rolly.
Oh yeah,
it's a rolly traverse below a cliff band, and then it drops. So it's really drops about 4,400 feet in 4 miles.
Yeah, so like that's not actually really conducive.
It's about 1,000 feet a mile.
That's not conducive to running fast. I mean,
yeah, it's like going down a VK.
Yeah, it's like you're putting on the brakes a lot. You can't just like let it go.
Sorry, down a VK plus an extra kilometer.
Yeah.
So it is steep. It is a quad banger, but the lower part gets better. It's steeper up top, and then it gets way better as we get down in those last switchbacks. If you can see on the map and the tracker, you see a bunch of switchbacks right before town. It is a better grade in a lot of that spot.
Which Patrick O'Neill's tracker just pinged, and
he is right on it.
And for those in the chat, I haven't seen it in person. I don't think there's a giant snail actually on course. I think it's just an internet overlay. But I don't. But
we're not sure. There might be a giant snail monster out there.
Yeah. So we'll see. But Patrick O'Neill, he's racing. He's racing in. We have.
Yeah, he is right on.
A lot of stressful running going on in these last like few hours right now with the women's 3rd, 4th, and 5th all coming in, and now these 4 runners battling this Telluride cutoff. And this is a big one too, because this is the Telluride to Chapman section in terms of the amount of time it takes. Is that one of the longest stretches you go without aid station on this course?
There's a couple that are that long. The one up and over, I think the trail up and over
Pole Creek to Sherman is
long.
Decently long.
Yep, and to isn't Maggie? It's 9.3. Is that right? From Cunningham to Maggie, isn't that like 9.3 or something?
This one's Cunningham's at mile 9.3, and then Maggie's at 15, so it's like 6.
Oh yeah, no.
6 miles.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it looks like
so there's only a couple of spots, but that is a long spot, and it's mostly climbing.
And it's late in the race.
Because it plunges down to Chapman.
Yeah, we're looking miles 72 to 82.
And you have to remember that Telluride is a lower elevation than Chapman. So if you see...
It's not equal parts up and down.
Exactly.
It's like, 70% up, 30% down, or maybe 60-40.
Yeah. And so it is a long, long climb.
We got our mics. All right, we've got a guest here.
Yeah, we had a guest in the studio. Welcome, Luke Nelson, race director for Scout Mountain Ultras, a hard rocker. We ran together. What was that, 2022? 2022. I had to remember which hard rock it was for me when we were hanging out. We did a lot of hanging out that day.
We sure did.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah. Are you tired? What were you doing? Tell us what you were doing on the course first, and then let's talk about Scout Mountain becoming a hard rock qualifier.
Cool. Yeah, sounds great. So I was doing some crewing and pacing for Gabe Joyas.
Cool.
Nice. So started out early yesterday morning, and I got about 90 minutes of sleep so far. So loving it. All the love at Hard Rock for sure.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So Scout Mountain Ultras, I've run this race. It's one of my 100-mile wins. I love the course. I wrote a letter for you to be a Hard Rock qualifier.
Thank you.
As I know a bunch of other Hard Rockers did who had run your race. I've run your 23-miler. I think it was a 21-miler. Or if you changed
it's a little bit longer now.
Yeah. I used to run as in my a little 4-year stint in the top 10 at Western States. When I lived in Logan, I would come up to Pocatello. It was only two hours away. And run that race and run the 21-miler, now a 23-miler that goes up and over Scout Mountain. Amazing, over 5,000 feet of climbing in a 23-miler. Great tune-up 3 weeks out from Western States to hammer that thing. It has a 52-miler, is that right?
Yeah, the reality is at Scout Mountain Ultras, we believe that you should get what you pay for and a little bit free. So all of our distances are a little bit long just by the way that things work out for our trails. So we have a 50K.
Well, I know you're about aesthetics of the course too.
Yeah, it's really important that we give people a great experience, challenging them a bit, add some good views. 50K that's actually 34 miles, 50-miler that's actually 54 miles,
54.
And then our 100-miler, which is actually the closest to the distance, 102.
Cool. Yeah, and you get to go up over Old Tom at the beginning in the 100, and at the end you have to go over Scout Mountain, the high point.
Yeah, proper 23,000 feet of gain in the event for the 100-miler, and we are thrilled to be included in the Hard Rock qualifier list.
I'm excited for you. I've wanted you to have this for a while.
Yeah.
So for those out there listening, we go way back. We've played in Patagonia. We've raced each other a lot over the years. We've played a lot in the backcountry over the years. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm just so excited for you to have this opportunity to become a Hard Rock. I know you put your heart and soul into that community and building this race. It's a great race. If you haven't done it, I highly recommend it. It's such a good. I think one thing I'd love to highlight about this race, your dedication to hardly any waste and recycling.
Yeah, we try really hard.
Can you talk about that?
Well, we always have kind of joked that Scout Mountain Ultras is a environmental event with a running problem.
I love it.
And so we are trying really hard to always raise the environmental literacy of the trail running community and lessen our impact on the environment that we love. So we work really hard to reduce the waste that we create, and we do that through providing only recycled content or reused content to our runners as like racer items. We try to partner with local grocery stores and local growers for the things we supply at the event. And then we're very aggressive with our waste sorting.
I've witnessed that firsthand.
Yeah, we did really good this year, but most years I've spent several hours after the event going through trash and sorting it out to its appropriate streams. And we keep track that for the last several years we've had less than 5 full-size garbage bags of trash go to the landfill.
Let that soak in. If you guys have ever been to a race, that's not very much trash.
No, I mean, you
it's
can easily
amazing.
see that from one aid station.
Yeah, how
in
many
like a
runners
couple
with all
hours.
3 events?
400 runners.
Yeah, so 400 runners and only 5 trash bags.
Yeah. We did a lot of compost. We have a friend who owns a pig farm, so a lot of our food scraps get sorted and sent to the pigs.
Super
and
cool.
That's one thing I really notice when I'm there is that you have, you even have receptacles with like everything separated, and you have to lift lids and read. And you force people to like not just throw it in an open container and not read it. You actually have to lift a lid and make sure you're paying attention to try to make people, do the right thing. Obviously, you still have to sort things.
Yeah, we do like 75% good, and then we still have to sort.
Yeah,
but,
25%.
Yeah, but it's pretty great. And we think of other things, like we partner with TerraCycle to recycle all of the energy product wrappers, your goo wrappers and things. And then we use biodegradable products if we have to use something that can't be, or compostable products that can't be reused.
Yeah, great race and a wild course and a great Hardrock qualifier to get you ready to get your Hardrock on.
Yeah, first weekend of June every year.
Yes.
Is registration open?
Registration for the 100-miler will open December 1st,
Okay.
and for all of the other distances on January 1st.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah.
So mark your calendars, everybody.
Yeah, go support Scout Mountain Ultras in Pocatello, Idaho.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being on.
Of course, happy to be here.
Yeah.
So we're looking at Adam Arguello making their way towards Silverton. They are going up that final little kicker climb before descending down. And then on the other side of our screen, we might have what could potentially be Patrick O'Neill making their way into Telluride.
He is right on the cusp.
He's battling the maybe real but probably not snail. That is the cutoff.
There he is. So here we go. This, I do believe.
So he has 24 minutes
to Patrick.
Get out of the aid station.
On your right split screen is Patrick, our last, potentially person in the very dead last, trying to make it into Telluride before the 4 p.m. cutoff.
You can feel the urgency in his stride.
Yep. That's on the cutoff? It's on the cusp? Really? I guess their tracker's not working. So
I don't know.
we just got word that there may be one other runner behind Patrick that's right on the cusp and might be able to make the cutoff at Telluride. So we'll keep tabs on that and update you as soon as we have more information.
Yep. Huge thanks to the drone pilots flying out of Telluride. Also just want to, give an extra special shout out to the drone pilots. This is the first year that we've ever had drones at Hardrock.
Yeah. This has been fun to see.
They said it would never be done, but I mean, you tell that to Jamil and
he'll find a way.
He'll find a way. So just in a few sections of the course, but we've had some amazing drone coverage that's really gotten to showcase just the absolute beauty of this course, which is just something that has never really been able to be shared in this sort of light. So you paced Gabe.
Yeah, I got to run with Gabe.
What section did you pace him?
Uray to Chapman. It was a really special gift that Gabe shared with me to be able to experience that part of the course with him.
Yeah, that's a cool section.
Yeah, super cool. How how was Gabe doing? I talked to him a little bit when he finished, and he said that he got super cooked coming into Uray.
Yeah,
It was
came in pretty hot, and then kind
to-
of had a hard time getting things turned around. But we eventually did, and sometimes you just got to deal with that tough day in the office and keep chipping away at it, one foot in front of the other.
Yeah. And Gabe's no stranger. I mean, he's run this race before.
Yep.
And I would call him like a 100-mile specialist, especially when it comes to more of the big mountain racing. So
Yeah, he's super solid at it, really consistent.
yeah. So if there's anyone that I'm gonna gamble on to be able to actively problem solve some of those things, it's gonna be Gabe.
For sure. As you guys are talking about the folks coming into Telluride right now, I was wondering, Jeff, you probably haven't ever been in that situation before.
No, I just coach people in that situation.
But what's going through your head when you're on that line?
I mean, I was saying earlier that it's almost like an elite race at the front, where it's like in and out of an aid station as quickly as possible, under a minute. Got to stay ahead of the cutoff, because it becomes this like ghost that's behind you, that's chasing you down, like and you're kind of almost running scared, and so. And you sometimes have to do little surges and pushes, which isn't ideal in effort, right? To like one thing we talk about here at Hardrock more than any other 100 is you got to spread the peanut butter, or if you're from France, you spread the butter on your bread.
I've heard this analogy before, for sure.
But you got to spread it evenly. You don't want dry toast at the end.
For sure.
And too, you've done this race. When you did it, where was your biggest challenge? You did it in the other direction, right?
Other direction, yeah. And
clockwise.
For me, the difficulty started on handies. Came in hot into through engineer and into Animus, and didn't take good care of myself for a little while, and then wheels came off the bus. Had to spend time at Burroughs putting myself back together, and then frankly, just my stomach was out for the rest of the race. So.
Okay, we've got a runner coming in here.
Got Adam Arguello. Oh, we lost our finish cam.
We lost our finish cam there. We apologize. From Grants, New Mexico.
There we go.
He is our 18th male finisher. Getting ready to kiss the rock. Looks like he's got his kids in tow.
33 hours and 40 minutes on the race clock.
Congrats, Adam.
It's a big loop.
One of the things I really love seeing at that finish line is when people get to share that time with their family.
It's super special.
It's probably one of the coolest finish lines with the rock. I mean, I've got some of the coolest over the years of finishes where they were just really tough, and I kind of turned myself a little inside out at the end to get done. I have some really cool pictures when my kids were younger of me just like thrash leaning against the rock in the background. I'm like actually sitting below the logo, and my kids are like my wife's squatted down and my kids are squatted down. Some pretty special moments coming across that finish line, kissing the rock.
Well, and shout out to those families, right? All these runners put in so much time, and there's sacrifice made on everybody in the home.
Oh yeah,
on everybody's part, and it's cool that they get a bit to celebrate that with the runner together, and recognize that none of us are really doing this alone.
No, it takes a village, and I think especially Hardrock, because we were chatting about this earlier. We were kind of talking about how, like, if you do get into this thing, say you wait 8, 10, 12 years to get in, how long do you wait? 10 years, right? 11.
12 years of waiting, 10 years of applying.
Yeah, because there was 2 years where it was canceled.
Correct.
Because of the avalanches and then COVID. But everyone has, we recommend people come early. Like, take vacation. This is your one shot, and you need to acclimate. You need to not suffer, if at all possible. It's your one shot, if you do get in. So that's my tip out there for everybody. Make sure you set aside the time and come hang out in the San Juans. They're beautiful. They're amazing. Now, one thing it is, I think you bring up a really good thing here, Luke. Shout out to the crews and families, because this course is not easy to crew. It's rough roads, four-wheel drive roads, lots of highway driving with like the $1 Million Highway. It is quite a drop off going down into Ouray.
It's full value, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's a lot of work, and the crews are working just as hard as the runner in a lot of ways, and they're just as tired.
No sleep.
You get out around the finish line. It's not on the feed camera, but you see just humans strewn about, all exhausted from the physical and emotional effort.
Yeah.
So that previous finisher was not Adam. Actually, it was Joel Anderson. He had snuck ahead of us, and this is now Adam coming in.
Oh, so we had the wrong profile up?
Yeah. Button presser's fired. No, I'm just kidding. They're doing a great job. We're trying our best. It's hard to keep track of who's coming in because these trackers don't always ping at the right exact moments.
Oh, yeah, that is Adam.
Speaking of those families.
Yeah, see, there you go.
You got that's a long.
Look at Mom.
That's a
Mom
long
is
carry.
nervous.
You got like couple blocks down and like 5 blocks over, and then another right turn.
This might be the hardest effort for him for the whole part of the race.
He's like, oh no, what have I done? I grabbed the kid too early.
He's got that right turn coming up in a few hundred feet.
It is fun to run in with your family, though. I have to say that.
Yeah, I watched
Pretty
Front
cool.
Row with Gabe and his family today. He picked up the kids, coming around that corner, and just gives you this immense joy of that celebration of what Hardrock is.
Yeah.
Yes?
Not yet, because we got to put a shirt on.
All right.
And I don't think I'm going to soak it right now.
No. We'll wait till you leave, and then your daughter's going to do a surprise soaking.
Who made that? I've raised 400,000.
Wow. Yeah, you are now at 3:54 on the clock, so we don't want to get in your way. We'll step back.
This is? Wow, that's not a good look.
Hey, John, is this?
That was
Yours?
Pat. That's the one he got at URA.
Oh my God.
We can turn the cameras away for that one.
Yeah, we'll step aside and let him take care of things.
Hey, Dustin, before we head out, can you lube me up?
No, we decided that was
Lube Daddy 2.0. Here, we'll talk to the pacer real quick while he's taking care of some Vaseline situations. All right, so we are less than 5 minutes away from cutoff here. You've got some work ahead of you. What's the plan? Like, what's your strategy? You know him better than anybody. Like, talk us through it.
I think the main thing is getting him out of this heat, some steady forward progress while it's still hot, and just wait till it cools off, and then he'll be ready to go come tonight.
He seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's a seasoned veteran.
Extremely.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to this bit?
I'm really looking forward to this. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it all day. So I'm glad he made it here.
He made some jokes about maybe dropping you or putting you in the pain cave. He's so looking forward to this section.
Good.
So you're on alert.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And between us, he's not gonna drop me. But that's good. I'm glad he's got that spirit.
It's a runner's dream to drop their pacer, especially in the last 25.
Mm-hmm.
So you have an important task.
I hope he has the ability to drop me. If he does, then he does not need me.
Well, no offense, but we're rooting for him and not
I hear
for you.
I hear you.
He's got the whole community behind him to drop you. We had one other runner drop their pacer just a bit ago, and we were cheering for the runner, not the pacer.
Absolutely.
And you get the same treatment.
Yeah.
So all right, we have officially less than 4 minutes to cut off here at Telluride. All right, Patrick is getting up. He's
standing.
He's taking a private moment. These are the important things. These are the little things that, quite honestly, if you don't take the 30 seconds for this now, it could cause the race to maybe unravel further later. So I know it seems a little stressful with 3 minutes to go before cutoff to take those time, but I think that's a really wise, savvy veteran move to take that moment, get everything properly chafe-freed, lubed up, and set to go. All right, Pacers, so you brought him in. Introduce yourself. Tell us to the section you just ran and kind of feedback on that bit.
No, I picked Pat up. My name is John. I picked Pat up at URA and ran him over here to Telluride. And it was just a pleasure being out there with him in the mountains. It is so beautiful up there. Snow coming up, Kroger's, and you're there's a rope and you're just fighting your way up, and it's just a amazing place to be out in the mountains in the San Juans and enjoy Pat along the journey. And kind of, he was in a pretty rough spot in Ouray, and he seems like his spirits have kind of changed, and he's in a pretty good spot right now to go out with Simmons. So
Awesome.
I felt like I did my job in that.
You got him here. How long have you known Pat? Like, what's your guys' relationship?
Yeah, me and Pat, we've been brothers in the Lord for Christ, probably for about 10 years. Just on fire for just adventuring together and getting outside and doing stuff like this together. And so he's just an inspiration to me to do this kind of stuff.
There he is.
And we're excited to send him on his way.
All right, and real quick, Pacer T, what's your name? And
My name is Dustin Simmons, and I live in Gunnison, and I've been running with Pat O'Neill here for a long time. Long time.
All right, Pat, quick, say hi to the chat real quick. People are cheering for you, brother. You're on the spot, man. We're gonna put him on the spot.
My first Hardrock. So honored to be here and running in this thing. Love Blake, love Dale. And thanks everybody for following me. It's my last one.
Go kiss that rock, brother. We believe in you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, moving stuff here from Telluride. We officially have 1 minute to the cutoff. Patrick is outside of the aid station. He's in and out, so he's okay. No matter what, he'll get out of here. But just officially, we are less than 1 minute to the cutoff of anybody coming into Telluride. So he's out, and we'll follow him here just a little bit on the way out of aid. There he goes.
Let's go!
Such moving stuff.
Let's go! Let's go, boys, bring it home!
Patrick O'Neill officially out on my watch, 3:59:40. So 20 seconds for anybody else to come in, but hopefully just a really good view into that ultra running truly is a team sport. Everybody here was here for Patrick alone, to make sure that he had everything he needed to get out of that aid station.
To Don here. Let's talk, guys.
All right, we're gonna put his partner on the spot. What's your name?
Jordan O'Neill.
Jordan, tell us, give me an idea what you're feeling, what you're going through. I'm sorry. I'm opening up a can of worms.
Okay, how about this? I have been a therapist for Living Journeys since its inception.
Okay.
And Living Journeys obviously supplies all these support services for people struggling with cancer. And Pat is like the miracle maker as far as raising money for causes. And eventually I said, so Pat, you're retiring from teaching. How about if you jump onto something that I do a lot of? And he's like, okay. And since then, he's earned, I don't even know the number, he knows the number, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he's the president of the board.
Oh my gosh.
And he quit teaching and he just jumped in with all his heart into this and into running and into his friends and into anything he even thinks about. So here he is out there just loving us all, loving the world. And yeah.
That's so amazing. Yeah, you could tell his positive spirit and his positive energy just sitting here. A true person of the community, wanting to interact with everybody, even though we're here for you, dude.
Right. And two, Aaron was supposed to be one of his pacers and he got injured right beforehand. But he and Jack Linehan are ex-students of his, who he's kept tucked under his wing, and that's the relationships that he builds. And the love is so massive. I mean, that's his superpower.
All right, so we know you have to get out. You're heading to another aid station. I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much. We are rooting for him with every ounce of our being. I know the chat is rooting for him. Everybody with Hardrock, Mountain Outpost, you all have every ounce of energy we have going towards Patrick. So take it and go see him soon and send our love.
Thank you.
The unfortunate downside now of being at the aid station at cutoff is going from the triumph of the last runner out to the emotion of the last runner that unfortunately has to be told that their day is over here. It hits me hard every time that a runner that especially we know this whole community knows Junko so incredibly well, and for her to be told that her day is over, we'll never define her, but I know her heart is broken, as are all of ours. She's a true champion of our sport, but it's a tough reality of what this is there have to be cutoffs, and I don't envy anybody that's job is to tell somebody that they're which is where we're at right now. So emotions definitely running high here at the Telluride aid station now that we are past cutoff, and anybody that is coming into this point has to be told that unfortunately their day is going to end here at mile 74.9. A few more I know that are going to be trickling down. We see Phil with BP Runco, has been with Junko for quite a while. Once they get settled down, I might grab Phil and have a word with him. But here we are. The race has now moved past Telluride. The sweepers are about to be on their way out, and it's just been so inspiring to see all these athletes working so hard to get in and out of this aid station, and I know exactly what it means. So from Telluride, inspiration is running high. I know we are all super stoked for Patrick to be out. He definitely has the whole community now behind him, and we're going to look forward to following his journey. But for now, for a little bit, we're going to check out of Telluride. I'll jump back in if we can talk to Phil, Junko's pacer, or somebody else from his crew.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I'll send it to Zeb. So send it to Zeb in the field right now because they don't have commentators.
Oh. Hey, we're actually going to send this over to Zeb, who's another field reporter for us.
All right, can you guys hear me? Just making sure my audio is coming through. All right, so we are here at the Chapman Aid Station, and speaking of cutoffs, we are about 4 hours away from when the cutoffs are going to start happening here. However, there's some really impressive stuff going on with this staff. They seem to have just things totally dialed. In fact, they've got a really cool sign right here when you come into the aid station that shows the last 4 years and how many runners came in and how many runners came out. And they have a 100% success rate as far as runners coming in and leaving the aid station. So don't really get a lot of drops here. However, cutoffs are a little bit different. Those will be sneaking up. But the theme today has been try to get cold. It's been super hot here. One of the biggest concerns as people leave the aid station heading towards Grand Swamp Pass and knowing that they have that huge climb is trying to find water. How many stream crossings do I got coming up? Where am I going to be able to dunk my hat? That's been like some of the biggest questions coming up. And just now we've got Betsy and I coming in. Betsy's coming up on her 20th Hardrock finish, so super cool to see her rolling in. Only got a couple more really big climbs to go, and she'll be coming in for wonderful number 20. And yeah, that's pretty much my update here from Chapman. Things are rolling really smooth, and super great crew here. Send it over back to studio or David.
All right, and we're back here in the studio. Yeah, we had to temporarily pause things for a brief medical emergency at the finish line, but everything has been resolved and everyone is good, so we are continuing on with our coverage of the
And
race.
if you're just joining us, I'm Jeff Browning.
I'm Brad Hornig.
And we were going to talk up through the Telluride cutoff, but now we're at Chapman.
Yeah, and I guess a slight recap of our final runner through Telluride
Patrick O'Neill.
Patrick O'Neill did leave the aid station with about 30 seconds to spare, so he used all, it was 11 or 12 of his minutes.
And he did take care of himself. He was sat, he cooled off in the shade.
Did
he
all the
ate,
right things.
Did all the right things, and now he's out of there on the move, on his way up to Wasatch Basin, up and over Oscars, and down into Chapman, where we are looking at on the screen right now. This is this aid station is it's about a little over 9 miles, correct, or 8.8
From Telluride to this one, it's like just under 10. So this is a long.
Yep, this is a long set, 9.7, right? Yeah, 9.7 miles. A big climb up and over Oscars Pass, and then the plunge down into Chapman. You immediately turn around and go right back up. You're literally flat for maybe a quarter of a mile. And then you start climbing, and you will climb up and over the infamous Grant Swamp Pass.
Which is very loose and very dry right now. There's no moisture on the climb. I went up to the top of it yesterday, and I contemplated going down the other side, which is the direction the runners will go up this year. I took like 2 steps and started just sliding, and knew if I went any farther, I was about to commit to running to Telluride, because I wasn't about to make it back up. So it's a super. I mean, it's a super tricky climb every year, but this year, because it is so dry, there's no snow fields to like try and kick.
Well, one thing they did
into.
Before race day, I marked that section, Chapman. Overpass Road, so about a quarter mile from this aid station. There's about a quarter mile through the woods. You go through a gate that's locked, and so only runners can get back there in the aid station. And as we marked there and up and over to KT on Tuesday, and we marked it pretty well through there. They did a ton of work this last week. They had a whole trail crew there. If you haven't seen a photo of it or anything, Grand Swamp Pass is just a giant, like, scree field.
Yeah, it's just a huge bowl.
And it's just, you can't even believe when you look at it, like, we got to go up that. It's like kind of take one step forward, a half step back when you're going up it.
It's like going up a sand dune almost.
Yeah. But they did cut some switchbacks this year. Now, they'll be gone after the first snow, with the snowpack on it this winter, but they did cut some switchbacks. They cut some steps up towards the top. There's like a trough. And so actually it was in the best shape I've ever seen going up, but I don't know what it's like after, 100 runners have come through. But it was really, really good on Tuesday. It's the best I'd ever seen it.
Yeah, which is honestly saying something.
Yeah.
Because you've seen it probably, you've seen it from both directions.
Yeah, and if anybody was watching last year, you watched Courtney go slip on her butt going down.
Yeah.
It's so gnarly.
There's like no amount of traction that can just keep you up when descending that one.
Yeah, you have to huck it.
Yeah, and like
you have to commit,
and you can't
lean back.
You gotta have some balance. It's like glissading, but just on dirt.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, if I fall, this is gonna hurt a little more.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt a lot. Do we know? Did you look? I can't remember what the cutoff is at Chapman at 84.4.
8:45.
8:45.
That's what it was.
8:45 p.m. Mountain Time.
Double check. Yeah, 8:45. So we've got like 4 hours, 4.5 hours right now.
So elapsed time 38:45. Is that correct? Because 36 would be 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. 38:45 on the elapsed time on the clock is when they have to be out of there.
You got to actually hustle quite a bit for this one, because I'm just looking at splits for what people who have already checked in and out have done it in.
Recently, you mean?
Yeah, so like the most recent person to check out of Chapman went from Telluride to Chapman in 4.5 hours.
Which would...
Yeah, like 4.5 hours. And like that's what you need basically to hit the cutoff. Person before them did it in a little under 4 hours. No, wait. The person in front of them did it in 6 hours. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. that's 6 hours.
That section took me 4.5 hours in 2007.
Yeah,
in the middle of the night.
It
was hard.
This is hard. This is
if you're hypoxic, if you're not really acclimated, it's really hard to move well there because you go. It's a long climb, and it just keeps going. And it's a really gnarly downhill. It's probably the worst, in my opinion. It's the worst downhill on the course.
The one over Oscar.
You go over Oscars and you plunge down to Chapman. It is an old four-wheel drive, rocky four-wheel drive road, but like the rocky, it's just rocks.
Yeah. So there's no rhythm.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like ankle breakers.
Yeah. So we'll be keeping our eyes on the snail, seeing where people are. A little bit ago, I kind of nudged you and said that Jamil was just starting the Grant Swamp Pass climb. He's gone up and over, and he's actually, made the connector trail off of the main.
On his way to KT.
Yeah,
cool.
Off of that main.
So his ankle must be holding up okay.
Yeah, Jamil must. Sometimes Jamil gets a case of the Sendits here at Hardrock because he's got some of the fastest splits on this course at like random points in the race in years. I mean, I think one of the years that Killian won, Jamil had the second fastest second half of the race to Killian, even though Killian probably beat Jamil by like 15 hours.
Right.
Just because Jamil had a terrible first half, took a full nap, reset, and then was like, I feel amazing.
Then he started charging.
Hammering, so that's pretty cool. He's got one of the fastest, I think, descents into Uray ever.
Well, it looks like according to the tracker that both Kevin Hadfield and Michael Wardian have crossed Mineral Creek and are in their last 3 miles on their way to the finish line.
All right.
Wardian, one of a multi-time Hardrock finisher.
Yep. And he's about to do it in a pair of Tevas this year. Closed-toed, though.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
Teva came out with a trail running shoe. They've got an open-toed one and a closed-toed,
I
which
did not know
just
that.
kind of looks like a trail shoe that's got Velcro straps instead of laces. Because
Interesting.
Teva's owned by Deckers that also owns Hoka, so they get to share a lot of design. It looks like a Hoka with Velcro straps.
Wow.
But yeah, leave it to Wardian to be
the one
rocking the innovative shoes.
Totally.
Because he did the AT last year in them as well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Rocking Tevas.
She's always loud.
So for those who are just tuning in, we're looking at the Chapman aid station, which is at mile 84, and runners will oftentimes look pretty spent coming into this one because it's one of the longest time, I guess, on feet distances between aid stations, and you go over a 5,000 foot climb and descend about 3,000 or 3,500 feet to get into this aid station. Seems pretty remote, pretty out there. Yeah, it looks like Hillary Yang's tracker might have bit the dust. It hasn't updated in two and a bit hours. That doesn't mean she's not moving or anything like that. It's just these things are battery powered. Sometimes they don't make it the whole way around the mountain. They're supposed to.
Yeah, but sometimes they'll swap them out at an aid station if they're having problems.
Yeah.
When they get to the next one, if it's a big enough aid station. Some of the backcountry ones probably not, but I was just trying to get a read on Betsy Nye, see where she is, because she is going for her 20th Hardrock finish.
Wow.
She just turned 60
miles.
this year.
2,000 miles of Hardrock.
Yep. And a former winner of Hardrock.
So we got the drone looking down at our runner cam, maybe half mile out from the finish.
And this is the top of Grant Swamp Pass.
Wow, we have eyes on Grant Swamp Pass?
Yeah. Looks a little breezy up there, but amazing. Mile 87. Only a half marathon to go.
I wonder if the camera operator is able to
Actually,
hear
15.
us and pan over either side of the pass.
Yeah, I was hoping we could get a cam on the trough.
So the way that the camera's facing, they come up from our left side and then descend down to the right.
Yeah, and you go across the top maybe 40 meters and then drop off onto the Island Lake side.
Yeah.
Ice Lake, Island Lake Basin.
Yep. Very cool. I don't know
There
if
you
we've
go.
had
That's
this
looking down the trough.
So the runners will come up this.
Yeah, they come up this, which you can't really see.
Yeah, that's
over
just,
the lip because
that's
it
just
is
what
steep.
they do. They just come up that.
There is Island Lake.
That's the other side.
One of the probably most photographed spots on the course. Look at that. It doesn't even look real.
Yeah, the color is absolutely unreal.
Look at
like
that. That is
what
amazing.
you're seeing on the screen right now is actually the color.
Actually, the color of it. It is amazing when you're up there.
Yeah.
I marked this section, of course.
Nice.
On Tuesday. It was fun.
I ran it yesterday. Markers were still there.
Yeah, good.
They were very, very well dug into the ground. Oh, that's a runner. I didn't realize
just
they had a
hanging out
bib.
on the top.
Yeah, I mean, you got time.
That's where they're going to come
soak
up.
it in. I still can't.
Yes, there we go. I don't know if this camera person can hear us, but great footage. Get on that point and show us what they have to come up. That's the basin you have to come up. You come from the left around the formation at the top left of your screen. So that way down there is Telluride. Over to the left a little bit around that formation. You kind of traverse coming from the left and then come back up this right up to the wall.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little bit of a worn-in trail if you're up there and you look down. You can see
a little bit.
Don't know what it looks like when you're actually down there, but.
And this is a good viewpoint of following runners over the top. They do about a 40-meter. You can kind of see off to the left. The trail will go off to they'll go around this rock formation where there is a Joel Zuckerberg Memorial.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we've got eyes on someone finishing.
Mike Wardian, looks like.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's totally Wardian's stride.
So this is Mike Wardian on his way to the finish line. He's probably 2 miles out or a little more.
Yep, we'll get a better idea when he pops out onto the road. But it looks like he's still got a little bit of descending to go on the trail. Oh, man, I bet this grove of aspens is really pretty during the fall.
Oh, yeah. Mike looks like he's moving well.
Yeah. Mike's no stranger to... Mike's no stranger to any running event in running.
He is one of the most diverse running athletes out there.
Yeah.
He can run a fast 5K, and he can run a fast 100.
Well, I think it was one of the years that I was spectating or crewing Western States. He did a 5-minute mile the next day on the track, just after golden hour finished.
He's done a 5-something minute mile on this track at 9,300 feet.
Yes, I remember seeing
the day
that
after.
too.
He tried to get me to do it. I was like, heck no, dude, I'm not running hard.
I'm not you.
I went and watched.
Yeah.
I cheered him on.
Yeah, Mike's ability to stay elastic and not fully lock up ever is It's incredible. I mean, that's definitely Mike's superpower.
And you know what he'll do? He does this almost every year if he's here. He'll get finished. He'll go shower and change. He won't sleep, and he'll come over here and help with the food
Yep,
at the finish line.
I experienced that the first year I was here at Hardrock 2 years ago. He came and finished. It was in the middle of the night. It might have been the middle of like tonight, like Saturday night. And yeah, he finished, cleaned up, and then all of a sudden he's just like cooking pancakes and washing dishes. I'm like, weren't you just on the camera, like coming in? Pretty amazing.
Big shout out to Michael Wardian, one of the old guys in the 50 plus.
Yeah.
Still crushing it out there, pushing boundaries.
And I got to confirm, but I think I did read somewhere that John Tidd's finish was a 60 plus record.
Cool.
For at least this direction of Hardrock.
Well, John, I'm coming for you when I turn 60.
There you go. It was like just like 31.
Yeah, and I'm about 4 years ahead of Ludo, so
yeah.
As long as Ludo doesn't come back when he's 60.
Yeah.
If he comes back next year, he gets my 50 record. I've got the 50 to 59 record in both directions. And if Ludo comes back, one direction's gone for sure.
He did say see you next year.
Yeah, I know he did. Because he gets an automatic entry.
Yeah.
If you win this race, you get an automatic entry in the next year only.
Yeah.
I took advantage of that once.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a special privilege to get. I mean, not too many people get the auto invite. Like two people get.
Yep, 2 people get it every year. The first woman, first man, first woman. And
do they do any for like 10th, like 9th going on 10th finish, like at Western States?
Nope.
Or it's just get back into the lottery.
I mean, I may be in Dale's picks, I would say.
Right.
If somebody's going for like a 20th or something.
Yep.
But yeah. Michael Wardian grinding to the finish.
Loosely. Yushui? That's what I was pretty sure that's what I was told. So for those who are just turning in, we're watching Mike Wardian finish up his 2025 edition of the Hardrock 100. So Mike is going to be the first male finisher in his 50s, although there was John Tidd, who was 61, did finish in front of Mike. And then Yushui Freire of Spain, I think, is one right around Mike and is also 51. So as we're still quite a few hours out from our next cutoff at Chapman, there are too many runners to count right now who are on their way. But as we near closer to the cutoff, which is at 8:45 p.m. tonight, we'll be able to start getting a little bit more accurate of a head count of who might be on the bubble. But as of right now, there's a lot of runners out there making their way to Chapman who will go on to finish the race. Trying to see where our friend Jamil is. So Jamil's last Chapman was it, or check-in was at Chapman, but probably should be coming into KT somewhat imminently.
All right, looks like we've got another runner on the road, approaching the finish behind Michael Wardian.
Oh, cool.
I can't get a number, and our trackers are not quite cooperating. It should be, if I can find it, Kevin Hadfield, maybe? Here, Michael Wardian dropping down into Silverton. This is a really good view of their descent into Silverton.
Looks like we're getting ready to have on a special guest.
Oh, yeah. All right. We are...
Zach Marion is just giving like a media briefing. I don't know, what rules do we possibly even have other than just hold the microphone to your face?
Our fourth place male finisher, David Ayala, is going to maybe join us in the studio here. A good friend when I lived in Bozeman. We did some fun adventures together. I've post-holed a little bit of snow with that guy in the spring.
Very cool.
Trying to do cool stuff when there's still a bunch of snow everywhere. And we have duked it out at Bighorn in 2023, 5 minutes apart for first and second. I just edged him out. Michael Wardian, of course, speeding it up like he always does.
My gosh, look at him
bringing
go.
it. He is only about a quarter of a mile out. We also have Kevin Hadfield on his way up the road before he makes that 90-degree turn to head down into Silverton, like we just saw Mike coming in on that single track. And now he's on the gravel streets.
People are going to miss his finish. He's running so fast.
Michael Wardian. If you hear him in the background, they always come in and yell into the gym, a runner's coming. Mike Wardian.
He doesn't have a lot of runway to slow down before the rock.
I can't remember how many finishes this is for Mike Wardian, but it's quite a few. Well, here, I'll look it up real quick.
Right on the mouth. Oh, for a sec. The clock should say 34 hours, but one of our little yellow thingies got stuck. It's 34 hours and 33 minutes elapsed, not 39.
Mike's last finish here was 2023. He has another finish in 2021. So I think this is Mike's. And he has another finish in 2018. That's 4. That might be it. Nope.
Okay, so Mike is
2017.
Wow, Mike is
5
no stranger
finishes.
to this course.
You know, he's been here a lot.
Yeah.
5. I was trying to see if he has any more. I can't recall. 2017 might have been his first year in.
All right, we're going to go to a quick ad break, and then we're also going to switch to a new stream. As a viewer, there's nothing for you to do. Just hang tight, keep being a fan of the sport, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
With a special guest.
With a special guest, that's right.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
TheFeed.com presents Athletes in the Wild. Of all the wild animals, the athlete is the most ferocious. A high-strung